Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. And of course, everyone else. Welcome to Topstep TV's 100th episode. Of course, yes. Well, hey, we've got a lot going on here today. We've got balloon animals, donkey rides, and face painting. Yes, we do. Welcome to Topstep TV's biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. Of course, we got the all-star cast today and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. So you're not going to find another show like this anywhere. It's going to give you education, support, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call, and we are the Righteous Brothers. Hello, Righteous Right.
Hello, Righteous Left.
How are you doing? Nice to have you here.
Good to be here, man. Good to be here. It's Friday, January the 26th. It's hard to believe. It's been 100 episodes already. I'm sure flies by.
Episodes. Well, we have exciting, informative, educational programming for you today and every day. And throughout the week, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader. And yes, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you good, better, best. Never let it rest until your good is better and your better is best. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. And of course, we've got our good friend, 100 episodes, man, John Hoagland. Good morning, Righteous Brother.
Good morning, Eddie. And good morning to everybody. Happy Friday. And thank you for joining us for our 100th episode. Again, it's hard to believe that it's already 100 episodes. Looking forward to thousands more. We really enjoy doing this, and we hope that you enjoy it as well. So let's get it going on here, buddy.
All right. It is Friday. 100 episodes, Friday, donkey rides, face painting. And we've got that's not even the top of it.
I want a jumpy castle. I want to get in the jumpy castle.
One of those bouncy castles. John, I think we're too old for that, maybe. I think we probably sprained something that we couldn't fix at this age. But I'll make a call. Hey, we got a lot going on here. We got a lot of giveaways. We got a lot of things going on. So, John, you got your game plan ready?
Check.
Checklist checked with a check and a check.
Check.
And your journal ready to go?
All ready to go.
All right. Well, let's get into the news here. Like I said, we've got a lot going on here today. I'm going to tell you, between us three, don't leave. You might miss something that you're going to regret. That's all I'm going to say. But I'll give you a little tip here a little later. U.S. stock futures edged down today as investors gauge a disappointing revenue outlook for Intel. Also, payment processor Visa looking at a forecast slowdown. We did see before this number came out, somebody turned the blender on, had a little fun. We did see the Dow falling 76 points. S&P lost about 12, and the NASDAQ slipped by about 112. Wall Street indices yesterday, spurred by a stronger than anticipated advanced estimate in U.S. growth in the fourth quarter. The figure bolstered hopes that the world's largest economy was on a course for a soft landing. We did see the disturbing upbeat sentiment with Tesla. I know we were talking about that yesterday. Tesla took a dive, dumped 12% after it warned sales would increase notably lower for a pace this year in 2024. All right, Johnny, what do you got?
All right. As far as the economic numbers are concerned, everybody has been anticipating and waiting for the PCE numbers, not yet open in regular trading hours. We're seeing some lack of liquidity. I see some of the blood coming back into the dome right now. But at 7:30, yes, those numbers came out. Now, the PCE core year over year came out 0.1% lower than expected. They did revise the November down 0.3%. They thought it was 3.2. That was revised down to 2.9. So core PCE, which it does exclude energy and food, is looking a little bit lower. The month over month also. The November out the number November release was 0.1%. They were looking for 0.2% higher. It came out 0.1%. So the core PCE month over month remaining the same. The PCE year over year. Now this is including everything. It was 2.6%, looking for 2.6%. It came out at 2.6%. And the PCE month over month was down 0.1% in November. They were looking for 0.2% here in November, and that is positive. And I just want to check my notes here just to make sure I'm saying the right thing here. Yes, the PCE month over month came out minus 0.1%. You take those numbers for what they're worth. How are traders and investors going to digest that information? Is it indicating continuing slowing of inflation? It's not low inflation, but it might be indicating some slowing in inflation. We got to see how these markets act. We can't predict, we can't foresee the outcome of anything today. And I'm looking forward to the regular trading hour session today to see if we can find some decent opportunities. We also had personal income and spending at 7:30. Personal income came out as expected at 0.3%, which is 0.1% lower than the November number. The November number was 0.4%, but the spending in December was pretty robust. The November was 0.2% higher. They were looking for 0.4% higher in December. It came out 0.7%. I guess a lot of folks did some good Christmas shopping this year in December. 8 o'clock just now, we had the Dallas Fed PCE come out. 9 o'clock this morning, pending home sales. 10:30, Atlanta Fed GDP quarter one. Probably the main focus is going to be on how the markets are going to digest these PCE numbers. And of course, we have the Baker Hughes rig count at about noon today. VIX up a little bit here this morning, 13.6, dollar index 103.7, and the yield on the 10-year. Pretty much steady where it closed yesterday, maybe a little bit lower, but still holding above that 4% level at 4.11%. Context, risk management, and patience is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a good trading day today.
You got that right, my brother Johnny. Hey, oil prices. Oil prices fell, handing back some of the previous session's strong gains, but still on course to climb for the week following the healthy U.S. economic growth and the signs of the Chinese stimuli. U.S. crude futures traded 1.1% lower, while the Brent dropped 0.8. Now, crude benchmarks are both still on track for the biggest weekly uptick since October. And after the data yesterday showed that the U.S. economy expanded quickly and expanded the fourth quarter, suggesting resilience in the world's largest consumer crude build. Johnny, you go to Walmart, right?
I don't have the shopping gene. I'm kind of allergic to it. So everything I am currently wearing was at one time a gift.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got this story here real quick here. This Amish family went to go to Walmart and they went shopping. And when they came out, their horse and buggy were stolen. Where did that come from? It's not your typical police blotter vehicle theft. Amish family in Sturgis, Michigan, not too far from here, when shopping in a Walmart, emerged and discovered that somebody had stolen their horse and buggy while shopping. Luckily, the horse knew Taekwondo. No, actually, Luckily, a truck driver parked in the store's parking lot witnessed. He saw the whole thing happen, and he let the police know. And they arrested a 31-year-old woman.
Hmm.
Woman wanted a horse and a buggy, and get this, she said, "I did not know why I did it." Okay.
Huh.
Hmm. But anyway, the officer said, "I've never had an Amish horse and buggy stolen in my 20 years." And the unidentified woman faces charges of larceny and larceny of, yes, livestock. So,
What is
James, are
she
you with
thinking?
us today on our 100th
She's not
episode?
going to get. She's not going to get
Yeah.
very far. I don't know what she was thinking, but anyways, go ahead.
Well, back in the day, if you stole a horse, they'd shoot you, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Horse thieves. Yep.
I did not know why I did it. Well, good
Mm.
luck. But James, you got our Friday weekly tip of the week. There it is. Motivation. 100 episodes sure the hell motivated me, man.
Mm.
I'm pretty motivated today with the help of my coffee. But anyway, remember, keep jabbing, keep moving forward, learn to grow, okay? Embrace a growth mindset. View challenges as opportunities to learn and to grow rather than obstacles, all right? Continuous learning keeps the journey exciting and
Mm.
rewarding. Stay motivated.
Yep. I don't even know if I have anything to add to that, Eddie. That was absolutely perfect.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, without further ado, uh, let's get to the charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, come on down. This is the daily in the E-mini S&Ps. When you look at
Yeehaw!
this chart, obviously upside structure is still intact. It's very difficult to come up for reasons to sell this market. Yesterday we had an inside day. We were looking at the rejection at the high yesterday as a potential change in state. We're going to see more about that today, perhaps after this PCE number and the normal trading, the regular trading day opens up. So we've got a 2 day balance here that we seem to be kind of wrestling with getting out of. We've kind of formed a bit of a triangle formation in short time frame. For me today, it's going to be balanced to breakout rules are going to apply. Yesterday on that pullback off the inside day yesterday that pushed to the upside at the end of the day did acquire 13,000 approximate new positions. So we're still seeing money coming in to the long side. There's not a lot of reasons to be really looking for opportunities for sales unless we can kind of get back down below this weekly kickoff low here, 48.30, this trend line here. Until then, we're really going to be kind of maintaining an upside market state, right? Now, when I look at this, I see, okay, here's an area of balance here, pretty good space between this area of balance and this area of balance. A little bit less space in this area of balance. So I think maybe we're getting closer to another area of consolidation which would be healthy for continuation to the upside, or a deeper pullback, which could also be beneficial for a continuation to the upside. If we're getting a little too long up here, we may need to consolidate. We may need to pull back a little bit before continuing, but I'm not suggesting that the highs are in by any stretch. We don't know this. We can't predict these things. So here's the 30-minute chart. Let me get this scaled so we can see. So we've got 1, 2, 3 points of contact on this upper trend line. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on this lower trend line. We've got a triangle formation. So for me, during regular trading hours here, it's going to be basically balanced to breakout rules based on these trend lines when the market opens in regular time frame. Overnight inventory, we were a little bit long. We're now reconciling those longs, so we're not seeing long time frame participation here just yet. but watch and see what happens when the regular trading hours open. Looking right now like we're going to open in range and in value. We did the same thing yesterday. We opened in range and in value, and the better trade locations did come as the day went on. I don't know what's going to happen. We're anticipating big moves today from that PCE number, but we don't know what's going to happen. So this may kind of keep me being a little bit more patient if the market does open inside range, inside value. The PCE numbers did nothing to change the value of the S&Ps, the perception of value, let's say. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation day with kind of a neutral stance. The point of control, TPO point of control, was pretty centrally located in the range, and that uses up the market's ability to facilitate trade. I'm going to be looking for the market, if it does break out of this current channel, to be building volume, building momentum, building participation, and spending time outside of this. We didn't spend much time outside of it just yet. So you're going to be seeking new levels, but we've got to be careful. There's probably going to be a lot of traps in this market today. We already saw one trap to the upside after the PCE number came out. It broke out. It looked like it was going to be doing something, and here it is just pulling right back. So these traps that the market sets, the momentum traders are always the last ones in. Those FOMO traders that bought it after 7:30 are currently sitting in losses, and you don't want to get caught that way. You want to have some sort of way to evaluate whether the market has accepted outside of a current area of balance or value, and is likely to continue a directional move. Very difficult to do. Very difficult to do. Most breakouts, however, just to say, most breakouts do fail. So here's the NASDAQ. This is the daily chart. Obviously, upside structure remains. We've been kind of waiting for the anticipation of the PCE, but instead of a triangle formation, we're setting up more of a bull flag here. Last week's low has been largely supportive, and it was supportive last night. Take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. As far as where we are in that bull flag, well, 1, 2, 3 maybe points of contact on the bottom, 1, 2 on the top. This bull flag, if we were to come down to this level, this offers opportunity. If it breaks and accepts below it, that's going to change things. Remember last week's low, supportive, 1, 2, 3, 4. We really haven't spent a lot of time down there. Looking like a pretty decent demand zone down here for those of you that look at supply and demand levels. Last night we traded down to it and we rejected it. So this bull flag, it would be more of a breakout continuation opportunity or an opportunity to buy it near these lows. Now this trend line, this upward tilting trend line here, goes all the way back to the previous all-time highs. One here, 2 points of contact here. The market really kind of wrestling with that area here, but that is again that potential area of demand. So I'm going to be looking at the market a little bit differently here in the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq likely to open outside of value and below value at that. If we open with a gap, the gap rules will come into play. If we can't close that gap relatively early, I'll look for a test down to this trend line, last week's low. Got a naked point of control down here that the market could visually target. But again, I'm going to look at this as a bull flag as long as we don't break and accept below this lower trend line in short time frame. The profile yesterday, thin, normal variation day, extreme. The profile, the points of control are on nearer one extreme than the center. But anything can happen. I mean, as always, the Nasdaq and the S&P is telling slightly different stories, but of the same genre. Let's say, they're very related instruments. They're stock indices, and so we'll be looking at a very interesting trading day today. Don't forget, we have Rips with us for the fast markets here. So this is going to be
Sweet.
it's going to be another fun one for us. Take a look at quickly here crude oil. Here's the daily. So yesterday we did what the S&Ps did, earlier this week or last week, whenever we broke out of balance. We had a pretty decent up move yesterday. Now that move did stumble a little bit until some news came out about some increasing tensions in the Middle East. So that kind of helped crude's cause to the upside a little bit yesterday. Volume, I didn't think was all that impressive, but we did add 15,000 in open interest. That means new buying, new buyers, new positions, people looking for the market to continue this move to the upside. So that kind of is encouraging for possible continuation to the upside. Looking kind of at that 7,800 level where the high of the previous balance, we saw some excess up there that could be a target and an opportunity for us. The 100 session moving average kind of aligns with that. Overnight inventory, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory was just a little bit short. Let's make this scaled so we can all see it. So yesterday, I mean, we settled here. Market opened last night here. Overnight inventory was short, back inside value from yesterday. What we're looking for, and I'm pretty sure Deanna is probably thinking this now, is are we going to reject value from yesterday? Or are we going to accept? The market opened in value and seems to be attempting to reject it, maybe with a little bit of help from the overnight inventory that is currently getting a little bit nervous about the market not continuing in their downside position, their preferred direction, maybe getting a little bit nervous. So that's one of the things we'll be looking at is, are we going to reaccept value or reject value from yesterday? The profile yesterday was a normal variation day, but it did put in a late spike at the end of the day. So opening below the base of a late spike indicates potential rejection of a late spike. But the market also had some single TPOs in the profile right here. Now, the base of that late spike is 77.05. 77.05. What's our high of our session right now? 77.04. That rejection of that late spike might be an indication for us to be able to, number one, limit risk. Always think about limiting risk before anything that you do. So this might be a nice opportunity for us to limit risk. The market opened below the late spike, traded to the base of the late spike, and has, at least for now, found resistance at that level. The market has already cleaned up the single TPOs. Some folks would call it a fair value gap, and that those single TPOs fair value gap was 76.80 down to 76.71. We've already gone through them. Probably not going to be that much of a factor. Take a quick look into the gold now. Oh, hang on. Did it? Okay. So we've had 3 days really of wrestling with that 2016 weekly kickoff level. The daily chart in the medium time frame, we're putting up higher highs and higher lows, higher highs and higher lows. In the shorter time frame, we're putting in lower highs and lower lows. So are we looking to break market state to the downside? I think we've got a little bit of space left with which to do that. I would look for that to happen perhaps below this 100 session and 200 session moving average. We're back inside the range, back inside the weekly kickoff levels. Take a look at the 30-minute real quick here. We've got the weekly kickoff low, magnetic night before last, rejected yesterday, back to magnetic. We're holding above it now. Overnight inventory, perhaps a little bit to the long side, but again, still in range and in value. It's kind of shocking on a PCE day that we have so many of these markets, so close to the previous day's value without any big major changes in price or direction. So I'm guessing that we're going to have to stay patient. We always should stay patient, but take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And never forget, pray for peace every day. Blessings. Let's have a good trading day.
Every day. And, Hey, as I promised, I was going to share something with everybody, us three here. But I do see we got a lot of people in our chat and not enough likes. Hit that like button, that thumbs up button, hit that like button, and I'm going to tell you what we've got going on today. All right. Hit that like button. I'm going to give you an hour. No, I'm going to give you just a couple seconds here. Hit that like button, and I've got some good stuff that I'm going to share with you right now. Is that number going up, John? I can feel it. I can feel the
gotta
pulse.
check here. Gotta check.
100 episodes.
Yeah, it's a 1,800 likes so far, Eddie. That's
Oh,
pretty
1,800
good.
Cuervo. Let's do a shot.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. All right. Here's what we've got. It's a full port fire drill Friday, baby.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Strap in and let's have some fun today. It's our 100th episode if you're just loading in right now. And today we're going to be pulling the alarm for the fire drill. Yes, we're going to have that. That means you'll have an opportunity to claim one free reset. Also, we're going to be giving away 400 free corn dogs. No, not corn dogs. 400 free 100K trading combines. You believe it? To some of our lucky traders this morning. 400. All right. That's
randomly 400.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. All right. So thank you for hitting that like button. Continue. Get your friends in here. We got lots going on here today. We're going to take a time out here, and coming back is Fast Market with Rips. Stay tuned. And we are open. And welcome to Fast Markets. Good morning, Rip.
Good morning. How are we doing out there?
We're doing fine. Happy 100th episode and Dolby time. How you doing, Dolby?
Absolutely fantastic. Can we get some 100 emojis in chat? It is the 100th episode. What a pleasure to be on.
And of course, Andre, you were looking dapper as hell,
Thank you.
baby.
Thank you very much. 100th episode. Had to dress up, put on my Sunday's finest for this. Sunday's best.
All right. Well, the markets are open. I'll let you traders get to work, and let's have a good day here.
All right, cool, man. What's up, guys? Rips, how you feeling today, man? Hoag, what's going on, man? What are we looking at in the markets today?
I'm feeling good right now.
Good. I'm going to take
Hoag,
the
what are you
opening
looking
range
at?
trade with a two. I'm going to take the opening range trade with a 2-lot just because it's usually cheap.
Yeah. Let's go.
We're starting off hot today. All right, let's do it.
I like it. PC came in PC came in better. Looks like they're starting to get this inflation thing under control, Rips.
Yeah, that's kind of the information that was coming out. But you know what stuck out to me was that the personal spending came in a little bit hotter than the expectations. So with the personal spending coming in hot, I could find the FOMC members kind of looking at that in a negative light. This is the last read that we have before FOMC that's coming on next Wednesday that is going to be sandwiched between some very important earnings for the Magnificent Seven. So for me personally, I want to let this opening range sort of develop before I jump into a trade. Traded already this morning, took some trades live, and right now I'm happy to just be flat and wait for these orders to get matched right now.
All right. Currently, we're long 2 at 49.21, which is right on this upper trend line from this triangle formation we've set up for the last 2 sessions.
Let's go.
I want to see some participation coming in above. We do have some liquidity above 49.2375. There's 200. The dome is a little bit thin. We're not going to kid ourselves. It's a little bit illiquid right now because of the PCE number. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows how this thing is going to play out. So our bigger numbers are a little bit smaller today. We've got 27.50. There's about 200 on the offer. We got the 49.30. We've got about 300 on the offer up there, about 250 on the offer up there. Just looking through the dome, it does look like the liquidity is currently to the upside. We're up about 350 on this right now. I'm going to take the first one off at about 1R, and then I'm going to take off the risk and let the other one just fly. So we're going to take this first one lot here. We missed our 1R there. Let's see if we can get the market back up there.
Yeah, we did see some initial divergence between the S&Ps and the NQs here. And because the NQ was lagging just a bit, but holding, I ended up taking a long myself, one contract in the NQ there. Average price is 561 3/4. I do agree with Johnny with the liquidity being to the top side right now. What I'd really like to see to get this market really blowing out to the top side, I'd like to see 49.28 being breached in the S&Ps. And in the NQ, I'd like to see 611 1/4 giving out here.
Dolby, really quick, heads up for my crude oil traders right there. 88% long in the tilt, 88% long, just on up to 90% long in tilt. Something to heads up there.
That's the most I've ever seen it. That's where almost 90-10 long short. That's insane. Yeah, news for crude oil. Wow. Apparently, crude oil is up on some drama in the Middle East. Houthi rebels are blocking the shipping lanes. So prices are kind of going up. I saw an article on oilprice.com saying that in general is oil underpricing geopolitical risk. So something to keep an eye on going forward. Obviously, crude oil affected by geopolitical events. So you got to stay on top of that stuff. But that seems to be why we're on the up and up. But no positions yet. I'm going to wait for the consolidation on the 5-minute range.
All right. I finally got out of that one of the 2 that I had on. I've moved stop to break even, and we're going to let this one fly. I would like to say at least up to that liquidity up at 49.30, which puts us relatively close to the all-time high that we put in here on Tuesday.
Love it.
But we'll see what happens.
Nice, Johnny. Love that opening range trade John's known for. It's our 100th episode, folks. So we have giveaways throughout the day. Stay tuned throughout the day. We know what's coming up. Fire drill, all that good stuff. We'll be giving away some trading combines throughout the day. Stay tuned. We got your back. Thank you. We've got 8,500 watching right now. Get those likes up, subscribe, all that good stuff while you watch some of the best traders in the world trade here on TopstepTV. Rips, how's that trade looking?
Right now, we're getting a little pullback here, so taking a little bit of heat on this, but I have my stop pretty low on this. I'm willing to take a bit of heat on the account that I'm trading right now. We had a trade earlier, so the account has it's up 1,800 in the profit. So having a little bit of heat doesn't bother me so much right now. So I'm willing to take just a touch of heat. My stop's all the way down at 32. I'd be willing to add into this if we actually show some strength, somewhere between 40 and 55 here in the NQ. Right now, the S&Ps are also having a little bit of struggle here, but I do think that we can have a really nice blowout if we get above some certain key levels here. So I'm not out of the trade yet, just taking a little bit of heat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Johnny, you peeled off one. You still got one riding, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. I love that open
I'm
range trade.
I'm looking for the market to hold the high of the opening range and this trend line from the triangle formation that we formed over the last couple of days. And all right, so we just got stopped out on that. So we'll see what happens as the day goes on here. I'm not really pleased that I moved that stop to that level. But again, all we've seen above this trend line so far is rejection. So, and then we did open in range and in value. Most of the time that's going to kind of put me as let's let that opening range and the initial balance kind of establish itself before looking for really any decent opportunities. As far as my P&L is concerned, it is $154.
I love it, dude. First trade of the day.
Let's go.
Little chicken dinner. Dolby, taking a look at tilt in crude, 87% staying strong long. As the market continues to rally, 77.12 trading crude. Eddie, you know what I come to you for every time about this day. What do we got on tap for eco numbers, economic releases?
Eco. In 22 minutes here, we got pending home sales month over month. The prior was 0.0. They're looking at a 1.5. Also, pending home sales index for December. We also do have the coming out at 10:30 today, Atlanta Fed GDP. And of course, at 12 o'clock high noon, U.S. Baker Hughes rate count. So I'll give you the 5-minute warning when we're getting close to this pending home sales.
Thank you. What time's pending home sales again? 9 o'clock?
Coming up here, top of the hour, 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, Reps, what are we seeing in these markets, man? Everyone wants to hear from you. Just
I ended up getting stopped out on that trade, so I'm looking for a second entry. Just want to let this develop a little bit more. We didn't get what we were looking for on that trade, which was a clear up and over of 570 there. So we got stopped out on that trade. We took a loss. We're down to being up $1,300 in the profit on that account. So I want to let this opening range develop a little bit more. If I see something on the tape change, I may jump into a trade here. But for the time being, just got stopped out and just kind of letting the Magnificent Seven speak to us and develop here. Choppy kind of range-bound trade here off the open as expected.
Yes, and as you always do, Rips, make sure you keep us abreast of what's going on with the Magnificent Seven.
Please do.
Absolutely. It is a little bit choppy here. Tesla, surprisingly, is showing some upside action this morning. We do see Google kind of waffling around. Amazon, probably the strongest of the bunch, if not Meta. Meta was turning up a little bit off the open, but it has since pulled back. Apple and Microsoft still kind of chopping sideways. We don't have monthly options expirations today, but we do have, just the regular weeklies expiring. So that can add a little bit of lack of continuity across the board in the Magnificent Seven. I do think that we're going to see increased options volume going into Tesla today, simply because people are seeing this as a value when it's below 200, even though I think it can go much lower. So I do think that we have potential to see a little bit of divergence between the Magnificent Seven stocks, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on that throughout the morning here.
Rips, do you find sometimes that watching all that maybe confuses some things for you? I mean, when I look at too much stuff, I just get lost. I get, well, as Anne Marie calls it, kerfuffled.
I like kerfuffle. That's a great word right there. No, for me personally, I have it up on one separate screen over here, and it's pretty concise. It's very much, I can look at it at a moment's notice and kind of get a temperature on things. And remember, I'm looking for confluence here. So if one of the names is skittering to the top side and everything else is dumping, and the NQ is still waffling around, that's not really an advantage trade for me. So I'm using that information of the confusion of everything kerfuffling around there. I'm using that to my advantage to not take a trade and lay off in that sense. So it's always helpful just to have it off on a side screen and watch that. You can use a bunch of different indicators if you're looking for confluence, but this for me is paramount when I'm trading the NASDAQ here.
Okay, that makes sense. If there's nothing that clearly speaks to you from looking at all that information, it's a no trade.
Exactly right. Yeah. The thing about the NQ and when you're trading these equities, futures, you really want to look for confluence across the board. That's going to give you the best indication that we're going to have the trade driving in a certain direction. And when we're trading equity futures, we're looking to capture pieces of the trends and not really get chopped apart here. So when we have chop like this, obviously you want to be laying off. But when we have confluence where maybe all of the Magnificent Seven all start to tool to the downside, then maybe we're going to be looking for a short as long as we see perhaps the S&Ps rolling over in tandem with that. Because remember, the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, they share the names. Like Apple and Microsoft are both the number 1 and 2 weight in both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. So when you have maybe Microsoft and Apple both trending to the downside and the S&Ps trending to the downside, maybe the NASDAQ is lagging a little bit, but you can probably take a short on that, betting that we will catch up to that speed and we will see that confluence come across the board. So there's a lot of different things that you can look at. It's helpful to have this stuff on your screen, because if you don't, I feel like you're missing a little piece of the market there.
Sure. Right. And thank you for that. I mean, where I think myself, and I'm sure many others are trying to get a kind of a sense of your method to your madness here.
Yeah, I get that question a lot. We use all sorts of different concepts, but more often than not, we're looking for concepts to all align, whether it's a trend line, whether we're using smart money concepts, momentum trading, order flow reading, or just confluence across the board. We want to have confluence across all of these things that we're watching.
Yeah, I'm personally feeling like this move to the upside off the opening range, above that trend line in the S&Ps. Starting to feel like a little bit like a momentum trap, trapping a few longs up at the high there. There's these breakouts. They're so full of traps and trickery that I think we're doing the right thing here, Rips, and just kind of chilling out, waiting for a little bit more information from these markets, and certainly let us know about that Magnificent Seven.
I would have really liked to see the bulls taking control of the S&Ps over 49.24, and that may still be in the cards, but we need liquidity to get up there. So this might be a liquidity grab to the downside. I'm kind of kicking myself that I had my stop a little bit too tight there, and I may have wanted even to add into the NQs there at the lows, but I'm going to wait to see if we have clear confirmation of sweeping these liquidity pools up above 49.25 of the S&Ps, and that would coincide with what we're watching on the NQs above basically 570 right now.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Got some breaking news here. Not only is it our 100th episode, we just hit 60,000 subs.
Whoa. Wow, we're cooking today, man. 100th episode, 60,000, 9,000 people watching. Get those
9,000.
Wow. Wow. I'm a little nervous now, Dolby.
When was the last time you were in front of 9,000 people, huh?
This is the first. This is the first. Let's let these guys cook, keep trading. Hey, Dolby, just update you on crude 98. I'm sorry, it was 90%. Now we're 82% long in the tilt. ES 50-50, NASDAQ 50-50 as well. Hey, Johnny, what kind of levels are we looking at in ES? I know Rips was talking about the 49.24, trying to get above that. We're going to need liquidity to get above that. Anything above 49.24, John?
Yeah, I was just going to take a look at crude oil. I mean, we were talking on the opening call this morning about value rejection from yesterday. I'm hoping that Deanna has kind of seen that value, we opened in value and we rejected right away, and the market is continuing to the upside. I think that there's more room to the upside in crude oil, just technically speaking, but in the S&Ps, we were kind of, well, I mean, to me, this trend line right here, that's basically the top trend line from the triangle that we formed since Wednesday's session, inside day yesterday. Was really kind of looking for that as kind of a go no go area, and the market opened. The opening range was just below it. The opening range remains the low of the day. I'm kind of thinking that this market, as long as it can hold that opening range, is going to continue to the upside. But as far as levels, we've got our overnight low, which is 49.2875. We've seen that we have some liquidity above here, 49. There's that 49.27, 49.30. I think there was some pretty decent volume up there. We're seeing the liquidity to the upside. If we can hold this level and the opening range, I like the idea for long. So the overnight high would be an interesting spot here. What was that? That was, again, 49.2875. From that, we've got the all-time high that we put in on Wednesday, which is 49.33. And there's all kinds of all kinds of stuff. 49.25 was something that we were looking at yesterday that actually kind of put in the high. 49.60 above the all-time high is the next level that I would be looking for some sort of targeting of price. As far as below is concerned, we open inside range, we open inside value. We reject a price higher than this level, value high from yesterday, kind of lines with that, 49.23. We reject that. The move would be for a move all the way back down to the low trend line here, and that takes us by that time relatively close to value low from yesterday, which is 49.06. 49.06. And then, that's yesterday's value low. And then, if we can't hold this level, this trend line, which was very magnetic, there's, this is a really good demand zone if we do get down there. But this upper trend line goes off the previous all-time highs. It's where the market targeted on this big move to the upside last Friday. I mean, by the regular trade, by the extended trading hour close, it had traded virtually right to that level, magnetic to it, breaking out above it, holding above it, now forming some sort of a balance here. So we got to watch the extremes of this balance in the S&Ps in a kind of a longer time frame for any bigger opportunities. Shorter time frame opportunities are always around, and Rip seems to be the man to be looking for those shorter time frame, liquidity grabs and all that stuff. So that's this time frame that Rips trades in, and a lot of folks trade in, is relatively new to me. So I'm trying to pick up all I can. Rips, thanks again.
I love it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is a great time frame to be focused on, especially if you're trading a scalpier mindset. If you're trading scalpier scalps on the NQ, you want to be looking at a lower time frame. You can devise certain areas of liquidity in the market when you're looking at those higher time frames, but then trading on something as low as the 5-minute chart or even the 3-minute chart, you can get down pretty low and just looking for areas and pockets of liquidity where there's going to be price action. Right now, I'm attempting a short in the NQ, looking for a break because we are seeing a little bit of heaviness. We're seeing the S&Ps bouncing off the 50 moving average right now, but we do have the VWAP nestled right below 49.16. So if we were to encroach below that and flush that VWAP, I do think that we would have potential downside pain in that. The level that I'm watching to break on the NQ is 37.5. If we sweep below 37.5, we do have a level wrestled below, just tucked beneath at 523. That's sort of my confirmation level, because if we draw liquidity through 523 and we show weakness, maybe a retest of 37, then I would potentially see this market going lower. But again, this has to line up specifically with, we have to get the 50 EMA giving out on the S&Ps. We have to have Apple continue to roll here. We have to have Microsoft pick a direction to the downside, and we have to have the S&Ps breaking that 49.16 VWAP there to the downside. The reason why I'm kind of leaning now to the short side here after the auction is been open up here for about 20 minutes. The reason why I'm leaning to the short side here is because we had such a snappy draw of liquidity up towards 611.25. And that was a level that I was watching because that was a low print of a candle back on Thursday that showed up. And when I was watching the order flow in that area, we had a lot of vehement buyers stepping up. So if we knocked that level out earlier on the print this morning and we found strength at that level, I'd be looking for more trades for longer term to the long side. But because we rejected off that level and we haven't even come close to finding that liquidity back in this market yet this morning, I am now leaning towards the short side for this market to roll.
Okay, I can see that. If you, I'm watching that VWAP on the S&Ps too, but so far the Nasdaq has traded both sides of the opening range, and it's currently wrestling with that VWAP here in the Nasdaq. The one major difference that I'm seeing, everybody in Rips, if you'll go to my charts here, the S&P has put together a triangle formation. The Nasdaq is more of a bear flag. I could certainly see this market pulling all the way back to the bear flag, which takes us basically back to last week's high, 17,471, and a couple of naked points of control down here, and without breaking any kind of market state in a range bound or in this bull flag. Bull flags, you're looking to buy the low here for a rotation back through and a potential breakout to the upside. They're hard to trade, but I think if we do get that pullback down here, number one, Rips, you mentioned 17,523. 17,525 is weekly kickoff high here. I think it is. I got to remember. Yeah, 525 is weekly kickoff high. So I'm looking for it to hold that level as well.
For me, that's kind of the trigger point for me to look for the short side there, because if we do flush below that, we look for a retest. We want to have liquidity drawn below that, and then that becoming a huge level of resistance, and that would really key us in to have a nice short side there. So I think we're really in tune here with the levels and what we're looking at here, even though we're on kind of a little bit opposite side of thesis where I'm with you on both sides, because if we do flush that level, we would be going much lower, and we could go low without disrupting market structure, as you've said. But we can also find a way to draw enough liquidity down there that we could sweep the highs once more, targeting that 611.25 to the top side. But right now, what I'm looking at across the board right now is just a lot of weakness out of the Magnificent Seven, specifically NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA should have been holding over the 610s today, and it's just not finding that strength right now. And so if you have a lot of people that are possibly buying into puts today in NVIDIA because it's so pumped up after their earnings, after what we've seen lately in the AI and chips and everything, you can have a lot of people buying puts. And when you're buying a lot of puts, the dealers who are selling those puts to you have to short the underlying to keep their gamma neutral, to stay hedged in the market. So a lot of dealers selling NVIDIA at the market today could cause it to roll, and that's the kind of momentum that could sweep us to the downside here. So that's what we're looking for.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, Dolby, real quick, I see we got crude making new highs for the day, ripping higher while tilt has been long. What do you got going on over there in crude there, Dolby?
Crude did indeed broke out of a 5-minute range recently, pushing at 77.20s. I'm a big fan of evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s in crude oil. I think those are typically pretty interesting levels for just bounces and resistances. I had some orders in at 77 and 76.99, hoping to kind of get a little run of that 5-minute range. I did not get filled. It did find the resistance became support right at about 77.05 and has used that to push to the upside. Should be interesting to see if you get above 77.30 and then above that 77.50. I am not interested in shorting crude oil right now. It can be a very tricky market to get long because it can really trend pretty strongly, and it looks like one of those strong trend days. I think Deanna is in chat as well, another great crude oil trader who is on this show. Looking forward to be on with you at one point in time. We'll see.
Yes.
See if we got crude oil takeover. Today's not
crude
today,
crude oil takeover is right. Hey, Dolby, can you remind us what the news was that's fueling this rally?
Geopolitical unrest. Houthi rebels in the Red Sea are shooting missiles, and it's forcing essentially tankers to sort of redirect, and it's upping the cost of insurance, security. I mean, have you ever seen some of these ships who are traveling through the Red Sea? They have armed guards, they have barbed wire, they actually travel in caravans now. So all of that stuff sort of just adds up, and then you get tension in the Middle East, and all of a sudden crude oil is going to start spiking in price. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, very geopolitical driven market. Unlike, say, the indices, the Middle East, you have China, even the Canadian dollar, all going to impact crude oil pricing.
Good stuff, Dolby. Good stuff. Hey, Rips, how's that short looking?
We added into it, and we are seeing a nice profit right now, up currently about $1,000 in this trade. I'm going to cover one lot here on the bid and get paid.
So that's
covered two there.
VWAP.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm moving my stop now just above break even.
25. Got it. I see it now.
Yeah, that flush through 23 and a retest right above it was looking real nice. So I'm trying to give my stop enough room to breathe here, but that brings our account back up. We were down $1,300. We were up $1,300 in the account. Now we're up almost $2,000 after that trade there.
Nice.
Very nice, guys.
And we just got stopped out on that bounce right there.
Always, of course. Yeah, we got a number here in about 5 minutes. When we get that number, we'll throw it to Eddie. Eddie's going to keep us posted. Eddie, what was that number again? What do we got coming out here? U.S. pending home sales. I know keep us in tune there, so make sure to be agile and nimble. Yep. Sorry, Eddie. Yeah, 5 minutes, right?
We got 5 minutes and 46 seconds.
Okay, I will throw it back to you when we get there. All right, so Rips, you're flat then?
Yeah, back to flat. I'm just curious. We have a lot of folks here in the chat. If anybody caught that to the short side, go ahead and drop a W in chat. I'm curious if anybody else saw the same thing that I was seeing to catch that to the short side here. Let's get a temperature on the room.
I like that. If you got those W's, throw in the chat. Yeah, W check.
We're going to get a lot of them, if I had to guess.
Nice. Look at all those W's.
Yeah, look at that.
Awesome. Look at that. Wow. Right on. And you know what we call that, as we always do here, Andre?
That's
What's that, buddy? Secure that bag, dude. It's my man, dude. It's Friday. Let's make that money. Capital Preservation Friday. It's our 100th episode. While we're at it, let's make some money. Look at all those W's in the chat, man. Look at that. Everyone's getting
5 minutes
Yeah.
remaining.
Good to see. 5 minutes. Thank you, Eddie. As we look around, just take a recap of tilt. Boy, starting to see some short. Well, here we go. All right, we got crude 83% long, 63% short in the ES, 62% short in NASDAQ. We continue to break. It's kind of range bound right now, Johnny. We're starting to break beneath that 200 moving day in the NASDAQ. We're right at VWAP in the S&Ps. I think we're just going to sit on our hands for the time being, right, and see if this market breaks out one way or another.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching it here at VWAP. I'm looking at a 30-minute chart. I should probably shorten up my time frame here because I want to see it show some signs of resistance. So far, I think it's a little too early for me to see that, but so we're just going to keep an eye on it here, and I really want to get active and trade and make some dough here, but I'm again, I feel like I'm stuck between two time frames.
Johnny, if you're on the 30-minute, what I would recommend is perhaps jumping down to the 15-minute. It's not that big of a jump. It's half the time frame, but it's also a good place to start because, it's good to tool down 2 time frames lower. If you're trading on the 4-hour, or if you're charting your trades on the 4-hour, it's good to then trade on a 15-minute. If you're charting on the 1 hour, you can trade down on the 5-minute. So, I don't think you'll experience that much of a shift. And remember what we talked about yesterday when we were here for Back to the Futures yesterday. We were talking about, price is fractal. So just use the same exact techniques that you're used to using. You're a very, very talented trader.
In a shorter time frame.
Just changing that time frame and just convincing yourself that you're still looking at that higher time frame. And I think that'll be the hot ticket to start getting in a little bit more of these the volatile trades. I will say this though, Hoag, that the openings lately have not really been super advantageous for putting on trades where we're having breakouts or breakdowns in the price. We've had a lot of chop and slop. So being patient and waiting for those ranges to develop is always a good thing.
Yeah, true. No, it's the thing about the opening range trade is it's really streaky. You'll see it happen 8 out of 10 days, and then you won't, and then it won't play out for the next 10.
That's right.
But when it plays out, it's worth so much. It's like if you don't take it, if you pick the day you're not going to take it, that's the day it's going to work. Right.
Exactly.
So we took a small profit on today. I limited the risk on this second contract. It paid me a little bit. If the opening range was still the low of the day today, and I was still in that trade, we would be moving probably much higher. But we didn't. So
Right.
it was still a small profit. Limited the risk, and now we know the opening range didn't quite work out. And we're looking for other opportunities now. I want to see if this market still continues to hold above VWAP. The VWAP is, kind of tilted higher. And, if that's the case, then it would be more supportive than a big, or some sort of a breakout to the downside. We'll see what happens here.
Yes,
I'm looking for something. Believe me, I'm looking for something.
I'll
keep this interesting.
Hoag's wants to sling some size today, man. Yesterday you said I'm slinging 5 last today. It's a big Friday for us. All right, Eddie, we got about 1 minute till the number. I'll throw it to you when we get close. We're looking, not much liquidity in the S&Ps here, John. You know that we're always looking for those paper orders, not seeing much upside or downside. I think someone said there's 600 lots sitting somewhere above. I don't see where that is quite yet, but as we know, we got 265 at 49.25. Nothing crazy above that. So, like we say, we're always looking for these paper order, these blocks, and the market likes to gravitate towards them. Not seeing a whole lot right now. With that being said,
you look at the dome. Usually there's at least 100 on every bid and offer.
Yeah, why
right
so
now we're at 60, 70, 50, 60, 70. Well, once in a while we'll see 100, maybe 200. It's thin because it's PCE day. People are used to seeing big moves on PCE day. Yep. I don't think anybody's is confident in anything that they're thinking about doing right now.
Eddie, let's go to you. What do we got? U.S. pending home sales. What do we got?
Got a number hitting the hot wire here right now. U.S. pending home sales are looking at a 2%. Home index prior was 71.6. Coming in at 8.3%. in the U.S., pending home sales change month over month. Big change from the 2% they expected. And coming in, U.S. Pending home index 77.3. So there you have it. Next number we're looking at is our 12 o'clock here, Baker Hughes rate count. And we will be having also 10:30 Atlanta Fed GDP.
Nice. Thank you very much. As you see, the markets get super thin. Boy, NASDAQ is very thin. Rips, it's a wild ride. It's a buck and bronco over there.
Yeah, it was a little bit wild here. I also want to chime in and say for the pending home sales year over year coming in a lot hotter than expected, negative 1% flat. The expectation was negative 4.3% for the year over year. So pending home sales, even though they're down, they are hotter than what the expectation was. So I think that might stir the markets up a little bit as well, kind of being in line with the PCE data where we had personal spending up a little bit hotter than was expected. But yeah, somebody asked me here in chat what the time frame is that I'm looking for the Magnificent Seven. Usually my time frame is going to be on the 15 minutes. Sometimes I will drop it into a 5-minute chart, but I have them all correlated on one screen here. So if I change time frames in one of those charts, it's changing them in all of them. And again, it's really just to get that temperature, kind of like how you have on my screen right here, where you can see the hourly high, hourly low. I can see very specifically where we're trading between these hours. Right now, we're building that new hourly high, hourly low as we are chopping in this very, very tight range. I do want to ask Hoag, have you noticed that the delta is practically neutral in both the S&Ps and the NAS today?
Nice call.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask.
Yeah.
Zero? We're looking at zeros, guys?
Yeah, we're negative 1,200 in the S&Ps is what I'm seeing, and positive 400 in the NASDAQ. No major moving going on here as far as we can tell from the delta.
Yeah, not really much delta divergence either.
Uh-oh.
Time for a celebration!
What do we got, Eddie?
Congratulations. Well, it is time here. We're going to be, we've got a giveaway coming up here right now. But first.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
100. 100.
100.
100.
Keep up the groove, excitement and soul. TopstepTV has hit a goal. 100 episodes with an all-star cast. Education and knowledge we know will last. We thank you all our traders and friends to keep us busy with market trends. It's just the beginning, so much in store. So please stay tuned because we got so much more.
Eddie, what does that mean, man? What are we doing, Eddie?
We're going to be giving away, we've got here, let's do it. We're going to post the link up above, and we've got combines. Yes. Just to let you know here, we're going to be doing combines here, having a random drawing. So for 100K combines, and first 100, we're going to do it randomly. And if you do check your email next Wednesday for a free 100K trading combine. So the link is being posted. Do not forget the link. We're going to have it up there just for a little while here. So make sure that you are checking that form and filling it out.
We'll be doing it throughout the day, too. This won't be the first one or the last one. But there's more to come throughout the day. Stay tuned. It's appreciation. It is our 100th episode. Almost 10,000 people watching. I'll be damn, man. We've come a long way. I believe we have something in store to see how far indeed we have come from maybe our first few episodes to where we are now. We've come a long way, Colby. We've come a long way, man.
Oh, yeah. I cannot wait to see that video. I think chat is going to absolutely love it. It is.
Yeah, they're gonna have a field day with that one, and as they should, man. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. But yes, it's been a hell of a ride, and it's much appreciated. Yeah, stay tuned. We got some fun stuff in store for you throughout the day. Resets, combines, all that stuff, man. 100th episode. Wow, here we are, and it's a Friday, so let's have some fun.
And don't forget about the jumpy castle. We got to get the jumpy castle.
Bounce castle, the bounce house.
Bouncy castle.
Sure to sign your waivers before you get in.
If Patak was here making us all sign waivers before that thing.
100%.
That's a Patak touch. I need you guys to sign the waivers right now. Anyway, back to the markets. Crude still. What's going on over in crude, Dolby? I haven't taken a look.
I'm in one. I'm in the game. I'm in this party right now. I'm along 77.05 in the CL. We've gotten so far favorable price action, risking 200 to make about 350, maybe 400, depending how it goes. So we're 2-1, 2-1 in a CL trade. Nice to be able to trade CL.
I missed you. You missed CL, and CL missed you, Dolby. Yesterday, Power Hour. Real quick, just to give you a quick preview of what we got in store for the rest of the day. We got Ben and Hoag coming up for Shoulder Tap at 10:30. Myself, Dolby, and Isaac for Power Players at 11 o'clock. Jack with Sarah H. and Brooke and Top Quiz. Hoag and JD group coaching. Hoag, do we need any more questions? Are we good to go there?
Well, we can always use more questions, but unfortunately, we get so many questions where we're kind of unable to get through all of them. So when we, if we are thin on questions, we always go back and answer some of the questions that we weren't able to get to. So and I also talked about, we talk about Delta, we talk about all this stuff, and there were questions yesterday. I showed everybody how I collect the information, and I was going to show them yet again a stark example of how open interest, volume, price action, delta, and direction can, number one, keep you out of trouble, and number two, give you opportunities to profit in this. Now, this was a very stark example. I've put it up there before, but I think a lot of people are still having questions about that, and a lot of people haven't seen that yet. So thought maybe we would include that in the session today. So some really cool information for you today.
Love that. Good stuff. Hey, Rips, we're seeing some action on the downside here in NASDAQ. You were short. I don't know if you still are short if you're flat, but we are seeing some movement to the downside here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're short right now. I'm trying to manage this position as we are looking for that 500 flush down. So trying to see if we can peel off here into this flush rate as we're running into that. So people are front running this 500 level right now. So I want to try to manage this position and see if we can get some downside wrestled out of here.
Everything is rolling over right now. I mean, gold is eating it a little bit. CL feels kind of heavy. Everything okay. These markets are kind of hurting a little bit.
Yeah, we're starting.
CL is hanging in there, baby.
CL came off the highs. It is hanging in there. Dolby, what was your trade in CL over there?
Long 177.05 with about a 9-tick stop. So
in the money.
Risk is tight, but ideally, because of this range and the way it's working, based on what my theory is, it really shouldn't get all the way down here. So we're gonna let it run, and we want to get out of the range break. That's it. We're looking for more upside.
Awesome, good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Hey, we just want to remind you
the mistake that I made yesterday, where you average up in a position, and then it ruins your average price. So we're gonna keep it easy with one.
Yes, we are. How are we managing that, Rips? Talk to us, man. I know you got a trade on. If you need to focus on the trade, by all means, let us know. But I know people love watching you work these trades, manage your position, so on.
Ended up getting stopped out of that. It's it's trying to manage the position and trying to do this is also a little bit difficult. So trying to find time to talk about it without interrupting anybody is also, it's just a little bit difficult. And I try to tend to trade a little bit less when I'm on the program here, but if we get some good trades on, I try to jump in whenever the timing's right.
Love that. Hey, real quick, just want to remind everyone, we got 10,000 people watching. All these trades that we make are real trades with real P&Ls, real accounts, full transparency. We're an open book here at TopStep. None of this 20 account BS. We got 20 things, 20 different accounts, 20 different trades, and we'll pick the one account and we'll show you that one that's winning. These are all real trades, live traders, real money. We're transparent. We show your positions, all of that. This is the real deal, folks. 10,000 of you guys are watching. We really appreciate it. And I think you guys trust us like we trust you. So again, thank you very much for watching. Really appreciate it. Max, stop putting that in the chat. Anyways, come on, Max. I'm doing a show here. 80% long in crude. What do we got here? Dolby, I know you're long from what, 06, 07 over there in crude?
05.
05, thank you, man. Take it for a second here.
And just we were just hanging out with CL. Oh, man. But it's good. We have a nice little range here. I like playing ranges, so we just want this little range to resolve, either break out to the upside, and if it's not in our favor, it'll break out to the downside. So that is what I like seeing. I did see some nice stuff in NASDAQ. I think you stuck along down here at the bottom looking for a breakout or a break back up to the upside. Probably would have been a pretty nice order. It does seem like buyers longer term have been okay coming in at like 20 evens around there. A little stop run previously. Rips, is that where you got stopped out at? That little pullback after the rundown?
Yeah, pull back up towards 37.5. So I'm looking to see if this is going to be weak up towards 37.5 and find possibly another extension back to the downside. But we're just kind of chopping around here. So no trades are on right now, just kind of eyeing this area of chop. We've had a lot of similar price action this entire week where even though the market will trend down, it's not without some big reflexes, 30, 40, 50 handle reflexes back up to the top side, even though the general trend is to the downside. And just speaking about NQ, of course.
Right.
Johnny.
I'm going to flatten my crude oil trade. I'm not a huge fan of the price action. It's taking a little bit too long for my liking. But that did put me up on the day. I think 20 bucks on the trade. So now I'm up $9.74 after scratching some micros earlier while I was trying to play.
Positive is good.
Typically, when I do this is when crude oil wants to break out. So we'll see if the market is going to embarrass me in front of 10,000 people for trusting my instincts. But that's how the market works. But that felt to be the right decision at the time. We'll see what ends up happening here.
I got a question for you guys. In this type of market, I was thinking about this the other day randomly when I was on one of my walks or whatever. And, during shoulder tap, we talk about, some of these traders that have these long hold times. And I'm thinking to myself, isn't this market essentially just a scalping market? I don't understand how you could have these long hold times. And more power to them for those that do. But Rips and Hoag and Dolby, I'll ask you guys, how is this not a scalping market these days with where the market state is? We're in these trades for 3, 4, 5 minutes. How is there any way but to be a scalper in these types of markets?
Well, one of the ways, if I'm looking at the NQ this morning off that print, we had a level all the way up at 611.25. So if you're short from that level, you can kind of let that trade work and leave that on because your stop is getting nowhere, being close to hit. So if you have a bigger picture idea in your trade for something like that, yeah, you can definitely keep your trade on. But if you're actively trading in this range, it does make it increasingly difficult, especially if you're moving and trailing your stop behind your position, because generally you're going to get ticked out in those types of trades. So very, very difficult if you're trading it outside of the extensions of the range. 611.25 would have been an amazing, amazing entry. And if you were short from that, still kind of difficult to hold from it because we had that flush down to 537.5. We bounced from that level. So traders might be trying to look for an exit once we see that reversal. But it's one of those things that if you're looking to capture a trend on a day like today, you have to be at the further extensions of the range. So we might be seeing that 500 front run may be the thing that was the best entry for the long side this morning. So again, it's very difficult. It's easier to be scalping these markets because you can be right for 20 seconds and then immediately wrong when the price goes against you.
Right. Yes.
Looks like that CL made a fool out of me. Flattening might have been the wrong decision, but talk about journaling here. So I'm going to take some notes.
What do we got, Dolby? What's the sound? What's it look like, Dolby?
Well, number one is do not average up. So that one can mess up your entries. Obviously, there are some caveats there, but you watched yesterday. You know why I say do not average up, because it messed up my entry. And I had right direction, but wrong trade. So that was really frustrating. My second note is going to be, just respect the pattern. And the market can make you feel ways that are not true, right? It can, if you're reading the action, and if you trade shapes on the chart, just trade the shapes on the chart or trade, I would think, like what you're feeling. But, I mix the two, and it's like oil and water. I just need to pick the one. Either just let the structure play out or trust the instincts and try to do it like that. But I'm a structure guy, so that's what I'm going to write down is just respect structure and let that kind of guide your trade. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out.
Andre, excuse me, Dolby.
Yeah, Johnny.
One of the things that Dolby said, that you said was the market will make you feel ways that aren't true, and that is absolutely 100% positive. And you said, well, the market's making a fool out of me. It's not. It's there's nothing that the market can do to you that can make a fool out of you. You make a decision. You manage the risk. It either works or it doesn't. But it does have that tendency to make you feel like you're wrong, dumb, smart, not handsome enough, not pretty enough, whatever it is. The market has that tendency, but it's not true. And you were so right in saying, makes you feel a certain way, and most of it's not true.
Right. Yeah, And it's tricky. I think like a lot of new traders, go through that, especially if you're trading alone and you don't have anyone to bounce feedback off. It's why it's great to be a part of a trading community or have some trading buddies, just so you can sort of have an outlet. And your emotions in trading might not necessarily, be true. The market can trick you, or some of the emotions you might have might be coming from outside sources that aren't even present with you in the moment while you are trading. That gets a little bit deeper into psychology, but it is stuff that will impact your P&L. Most people are probably fine losing their daily loss limit for the day, but it's not themselves who are judging. It's whoever they have in the peanut gallery in their head who's saying that they're not good enough. There might be some circumstances in which that is you, very truly, but most of the times it's probably someone else in your head, in your past, who's judging you so strictly.
Yeah,
They're treating yourself unfairly.
My peanut
nerve
gallery
anybody
in
in
my
chat.
head
I'm so sorry.
is my peanut gallery in my head is really vicious.
Oh yeah.
What's it sound like, Hoag? What's it sound like up there?
I'm constantly being booed. No, but it's something I've learned to deal with, right? I know that
they're not booing. Those are the haters.
Yeah. I have my inner trolls.
Yeah, we got them. Yeah, they'll get you one way or another. Guys, yeah, I'm not going to lie. These equities kind of seem to be taking a breather, doing a little barcoding here, looking at the 5-minute. With that being said, Eddie, what do we got? We got anything out there?
I'm taking a look here right now. James, we got some news coming up here.
We do. And with Jack out for the day, James will be the one to pick the news. So know it.
What you got?
What do we got?
We're
James?
talking about video games. Microsoft lays off 1,900 Activision Blizzard and Xbox employees after their merger. They have gutted their customer support team. Mike Ybarra, the president of Blizzard Activision, is out. Big things. I don't know what's going to come of this. I play World of Warcraft a lot, and this is going to directly impact me. So this is my market. This is my stock market. This is my NASDAQ, whatever you guys talk about.
Thank you, James.
Why are they doing it?
Yeah.
Cost-cutting measures like everything else.
Gotcha.
If you didn't see this next one coming, you're not paying enough attention. With the success of Barbie, Mattel is now making a Bob the Builder animated movie produced by Jennifer Lopez, starring Anthony Ramos. Yes.
Of course. Because of
I'm
course.
hoping for a dark and gritty look at the construction life, what it takes, the cuts, the cost, the labor, the sweat, the tears, the can we fix it? Yes, we can. And finally, my last news story, breaking news, crazy. You're going to love this one. Subway might be regretting its new meat slicers.
I saw that one.
I don't know if you're following this story. If you've ever been to Jersey Mike's or Jimmy John's or any of the other sub sandwiches, they cut the meat in front of you when you order it, right? But Subway historically has never done that. They pumped in tons of money to send slicers to all these places, and after tasting them side by side, the overwhelming result was we can't tell the difference. So spend a lot of money, piss off a lot of franchise owners to put these things in there, and you're just losing more and more. So go get your look at that. Look how delectable that looks.
Is that real? Is that real food? Oh my God.
I don't know. I once promised to eat a whole IHOP breakfast on camera. I'll eat this whole sandwich on camera too.
Deal. That's deal. Thanks, James.
I'm gonna pass it back to Eddie.
All right. Hey, John, how you doing on your bet with Michael?
100%, not a drop. I haven't even thought about it. No alcohol since New Year's Eve, and I'm going to make it. No problem. I may even go beyond February 1st. I don't know.
Wow.
Sleeping good. Lost a little weight.
You look good.
Thanks.
How many days has it been?
Well, today is the 26th, so today is day number 26.
Wow.
Hey, that's awesome.
And
What a way to start.
Yeah, those Kentucky snow cones, tempting, but good thing I was there that one day and just knocked that glass right out of your hand.
Ouch.
Whoa, there it goes. There it goes.
No, Johnny. No, Johnny. No.
Ooh, seal broke to the upside out of that 5-minute range. Wish I had stayed in the trade.
We're talking about
we're talking about
this is like a 4-decade record for me.
God bless.
26 days.
Is it really?
Incredible.
Good on you, Johnny.
It's a 4-decade record.
You sleeping better?
Hey, I got some more goodies here.
Uh-oh, what do you got?
Yes, I do. Hey, 2024 trading goals.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What's up?
Go ahead, Eddie. Yeah.
Come on, John.
2024 trading goals. It's not too late to set your trading goals for 2024. We're going to drop a form. Cortland's going to drop a form here in our chat for you, and Topstep team will make sure you are staying on track. Okay? And just remember, we've got more goodies to give away here today. So don't miss a minute of what we're doing here today. So I'm going to pass it back to you, Andre. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dolby, we've seen these crude rip higher here. Hey, John, if you don't mind taking a look at the crude chart or Rips. Rips, we haven't heard from you in a minute. Well, Rips, pull up a crude chart. If you're not in any trades, you're flat right now. You want to give us some levels. You've been pretty good with the levels lately. You don't mind take a peek here at the crude and tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, same levels that we had yesterday, 76.14 all the way up to 77.65. So if we do break above that 77.65, it has some room to run all the way to 79.70 right now. We're having a huge reversal right now off the VWAP and the S&Ps. And also NASDAQ seems to have found some lows, but we're coming up towards the tippy top of this volume shelf that we've been painting around, chopping around this morning. So markets are tooling back up after Tesla just had a very, very nice fade. Any trades for you there, Hoag?
Well, I'm just kind of looking at this. We're starting to see a negative delta in the S&Ps opposite direction here. We're negative 2,500 in delta.
Okay.
But I would like to see another opportunity at least back down towards VWAP, or if I see a substantial sustained breakout above this trend line that we're looking at, which comes in basically right around 49.20, 20 half, right where we are right now. That's what I'm really looking for is rejection or acceptance from that level. We've seen nothing but traps above it yet. So
yeah, I would like to see S&Ps start getting back above that the 49.22 halves there. That would be where we start to get a little bit of interesting pain for those shorts, those early shorts in the morning here.
We are seeing a little bit of liquidity, John. On the upside, we see 200 lot at 49.22. Maybe I'm getting a little desperate looking for some liquidity or some block orders here in the S&Ps. Nothing's really been popping off. Like you said, typically we see it's 100 up, 100 on the bid, 100 on the ask. I mean, we're seeing 50s. 50 up, 50. I mean, we're not seeing a whole lot here.
Right?
It's thin.
Starting to come in a little bit. We're starting to see hundreds in there now, but not close to price.
CL is 15 cents off daily highs.
15 cents got you.
Really pushing to the upside. That 5-minute range is finally broken out, and it is looking for a new place to balance. Looks like that place is going to be a lot higher.
It was 87% long Dolby in crude, almost 88% long crude. NASDAQ 76% long bias, according to Tilt. ES 63% long. So starting to see some people catch the move to the upside. Hopefully they capture some profits. They're long from an average price of 17,542. So they seem to be in the money right now with this move to the upside. Good to see. Hope everyone makes some profits off this move.
What's the average for those entries for the longs in the NQ and the S&Ps? I am curious about that.
NQ average long price is, I am seeing average long 17,543. 17,543 average long price for NQ, and for ES average long price of 4,918. Both are in the money currently.
Yeah, and I think that those are both the point of controls of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting. So what do you do? What do you make with? What do you do with that type of information, Rips, if anything, or is it just something that you note?
It's definitely something to note, but when you're looking at point of control, the markets tend to find that liquidity, and when we have a very defined bell curve like what we're looking at on this morning's price action, it sticks out in one place and one place only. The range of that curve is basically from in the NAS at least 513 all the way up to 560 and a quarter, somewhere in that range there. So when you're looking at that, you want to make note of where most of the transactions are taking place. When we break down or break out of that range, that's when we start to get folks who are offsides. So that's where you look for an advantage trade. I like being a breakout trader when we're looking at the point of control for that instance, because there's some openings where you'll have a defined point of control, but it will still be spread out. You won't have such one defined bell curve that you're looking at. And in the case of today, we are starting to break out now above that 60.25. If we had enough shorts being trapped in the lows there, this is something that could start to blow out. And again, we're at that 49.22 halves right now, almost where would be that breakout range of the S&Ps.
Absolutely.
Trying to get a little bit of a pullback to 21 to get into a small long here above that trend line. Off the 5-minute chart, it's kind of bumping up against the first standard deviation from VWAP, but I don't have to risk a lot because of this trend line. I'm just hoping it comes and gets me.
Yeah, we're coming up to settle
I'll
here.
come and get you. I'll pick you up.
A lot of people in the chat are asking for some reason, why are all the guys wearing suits? Why is everyone looking so fresh, especially Rips with his party jacket on? It is our 100th episode. It is our 100th episode here on TopstepTV. Day to celebrate. Like I said, we've got some giveaways. We've already dropped one form to give out, I believe, 100 trading combines. I think we have more to come very shortly. Throughout the day. We've got a lot of stuff coming for you throughout the day. We got some good stuff that production has made. We got some good content. We got some free resets. We got some combines to give out. Also, we bring to you the best traders, full transparency, real trades, real accounts, real P&Ls. No BS here, no fluff, no filler at TopstepTV. With that being said, Eddie, I am told we have a green light special coming your way. What do we got?
Oh, my goodness. We've got the green light here. And, of course, yes, we got some goodies coming up here. And what I want to say here right now is that we do have, we got another giveaway coming up here, you think? You think we got something coming up here? Yeah, we got the green light here. So,
Time for a celebration.
yes.
Oh, wow.
All right. So if you can, we got the link. We're going to be putting the link here up. Form 2. So the thing is, we're not doing the 4 forms. If you get the 1 form, that's fine. All right.
Yep.
We've got a lot of giveaways. You don't have to be in all of them if you miss them. But the thing is, if you miss any of them, you're going to regret it. We're going to be giving stuff away throughout the day. So make sure you got your brown bag lunch right next to you, your beverage, and a can, just in case you need to do something and not leave. But anyway, got those lunch in there. It's a bag lunch.
That's what we call it.
Yes,
There it
indeed.
is. Thank you, Rips.
There it is.
How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? I haven't talked to you in forever.
How you doing? All right.
Yep, form is pinned to the top of the chat. This is for trading combines, giving away some trading combines. There's more to come. Get in there, sign the form, and I believe we will get back to you next week on Wednesday.
Yes, Wednesday. Yes, the code will be next Wednesday for one free 100K trading combine. Yeah, we're
feeling generous
this
today.
up here.
We're feeling generous today. So, all right, with that being said, thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Danielle. All right, guys, 70% long ES, 77% long in NASDAQ, 84% long in crude. Markets are rallying. We just broke through settle in S&Ps. We are now positive on the day in the S&Ps. NASDAQ lagging behind, down 54 points. Looks like,
Crude oil on the up and up.
Up and up. How are we looking over there?
Hit
Is it really?
77.50. New
what is
daily
going on?
highs. Why did I flatten my trade chat? Why did I do it? Chat, you're supposed to help me not make these decisions. Reinforce good trading behavior. But we got a journal. We wrote it down.
Yes, we do.
Dear Diary.
Dear Diary. Today, I flattened a trade in front of 10,000. Yeah, so that would have been worth really good. So I was risking 9 ticks on the trade. It would have ended up being worth probably like 5 to 1, 4 to 1. You just held the trade. But I think that's something that we can all learn about. Like, how often do we find ourselves over managing positions and then either scratching it or maybe adjusting a stop, and then you're taking a loss on a trade that hasn't even resolved its structure yet, and then it just ends up going on without you. Like all the time. I mean, I think that happens frequently for new traders. Maybe for traders like Rips, you've probably beat that discipline or that bad discipline out of yourself by now. Is that right? Or you still experience that?
No, you beat it out of yourself. And by the way, we're up about $2,200 in a trade right now. I don't know if
Woo, Rips.
Silent
assassin over there. Silent assassin. Tell us what you did, Rips. Okay, let's listen. Well, all right, first touch on
peel off 6 into the offer there, leaving 3 as a runner. But
all right, touch on the trade, that you're good, and then touch on what Dolby was asking you to, if you could do both.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier when Johnny was questioning about that 22 level, and that was sort of our trigger point to go long. And we ended up taking that long there because things were really starting to squeeze. We talked about the volume shelf before the trade went on, talking about that clearly defined bell curve there. And when you have that bell curve kind of sticking out in one area and you have this opening range really, really tight, you have people that get trapped on one side. And when we're starting to push above that, we broke above that 60.25 level. That was my trigger point to start scaling into that position. So we scaled up to a total of 9 contracts in that position. And wow. Yeah, it worked out because we had a really nice breakout of that range, had shorts starting to panic cover. I did see shorts rushing bid to cover on that one. And something that you're really looking for is bids stacking up, chasing the price, and then bids disappearing and going to market orders. And that's a really strong bid to cover momentum trade that you can look at if you know that shorts are likely getting squozen is the correct term, I believe.
Squozen. That's a new one.
And that happens a lot.
Absolutely.
Hey Dolby, if you don't mind, would you ask Rips that question again about what you just experienced and how Rips? I think you're onto something good there. I wanted to hear what Rips' take was as we continue to rail here in Nasdaq and S&Ps.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question is just really for everybody. I mean, even for chat, and it's how often do you experience over managing a position? Because I know what's great about having a journal that you can go back and review your trades, and I could go back and look on this day and say to myself, this was a garbage day. I made terrible decisions. But really, if I go back, I really just made one decision that ended up costing a lot of money. And typically, I feel like a lot of us traders are really only turning one or two bad decisions into either a neutral or a positive decision to really get the P&L to switch around. But I was scared of risking, or I was essentially scared of losing 9 ticks or 20 ticks or whatever. But to squelch that fear, I gave up the opportunity to make, 40 ticks. And so that's kind of the question to Rips is, what do you do as someone who's been trading for so long to kind of get over that hump of just letting some stuff play out, accepting risk, and kind of taking that? I guess that's the question for you.
Yeah, you really want to look at each trade as an independent event, and you try to just roll with the punches. When you have a trade that doesn't go your way, it can be very, very difficult to kind of exclude that from your thoughts and not let it play into your psychology of the trade. It's a huge problem that I used to have in the first 3-4 years that I'd be trading. I would always have a little bit of an emotional bias carrying with me. I called it luggage, right? You're carrying along some negative luggage with you. Become sort of a baggage handler at the airport. And that's not what you want to be. You want to be somebody who has a clear mind and looks at each trade as an independent event. Even though I had, I probably took 2 losing trades here live in front of 10,000 people, but I kept chugging away, looking at the market in front of me and just seeing that this is a gorgeous setup and I'm not going to care about what the prior trades were that happened. Looking at that independently as its own risk event, calculating that risk when I'm putting on the position at a certain area of the market, thinking that we're going to have a certain resolution on that. If we're not, I'm going to first look at this is how many ticks I'm going to lose on. This is how much money I'm putting on risk, and calculating that before the trade even takes place. And once that trade goes on, that risk is calculated. So it makes it easy to carry the trade on with a level head. And that means you're not going into it with euphoria when you're winning, and you're not having depression when you're losing because you've mapped it out perfectly.
Right. That's awesome. And I hope Chad appreciates that bit of wisdom and advice right there from Rips. That's fantastic stuff. And I'm hoping to learn a thing or two while I'm on with Rips. It's been our fourth or fifth time.
Oh yeah. It's been great. Fantastic.
A little bit better every time. Right.
Making that sweet music. Making that sweet music.
Better.
Hey, Dante says here, Hoag says all the time, it's all about making the right decision. If you make the right decision, it takes a lot of the emotional instability out of it. And you always say, once you get into a trade, you don't get any smarter. Like, what do you mean by that, John, when you say that? Because it makes perfect sense. But I don't think people realize that sometimes, we actually kind of get dumber once you're in the trade.
I for sure get dumber when I'm in a
I do too, man.
Yeah.
Like,
100%.
I don't want to speak for everyone else, but the emotions start kicking in. You get hypersensitive, hyper aware of what's going on. John, why don't we get smarter when we're in a trade?
Because now we're at risk, and now we're probably more prone to make emotional decisions. Look at me. I just bought really close to the high in the S&Ps just because we broke out of the initial balance, just because I'm looking for this to continue similar to the way it's holding in the range extension in the NASDAQ. I'm not, this is bad trade location. This was not a good decision. And here we are, we're starting to take a little bit of a loss on it. If it goes back into the initial balance, I'll have to be out of it. And I'm okay with that. Is it a good decision? No. Was it planned beforehand? If we come back inside the initial balance, I'm probably going to want to get out of this trade. That was planned. So I don't have to worry about getting any smarter or dumber after I get into the trade, because there was reason for it. There was risk involved in it. And we don't know the outcome. Now I could say, if this is a loss, it was a dumb decision. Or I could say, if this ends up being a winner, well, that was a smart trade. Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it a dumb decision because it's a loss? Is it a smart decision because it was a win? Or is it a smart decision no matter what the outcome, because there was a distinct plan to take the trade, to manage the risk? I'm looking for the market in the S&Ps, take out the overnight high and maintain price above it. If it doesn't happen and I get back into the initial balance and I take a loss on this trade, it doesn't make it a bad decision.
No, it doesn't.
And it was planned beforehand. So that takes some of the not getting any smarter after you put the trade in away from the opportunity. But you always, if something were to happen right now and, so there was a change, I saw something in the market, it wasn't doing what I was expecting it to do, that would be something that, I would have to adjust on the fly. But it can't just be because, ooh, I'm afraid to take a loss, or, ooh, it's pulling back and taking some of my unrealized profit away from me. That's not a good decision. A good decision is, if it's pulling back, what is the reason it's pulling back?
Exactly.
What exactly would take you out of that trade if it pulled back? But it has to be not just because it's pulling back. Is there a reason? Did we get up against the overnight high and we weren't able to get through it? That might be something that I would look at to say, okay, I'm looking for it to get above it. Looks like it's struggling to get through it. Or maybe it does take it out and comes back below it. That might be enough to say, okay, well, that's not my expected behavior, so I can get out of this trade then. Now, if this thing turns into a huge winner, it doesn't make me a genius.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't, because there was a plan for this.
Exactly.
It could have very easily gone the other way. And because there was a plan for this, that kind of gives me the kind of plan for the trade, right?
Agree.
We haven't held above the overnight high. I'm going to give it a minute here to see if we get back above it, but I'm not going to risk a lot on this trade now, because my expectation is for price to largely maintain above the overnight high, take out this liquidity up at 49.30, and then take another look at it.
Well, we got
I don't want to risk a lot on it.
Okay, I see what you see now, John. We got 340 at 49.30. We're going to let you manage that. We're going to let you manage that trade in the meantime. I believe, Eddie, what do we got?
First, I want to say thank you for everybody that is attending this wonderful 100 episode at TopstepTV broadcast. And if you're just joining us here, we would really appreciate it if you'd hit that like button. We want to get this number way up. And, you know, John, sometimes you do think, and sometimes you just, it's blank.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
Yeah, I mean, that happens a lot.
Been there,
you know?
right?
And that's when
So
you got to take
I
that.
just got out of that trade because it looked above the overnight high, wasn't able to really maintain much time up there. We got a decent pullback off of it. Now, was that a good decision to get out of that trade? What if this market continues to race to the upside now? Was that a bad decision to get out of that trade? No, because that was the plan. I wanted the market to hold above the overnight high, which it did not. I can always get back in if I decide to, and that would be a decision based mainly on risk. So now, you know, maybe we do take out the overnight high. Maybe we do start spending some time up there. Then that overnight high can be an area that I might be able to limit risk against. It's pretty close to yesterday's high.
Absolutely.
But
Eddie, I think we got something. You got coming to something. What do we got? Hot streaks, maybe?
You know
what do we
what?
got?
We're going to bring our good friend JD in for our hot streaks.
Ooh, JD getting some airtime. What up, JD?
Here we go.
JD.
What's up?
What's up, JD?
Hey, welcome.
10,000 people, JD. We got 10,000 people watching. What do we got, JD?
You crazy guys. I was just thinking about that. Remember, Hoag, you remember 4 years ago, you, Danny, and I were toasting each other for breaking 100 viewers on the market forecast?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
10,000 today. Awesome. All right.
You
Let's
know,
pull those hot streaks up.
real-
What'd you say, Eddie?
I remember when we were looking at 100 signups or 100 people in chat when we were on the trading floor. We had a cake made and everything. I'm going to see if I can find that picture. Boy, come a long way, baby. What do you got, JD?
All right. Let's start with the funded hot streaks. No change in the list from yesterday. All the same names. Everybody extended their streak by a day. Swan, Joseph, Mateo, Robert, and Christian all got an extra day. I love seeing these guys jabbing at it, you know. Swan, 24 days, $4,000. What's that? $170 a day right around there. It's an extra 40 grand in your pocket every year. That is not peanuts, guys.
Nope.
All right, let's move on to yesterday's best P&Ls. We've got some big ones.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on. 36 G's? Damn.
Desmond F. We're going to talk about him in a little bit, too. He also crept into the top 10 list with that big 37K day yesterday. He also took a 10 grand payout yesterday.
Love to
Big
hear
day
that.
for Desmond. Alex is back in the top 5. You, John, and Eric. Big days all around. Great job, everyone. One live trader, John R. Rest XFAs. That's what we got. We'll be back with the top 10 list in a little bit, which is we're going to talk a little more about payouts and some of the big numbers these guys are putting up.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Good stuff, JD.
Big,
Good stuff.
big numbers.
Good
What's
stuff.
all yours longest streaks for trading? I think I did like 13 days. I think that was my streak when I was in the trading combine.
Good question. I do not know. Probably nothing more than 10. Yeah, I don't know. It's
Still
I'll
a good
take it.
number.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad, but it's nothing like these 23 days. I don't know. That's a full month of trading. That's a full month. That's pretty damn good.
You gotta be so
And,
for that. Go ahead, Eddie.
I wanted to add here that there's a lot of people out there, and a lot of people are always requesting, hey, any job openings at Topstep? Well, yes. We've got lots of opening positions at Topstep right now, including customer support reps. We've got both daytime and overnight shifts. So check it out and see if there's something that sort of lines up with what you like, and be part of the ultimate Topstep team. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, sir. The chat is requesting, hey, Daddy Rips, talk to us. Daddy, will you talk? I had to. You know you saw that, too. Don't act like you didn't see that.
I actually missed that one. I didn't.
Yeah,
I
I'll
didn't see
bet
the
you
Daddy
did.
Rips compliment there. I
bet
did
you
not
did.
see that
We're
coming on
speeding
through.
up. See to push the upside in the NASDAQ, Daddy. What do we got, Daddy?
I just wanted to touch on what Hoag was saying. For anybody, even veteran traders, newer traders out there, when you're putting on a position and you're managing your risk, when you're putting that initial position on, you really want to have the mindset of not that you're going to lose the trade, but that your stop is in a place that makes sense to where you're taking enough heat where you get stopped out and you feel comfortable with that. And that doesn't mean that you're moving your stop away from where that trade goes on and you're moving it down, taking more heat. What it means is that you should come from the mindset. Think about the next time that you have been in a losing trade, one of those bad losing trades where the price is going against you, it's going further away from you, and all you're thinking about is, dang, if this thing just got back to break even, I would close it out in a jiffy. And you're challenging the price to come right back to break even. Try to turn that psychology on its head. Next time you're in a winning trade, challenge the market to come back to stop you out. And you'll find out that you can hold on to trades much longer by just flipping that simple logic on its head. So just to kind of reiterate what Johnny Hoag was talking about there, when you're in a trade, is it a right trade? Is it a wrong trade? Before you even put on the trade, it should absolutely always be the right decision. It should always be that I'm putting on this trade because I'm managing my risk. I'm accepting the risk that I'm putting on. If I get stopped out, I'm going to lose this much money, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Think about that the next time before you put on a trade. By the way, we still have a runner here on our trade that we took about.
Yeah.
What was that? About 20 minutes ago or so when we entered long into the NQ. We currently are up about $450 on that final runner here, and we've realized a profit of about $1,300 on that trade. So letting this trade work, seeing if we can have a breakout of that 611 quarter level to the top side in the NQ would coincide with the S&Ps breaking that 49.31. The top side level above 611 and a quarter in the NAS is I'm looking up all the way at 630 and 3/4. So we'll have to see.
Awesome stuff. Hey, Rips, while we got you, talk about, we got a bunch of new viewers today, I'm sure. To that point, your shot clock, how you use the shot clock, how you use that as a kind of like a self-regulating mechanism. Like, if you don't mind talking about that real quick, if you're not in this trade too much. But yeah, talk about the shot clock.
I'm hands-free right now. I'm just letting this trade work. The worst that it can do is stop me out for basically a final $100 profit on this final lot. But yeah, just to talk about the shot clock, everybody's got their phone with them. It's on their desk or in their pocket. It's around them, very close. What you want to do is when you're in a trade, you have your phone ready and you have the timer application open on your phone. Now, when you get out of that trade, what you want to do is you want to set that timer to 5 minutes. 5 minutes is what I recommend. You can tool it down to 3 minutes, but 5 minutes is generally a good area. The moment you get out of a trade, you put your shot clock on. Now, this is going to do one of two things. Number one, it's going to get you from getting out of your trades too early, because if you know that when you get out of a trade, you're not allowed to trade for the next 5 minutes, you're really going to think about when you're exiting that trade. And this is for my hyper scalpers out there that are taking profit too early. You're in a trade, it's going in your favor. Maybe it's your first green trade of the day and you're sitting there and you're stressing out about it. You see the green, you want to take profit, so you get out of the trade. Now what happens? The trade continues going in your favor. You jump back in. Now you're buying the highs if you're long, you're shorting the lows if you're short. And it runs into this trouble where you say, shoot, now I'm giving back the profit that I just realized. And so having that 5 minute shot clock is going to stop you from doing that. It's going to get you focusing on where your exits are and saying that if I get out of this trade, I'm happy with the result. It makes sense for me to get out of this trade here. 5 minute shot clock is on. Now, after the 5 minute shot clock passes, you're permitted to take a trade. It doesn't mean that you're immediately taking a trade. But again, this will keep you from hyper scalping, and it also helps tremendously with tilt. If you got burned on a trade, you put on that 5 minute shot clock, it'll give you a cool off period, put you in the penalty box and let you kind of cool off before you put on your next trade there.
Man, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Dolby, I did take a peek at crude. Came off a little bit, but I did see kept making new highs on the day. While tilt has been long with it, so I don't know what's going on. We're still just going to keep pushing. We're coming off nicely right now. Yeah,
Dow is ripping. They printed like 6 or 7 green candlesticks in a row of all 5 minutes, just ripping to the upside.
3, 4, 5. Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Yeah, not that many people watch the Dow, but it's running.
Oh, you're talking about Dow? I was talking about crude. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I see. Well, I see crude also five green candlesticks to the upside, and on the 5 minute now we're seeing a pullback. Market Stalker D, I saw you were in the chat, let us know what your thoughts are on crude out there.
Remember our level there, Andre, on crude was 77.65. High of day on crude, 77.64.
My man, Rips has been on one with crude, man. I know he's trading NASDAQ, but maybe you want to dip a toe in the crude water over there. Have you ever pulled a taken a trade in crude before? I'm guessing
Very
you have,
limited
right?
exposure to trading crude myself. Natty Gas, the same thing. Traded a couple currency pairs, traded some gold, but that is on my lower list of things of trading. I'm just a huge fan of the NASCrack and the way that it moves. It's like a bucking bronco. And unlike anything else out there, it's a beautiful product. And the one reason that I really find solace in trading the NASDAQ is that I'm a momentum trader at heart. It gives me a lot of that opportunity and action. And if I'm wrong on a trade, there's usually a time later in the day where I can come back and make back any losses. I don't like to look at it as like you're making back losses, but it'll give you multiple opportunities throughout the day. Whereas perhaps maybe the S&Ps are a little bit too slow for that. You could be wrong on a trade and you may not get a reversal on the S&Ps to kind of trade there. So I'm a big fan of the NASCrack.
Yes, you are. We're a fan that you're a fan of the NASCrack. As we talk about that, making new highs in NASCrack, S&Ps making new highs. I don't know how you stay short in these these equities. I don't know how you stay short. It's always just buy the dip, no matter what the news is. They're pushing back rate hikes.
I'm actually trying a short in NASDAQ.
Oh, Dolby, what are you doing over there? What are you doing, Dolby?
Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down.
What are you doing over there, Dolby?
I'm trying to short in NASDAQ.
Everybody calm down. Dolby's down here. Come on.
Dolby?
We're trying to go 1-to-1, see if we can just get a little reversal off the highs at the previous visit at 745. See what happens. Momentum looks pretty bullish, but it did consolidate a little bit in the 5-minute range. So let's see what happens. Let's see what
Sweet
happens.
Will, my goodness, look at this rally. Are these all-time highs? I don't have the charts up. Rips, or if anyone's got the charts up out there, are these, and the S&Ps, are we approaching all-time highs? We got to be getting close.
We're getting there. The NAS still has room to run. We did break above that 611.25 level. That was the rejection point off the rip today, off that news. So this is a very precarious area of the market that we're watching right here. Because if this is simply a liquidity grab and then we reverse back down, we could definitely barrel down from here. But the way that the market's been trending, the way that Magnificent Seven is really tooling up here, I think it'd be pretty difficult to see a reversal from the market up here. So what I want to see for potentially adding into my position here would be a retest of 611, finding some firm bids, and then adding some more long for a target all the way up to 630.75. But I'm still holding that one lot. We're now up over $650 on that one extra lot there from that original.
Daddy.
I'm fading rips. That seems like a terrible idea.
Hey, Rips, will you do a quick breakdown of the Mag 7 real quick? I think they're asking in the chat, if you don't mind. What are we looking at? The breakdown there.
So on my screen, I have another monitor over here. A lot of people ask me about my setup. I have a 57-inch Samsung super ultra wide that's basically 8K. It's dual 4K. Above that, I have a screen that's a 49-inch super ultra wide. Then over off to my left, I have a 34-inch 4K monitor that is running in 4K, but it's in portrait mode. So it's off to the side and it's angled in portrait in that style of configuration. And on that screen, I have 8 tickers up in TradingView, and 7 of those 8 are the Magnificent 7 that I'm tracking. That's Apple, Tesla, Meta, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. And then the 8th one, of course, is the S&Ps, the S&P futures, and that's what I'm tracking over there on my screen. So I have a lot of screen real estate. I'm using all of it, and it's important to be watching all this stuff. I use Bookmap on a screen. All said and done, I have about 15 charts on my screen, and for me personally, I didn't start with that many charts when I first started trading. I had not that many, but when you're trading something like the NASDAQ, it is helpful to have that information sort of at a moment's glance. And that's why I appreciate having the charts up at the Magnificent 7. And right now I'm viewing those on a 15-minute time frame there.
How are the Magnificent 7? Apple, Tesla, how are they trading right now? Are they all pushing to the upside?
Right now, so the big worry, of course, was Nvidia, right? Because Intel earnings came out yesterday. I'm pretty sure they missed on both the top and bottom line, and their forward-looking guidance was somewhat weak. So the Nvidia kind of fading on that, having it be a fellow chip. They haven't reported yet for their earnings. I believe they're reporting in February, if I'm not mistaken. But NVIDIA really was kind of selling off on that. And as I said at the top of the call this morning, we're looking at the options market in NVIDIA and potentially seeing a lot of people barreling into puts. And as I said earlier, if people are buying puts, the way that those market dealers are hedging against that is simply by selling the underlying, in this case, NVIDIA equity shares, the stock itself. But we've seen a reversal now. It didn't flush below 606. We held that level, and now we just jammed right up through the VWAP, which is nestled at 611. The top side target I have for NVIDIA today is actually quite, it's not too high. It's a little bit modest, but the high target on NVIDIA is 619 spot 63. So what I'd like to see is a clear above that level to see us getting higher. Right now, NASDAQ is rejecting above that 611 and a quarter level, but it is kind of holding its base above 600. So we'll have to see if we have another leg up to the upside here in the NAS.
Awesome stuff, man. We're bringing the heat today, guys. Just a quick recap, preview what's coming up ahead. Like I said, we got shoulder tap at 10:30 with Hoag and Ben. And then after that, we got power players with Dolby, Isaac, and myself. Top quiz with Jack and Sarah H. and Brooke. Group coaching at noon. I think we're good on questions there. Hoag and JD rap back and forth. Ooh, then we got strategy lab, with Hoag and Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, I did see you in the chat. Hello. Glad you're here. She's been with us since day one and before that, actually. So come tune in for that to really give some real good knowledge. And everyone's favorite hour, the Power Hour with Eddie, Hoag, Dolby, and Coach Ray. Ooh, that's a good combo.
Oh, my God.
Dolby.
I think
Dolby,
we'll be getting stopped out there. Dolby, were you trying to fade me?
Literally
Dolby, hold on. Were you trying to fade me?
Nope. Literally one tick from screen capping this and posting this all over Instagram that I faded Rips and won. I was one tick away from doing that. I don't know what shield is protecting you, but
Dolby,
incredible.
Use the 10% rule, my friend. Use the 10% rule.
Yes.
10%
What is the
from your
10%?
profit target. You get 10% from your profit target. It's okay to take it and call it a full profit target. You get one tick from that profit target, just take it.
I was looking at other
Dolby, you know what
stuff.
happens if you fade me.
Well, now it's like a mission. See if I can. No, I'm just kidding.
Thou shalt not fade Rips. But yes, tune in for Power Hour. It's always a good time, especially Fridays. Things can get a little wonky. We had a great time training up the boys here in Power Hour. Actually made us a couple bucks too. So that was a good time. But yes, Johnny, market continues to rally. There's no stopping these bulls. It's kind of getting annoying now at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to squeeze into a long on a pullback back to VWAP that never happened. Had a decent long, but wasn't liking what I saw against the overnight high. I mean, we haven't left much on the table for that. It looks like we're going to be leaving single ticks or what some would call a what is it?
What does he call it?
Value gap, a fair value gap.
Value gap.
Yeah,
right
so
on the 30-minute chart and on the profile. So I'll be looking for some. Well, I mean, we broke out of the initial balance in the S&Ps at 49.25 half. So to close that, we would have to move price back down to that level. But if we never close it, that's an indication of potential continuation to the upside or the creation of a new area of balance above that level. So there's more opportunity coming here. Anne-Marie and I were talking about just having a whole session where we just take trades based off the 5-minute chart, and I think that'll be a lot of fun. I think we're gonna have some fun with that. And Anne-Marie, I think that's probably what we'll do today. I know you're here, and I'm looking forward to it as always because me stuck between two time frames. I don't trade off a 5-minute chart, but I'm learning.
You can't learn unless you practice, right?
Absolutely.
Ain't that the truth? Hey, Rips, are you still letting that sucker ride, or did you close that out?
Oh, no, she's running hot here to the top side. So we are still riding this trade here to the north side. I did move my stop a little bit tighter here up to 606 and a quarter. I'd be happy to get stopped out of this trade. We're running on getting close to an hour-long trade here. So very, very happy.
You know what? It's funny. We're just talking about how I was just saying how this market's is for scalpers only, and here you are holding a trade for an hour. So look at that.
Directional markets, though.
Directional markets. That's right.
Yeah, exactly right. And with a trade like this, I'm just waiting for candles to close, and then I'm moving my stop towards the south side of those candles and looking for areas of the structure that are supporting this price action so I don't get stopped out too early, and I'm letting my winner run here. This is all about letting your winners run if we have a nice trend like this, and that's what we're running into here.
So yes, essentially just constantly moving the stop up and up as the market rallies. Eventually willing to take whenever you get stopped out. That's closing out the trade. But as the trailing stop, you're essentially locking in more profits as the market goes higher.
Exactly.
stuff.
And I never really ever tried to have maximum favorable excursion on trades. I'm usually never pulling that out unless we're in a momentum environment. I will be pulling out, if I'm long, I'm pulling out on the ask. If I'm short, I'm pulling out on the bid. But if we have a trending market like this, I'm never going to close out at my maximum favorable excursion because I'm always trailing my exit stop behind my trade. And I'm not doing it too quickly. I'm not doing it too tight. I'm generally waiting for 5-minute candle closures to do that, especially if you're having trouble, folks out there that are having trouble letting their runners run. Try just not having a take profit and trail your stop behind you, but don't run into the fault of doing it too quickly.
And too closely.
Exactly right.
One of the issues that I've always had with trailing stops. Andre, remember when we were still in the initial balance in the S&Ps and we had negative delta and we kept creeping higher?
Yeah, what are we at?
Well, we're positive now, but that was an early indication of potential delta divergence, and the market has moved higher.
What is delta in the ES right now? It was minus 2,500 about a half hour ago. What are we at looking at now?
Positive 1,000, maybe 1,100 right now.
No kidding.
I have it from the Globex start. I see about almost 3,000 positive delta, and then in the NQ here, I'm seeing a positive delta of about 4,000. Look at this run up here. Remember, our target here was 30 3/4, and we almost are bumping into that exactly. We flip over to my screen here. You can see that quite clearly here, where we are running into that quite hot.
Yes, we are. All right, guys. Well, as we continue to make new highs, we got some paper. We got some liquidity up here in the S&Ps at 49.34 half, 250 sit on that offer. Above that, 49.35. We got almost 400 sitting up there. So we got liquidity upside. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets taken out. In the meantime, as we watch this market rally, Eddie, if you're there, my man, what do you got?
Hello.
100. 100. 100.
Here we go again, folks. Yes, it is time once again. We're going to put that form fill out. We're making it a fair fight to get yourself a 100K combine. Do you want a 100K combine? I'm sure you do. Simon says fill out that form, and we're going to see here, get that filled out, and you check your email Wednesday, see if you are one of those lucky winners of a 100K combine. So check it out.
Check this out.
Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we'll be putting that form at the top any second here. It's coming. Relax, Chad. It's coming. We're good for it. we make you all, hey,
like throwing a piece of meat to the sharks. They're going crazy over there.
Lee Dolby. It looks like crude's bleeding over there. We came off the highs at Rips nailed it off by a penny, 77.64. Now we're peeling off here. What we got? What's going on over there?
So crude oil, I got a daily up right now, and very, very tippy top line right here. This goes back to August 21st. It made a low there, and it looks like it found a little bit of support, became resistance, and started to head back down again. That's what I'm seeing on the charts. Rips, are you seeing the same thing at that level there?
Which level are we talking about here? 76?
77.60s. About.
Let me pull up my crude chart here. 77.65. That was a rejection point we're looking for. We came within a penny of that, so unreal. I would have been probably trailing my stop up super tight and probably got stopped out on that pullback there.
Yeah, I'm still looking to get long on a big pullback here. Crude can kind of do that, reject a big level, come really far back down again, find buyers and head back up. So I'm still bullish, even though we have a temporary rejection. Also, this is the last half hour of the kind of European session in crude oil, so things can get a little bit interesting if you do not follow crude typically.
Yeah, I don't believe we have any DOE numbers coming out. Let me see. Just want to double check if we have any DOE.
Baker Hughes rig count at noon. That typically is not a huge mover. That's very U.S. centric. Crude is a global commodity.
One thing I wanted to point out
what
here.
I personally want to see, just really quick for your trade here, Dolby, I would want to see a clean break over 77.30 in order to find a long in that trade. I'm probably thinking you're seeing the same level there.
Interesting. I'm actually looking for 76.97. I want to see if we can do a stop run with the bottom of the 5-minute range. I think that a lot of the really weak longs are probably just underneath there, and I would think that they might get a little stop run and then head back up again. That's what I'm saying.
That's value low for the day.
Oh, cool.
That's
okay,
value low for the day.
This is what
one thing I
love
want to point out.
Yeah, go ahead.
We just took out the all-time high in the S&Ps, which occurred on Tuesday. No, not Tuesday. Wednesday of last week. We just took it out by 4 ticks. Look how far we are from the all-time high in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we were talking. How far, John?
We got
go, right?
miles. We got miles to go.
What do we make of that?
NASDAQ.
What can we gather from that? Anything, or is that just happens to be a coincidence that the NASDAQ we're miles away? S&Ps were just making all-time highs.
Right.
You know, it's interesting. I think it's a little bit of pause going on because of what people were expecting out of earnings this week and the fact that it kind of fell short of those expectations. I think that's what's adding the pressure in the NAS versus the S&Ps don't have as many tech-heavy components. They still do, of course, share a lot of the same, but I think that that's the difference in the weight right now and why we don't see NASDAQ sort of in lockstep with the S&Ps right now. If we would have had better, stronger earnings this week, I think we'd be saying a different story. All eyes again, of course, on FOMC next week and all of those huge mega cap tech names that are reporting as well.
Why don't you touch on that? What do we got next week? I remember yesterday we were calling next week is the Super Bowl of trading. This is what we essentially live for. Make your money. Make your money, make your bank. What do we got next week, Rips? What were we talking about?
We have all the big players of the Magnificent Seven. We have Apple, Amazon, we have Alphabet, which is Google. We have Meta as well. And then FOMC, Jerome Powell with his press conference at 2:30 on Wednesday, which is going to be the hot tick at 1:30 Chicago time.
Yes, sir. All right, Johnny, we're starting to see the S&Ps come off here. After trading all-time highs, is this just a pullback, or are we going to see some profit taking and see some movement to the downside, maybe test settle again? What do you I know the market likes to rally, but every time we touch all-time highs, we do see a pullback.
Yeah, I mean, think about what the market's been doing, in recent history. Even after that pullback we saw on Wednesday when we put in that all-time high, we looked at that as possibly kind of a paradigm shift, but we ranged in that inside day yesterday, where we just tested back to it. I mean, this market, it continues to get bought on every opportunity for a cheap long. So I'm not looking really necessarily to short this here just yet. Yes. But I'm looking for a pullback to see if we can leave some single TPOs. In other words, that fair value gap that we just created on the 30-minute chart. And here it is on the profile. So here's the initial balance. We broke out above. We're starting to balance above here. If we never close this fair value gap or close out these single TPOs, then the only thing left to do is to range here or see the market continue to all-time highs, even more so. Again, we don't know what's going to happen. We're just looking at the probabilities here. So I'm looking for some sort of a pullback. I missed my opportunity from VWAP. I was too cheap on the entry. We got along, didn't like it at first, but it definitely continued. I don't feel like I left a lot on the table. I don't feel foolish for not taking that, but because there's always another opportunity. Another opportunity is coming down the pipe, and we're going to find it. Right?
Yeah. What was the price, John? Of that trade
for what?
The trade that you got out of that the long is, and it came back in your face with some heat.
Yeah, it was really bad trade location. I mean, we're talking about like 49.27, and the market looked above the overnight high and pulled back on that 5-minute chart. And that's kind of what said, okay, that's not what I'm looking for this trade. I want it to get above the overnight high and stay up there, which it didn't at that time. So the decision was, it's not doing what I want it to, so I'm going to get out of it. And, we talked about it then. I said, even if this thing goes another 100 points higher, I don't feel bad about it because that was the plan. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad decision if there's a decision involved.
Absolutely. Crude's falling out of bed right now as we touch those 77.64s. Now trading 77.12. Dolby, I don't know what's going on over there, but it's just looks like it's a free fall right now in crude.
Yeah, it happens.
Yes, it does, man. How about that for analysis, chat? You like that shit?
Hey, deal with it. No, but I mean, seriously, there is something like I learned a long time ago. From Alpha something, he had a blog. But basically, the one thing I did remember from him was, "Come failed moves, come fast moves." And so, if you look up a 1-hour chart in CL, we have this yesterday. Made a high at like 77.50. It tried pushing above it, got to 77.63, couldn't hold. And so if you're bullish, you don't want to hold the bag, so you end up kind of selling, and that's how you get these kind of fast price movements in crude oil. So it doesn't mean it's not going to go back up there, but quick rejections can lead to a steep decline in price. Also sounds like I just got short NASDAQ, which I was working
Sounds
an order.
like you just got short.
Yes.
What does that mean? It sounds like you just got short.
Well, I heard an order get filled, so I'm currently short
Okay.
13 3/4 in the NAS. See how that plays out.
Nice. Rips, did you get stopped out or you still got that long going?
I ended up getting stopped out, and we made a profit of about $1,900 on that trade there.
Real trades.
Rips. What's the point of this trade?
Real trades. It's real money, real accounts here at TopStep TV. No 20 account nonsense. We'll pick the one account that's up money. This is real money, real traders, real P&Ls, man. Full transparency here at TopStep TV. Great stuff, Rips. That was awesome. That's how you add into a. What was the max size you had on there?
I believe we got up to 9 contracts there as we were adding into that winner. So I was very confident in that. When we had that breakout, I was definitely tooling up that momentum. It was very nice.
Very nice is right. Very nice is right. Yeah. Coming up here, we got about less than 20 minutes for Fast Markets. This has been a pleasure. This is our 100th episode of TopStep TV, man. It's gone by very fast. Stay tuned. I believe we have some cool content that our production team has made, kind of showing you where we've come from, where we started, how it's going. It's been a pretty wild ride. We got picked up cool cats like Rips along the way, Anne Marie, Deanna, and the whole lot there. It's been really cool to see. Thanks for being with us through this journey. We hope you guys really appreciate it. The transparency we have here at TopStep TV. Like I said, without you guys, this would not be possible. John, you guys have been watching John forever, even before this. John, what was some of the shows we were doing before TopStep TV?
Well, we had the market prep, which was every morning. We did the market reflection, which was after the close. And, I think we still have a lot of those folks that were watching then, continuing to watch in TopStep TV. And, we've done a lot of educational, evergreen information, evergreen, ideas, including like the market profile lab. And we've got a lot more coming your way. We had Make Hoag Money. That was a lot of fun. We're thinking about bringing some of that back into TopStep TV because it was a lot of fun. And Make Hoag Money, if you don't know, was an opportunity for like all of us to kind of look at a chart, look at opportunities, and then vote. Do we go long? Do we go short? If we're in a trade, it's do we fish? Do we cut bait? You guys actually get to make the decisions in the live markets here at TopStep. So we're thinking about adding that back in. It was a lot of fun, and I think it was wonderful because all of you got to be involved in the decision making from Make Hoag Money. It was a good time. I enjoyed doing that. One thing that if you guys don't mind, I'd like to address. People are asking why I'm using ICT terms like the fair value gap. It's just because whatever you're looking at, we're all looking at the same thing with different names, right? Exactly. In profile, it's single prints. In ICT, it's fair value gap. In other ways to look at markets, I'm sure there's lots of inefficiency. There you go. So we're all looking at the same thing. I just kind of expanded to say, the single prints similar to fair value gaps, and now with Rips inefficiencies. So that's it. Looks like we may be heading to maybe close the inefficiency here in the S&Ps. We're a long way from closing it in the NASDAQ. But, yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yes. Go ahead, Dobie.
How are these inefficiencies affecting my short position in NASDAQ? That's really what I'm most concerned about right now.
It looks like it's working. It looks like it's playing now. It's playing well for you now. What are you short from, Dobie?
Okay. My short is at 13 3/4.
Okay,
that's a decent entry right there.
With a stop at 25, let's say. So risking about 220 to make 500. But I don't really like this uptrend that we see. So hopefully we can break that on the 1 minute. We'll see what happens.
Are you looking for a target back down towards the point of control of 542 1/4?
542 1/4. No, I was just one. Oh man, that's where it's at. 542 1/4. No,
yeah,
I was looking for basically
the liquidity that was contracted for the last 2 days. Yes.
Okay, nice. I was looking for just the bottom of the 5 minute range that it used to break out beforehand.
It's around 590 and a quarter.
Yeah, 588.
Gotcha. We're in tune there. Yeah, I like that.
Oh, I'm in tune with rips. Hey, it's gonna be a
Dolby
good trade.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good trade.
Simpatico, what's up?
Oh, I love it. Just feel that wash over me. Oh my goodness, what a great feeling.
Dude, this has been a hell of a day, boys. It's been a hell of a day. We're still seeing some downside action here in the S&Ps. What do we got here in tilt? Just always, we got 70% short in the ES, getting a little tilty there. Crude 62% long. That's nothing too special. Nasdaq's 58% short. Nothing big there as well. Let's get this market breaking here for Dolby as it seems to be pushing here. Crude did fall off.
I did have that. Oh yeah, sorry. I did have that order sitting at 76.99, and we did not get 76.95 ish. I did not get filled, but we did get a nice bounce there for about 10 ticks. So would have been a nice one. Would have been a nice one. But we got to switch back to this Nazi. I don't even have a position on in crude. Oh, this looks beautiful. I have Rips' blessing to make some money today. Beautiful.
No, that was an amazing trade. That was a beautiful, beautiful trade. Great execution, Dolby. All you on that one. Come on.
We're gonna go to break even. We don't need to risk. This doesn't need to be a losing trade here.
You guys crack me up, man. Every day you guys are cracking me up. Sorry, I gotta keep my composure here. All right, what are we thinking for the rest of the day here, guys? We're kind of seeing some downside action. Will the S&Ps get back to settle? We'll see. For the rest of the day, as Friday, as we progress into a Friday afternoon trade, we did see some pretty good morning action. John, we always talk about back in the day on the floor. Those that are hanging around the floor in the afternoon, it's probably not a good sign, is it?
On a Friday, yeah.
On a
if
Friday.
you were still trading on a Friday after afternoon or 1 o'clock, you were probably down money and just trying to find ways to get it back. The goal was always on Fridays, make some money and get out.
Right.
I like to think that there's two places of trader hell. Number one is Friday afternoon, still trying to make back money. And number two is when you're really tilted.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Is this number 3 losing money on TopstepTV Live? Because that's like close.
That's pretty bad, man. It's a bad
Three
feeling.
circles of trader hell. That is definitely one of them.
That's a bad feeling. But yeah, so basically, I guess the point we're kind of trying to make here is don't be chasing, come in the afternoons. We probably will see price action level out here. But right now, we're still seeing some movement here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. Crude as well. We should probably take a peek at gold. We haven't given gold much love today. Let's see what's popping over there. It looks like a downtrend day, a little choppy. But yeah, we are down a little bit, trading 2016 evens. High of the day.
I'm long CL now. I'm long 76.94.
Damn, look at Dolby getting in there. Okay,
Managing multiple positions at once. That's a killer right there.
On Topstep,
That's good.
Switching, everything switches seamlessly. So if I can just click all the charts and everything just changes over automatically, it's so nice. But yeah, it helps me stay in tune in a couple markets.
Nice.
Yeah, guys, if you guys analyze that trade real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
Gold is right back to weekly kickoff low here, 2016 even. Overnight inventory was a little bit too long. We've unraveled that overnight inventory. We're still in range, largely in value from yesterday. This does look like an interesting area down here in gold for a potential opportunity. We're seeing a lot of demand down here below that weekly kickoff low. It's been rejected several times every time it gets down there. Interesting spot. It's kind of contrary to the day time frame, to the day, the day type. So far, it's been one time framing lower all day, but it does offer at least a base or some sort of support possibility down here.
I do like that. Hey, I believe his time has come. Eddie Horn, throwing it to you, my man. What do we got coming to show our audience here on our 100th episode of Topstep TV? What do we got, Eddie?
Beep, beep. The horn is here. Let's go around the horn here. We've got a JD coming out here, and he's got some... what you got for us? You got a top 10 list for us?
What's up, you handsome devils?
Keep bringing that.
We should
What you got, JD?
We should brand some beard oil and sell it in the swag store.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Look at JD.
I just got some of that. I actually like it. It's pretty nice.
Here is our top 10 list, 6 through 10. All right. Desmond W, we talked about earlier, 37K yesterday. Took a 10 grand payout. Made his way into the top 10 list in the 8th spot. Also new to the top 10 list is Chris B with a total of 60 grand. I want to talk about payouts for a second. Let's get to the let's switch over to the top 5 list. These are
serious heat in the CL.
Serious numbers coming out of these funded trade. Justin Russell, 126. Alex Frost back in the number 2 spot with 115. Dennis Rosso, 96. Ronald, 74. Aaron. Now, these top 2 guys, Justin and Alex, these guys they make me nervous. Not nervous in their trading, but these guys are sitting on huge account balances, and neither of them have taken any money off the table yet.
Come on,
Zero
guys.
payouts for both of them. We got to get these guys on board and throw a few bucks in their pocket. They've been jockeying back and forth in the 1 and 2 spot for a couple weeks now, just putting up huge numbers. It's time to pay yourself, fellas. I hope you're listening. On the other side, Dennis R, 96 grand's taken over 50,000 in payouts.
Now we're talking.
That's the way to do it. And Ronald S, a live funded trader, another 45 grand in payouts. That's how you do it. If you're putting up those big numbers, always got to pay yourself. Don't forget that, guys.
You got that right.
Seriously, I was happy with like 1,500 when I had a payout. This was like 10 years ago.
It's getting paid. It's making it real.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. Bought a new computer. That was fun.
There you go.
Oh, I almost forgot. I pulled up a couple other numbers. Not quite in the top 10 list, but we got Coach Dakota coming in at number 32. Rips, I looked you up also. You're at number 64 right now. And Deanna's getting close to breaking the top 100. She's at 106 at the moment.
Wow.
Give it up.
Look at our people coming in. They're coming for that top spot.
There you go.
It's that sack lunch, man. Get that sack lunch, dude. Get that sack lunch. Hey, thank you for that, JD.
Thank you, JD.
Thank you. Hey, Dolby, looks like Crude's falling out of bed here.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, my bad. I just
it's hurting. It's hurting.
You got other positions. It's crazy.
Not
but
get the buyers coming in. But I'm going to try another long, actually averaging down. Only going to risk about 40 to 50 bucks on it. But I do this occasionally in CL. Let's see if we can get a little stop run on this little nub down here from yesterday at 820. Looks like I got flat in NASDAQ. So no profit on that one, unfortunately. So now we're just rolling with a losing trade in crude oil. So that's unfortunate.
Happens to the best of us.
All right, guys, we got about 6 minutes left in this segment. I just want to, during this coffee break coming up, we got a sweet little piece of video for you guys that our production team was hard at work at. You guys got to watch this, looking back, seeing where we've come from, where we are now. Please stay tuned for that. We want to make sure everyone gets to enjoy the hard work our production team has been doing from beginning to now. You guys have no idea how hard they work behind the scenes, making this shit look easy on camera. It's totally not. It's controlled chaos back there, and those people are super special. The chat mods always crushing it, keeping the chat alive and well as it always is. But yeah, we really appreciate everyone's hard work there behind the scenes, making it look easy up here in front of the camera. So, guys, with that being said, we got 5 more minutes. Rips, it's been a pleasure you joining us. What are we looking at for the rest of the day? Are you going to be taking any more trades, or are you calling it quits and enjoy that Southern California life?
Yeah, it's been a little bit chilly over here, but definitely want to get some. It's been a little bit chilly. It's like 65, 70. It's chilly over here.
Yeah.
But I made $1,000 in my live trading account today, my Topstep live account. So I'm probably not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I have to be careful. It is a Friday, unless I see a really nice setup. I feel like the best setup was the trade that we took earlier where we caught that extension to the top side. I saw a lot of you folks sounding off here in chat, talking about that they saw something similar to I saw and took that long trade as well. So it was amazing to see a lot of you folks here in chat making it happen as well. Give yourselves a pat on the back for seeing that and taking that trade and letting it run. Very, very nice stuff. But yeah, for me personally, I think that as we're seeing volume decline throughout the day, it isn't MOPEX Friday. It's just weekly option expirations. We're not seeing a lot of action where you would see options placement in Tesla and NVIDIA. So for me, that's kind of, it's leaving me to say I'm probably done trading for the day myself. How about you guys? What are you guys looking at?
Well, I got to do the shoulder tap, so that kind of takes me out of the market there, and then be looking for opportunities as the day goes on. But much like everybody on Fridays, I don't want to end the week on a sour note. So if I do anything, it's going to have to be really good. It's going to have to be something that comes to me, and I won't be looking for trades. If one comes to me, I will certainly look to possibly take it. But great week, great having you here, Rips, and it's 100 episodes. Hard to believe already.
It's crazy. Yeah, but listen to these pros, guys. They're looking like they're not going to be forcing any trades this afternoon. You should probably do the same. That's not to say that there won't be any opportunity. Definitely tune in for Power Hour and all the Bell to Bellers. I can promise you for the Bell to Bellers today, there's something in store for you guys here at the end of the day. So make sure to tune in for that. Rips is a real deal. I agree, Blazing Mayhem. Rips is the real deal. That's why he's here on TopstepTV. I mean, look at that smile. He's a handsome devil. Up money today. What more can you ask for? With the party code on in Southern California, the total package, man. Rips, you the man. We got a couple minutes left today. I think that's it for you this week. I believe you will be back next week, right?
Yeah, we're going to be back here, Fast Markets with the crew on Tuesday, doing some Power Hour with you and Dolby on Thursday, and then back again Friday, Fast Markets again. It's going to be a lot of fun. And although I do miss a lot of opportunities to trade in my live account by coming on here and doing this stuff, I think the sacrifice is worth it. I love sharing any kind of knowledge that I can with the viewers here, and I really do enjoy trading in front of everyone. Even if there's a ton of trolling that comes with it, I do appreciate it.
No, there's always that.
No, if you don't have haters, you're not doing anything right on the internet.
They never hate on number two. Yogi Bear said they never hate on number two, man. They only hate on number one, dude. So that's one way to look at it. Yeah, the haters are in there, but yeah, dude, they love you guys. Hoag, Rips, Dolby, man. You guys are out here, being vulnerable, taking these trades on live television. It's really impressive, man. Yeah, we put ourselves out there when we take these trades, and yes, not only are we going to lose money sometimes, we're also going to get hated on in the chat, and it just makes us tougher, I think.
I got my own internal trolls. I don't listen to any external trolls.
That's right. We talked about that this morning. We all have those booers in our head. Like I said, we got shoulder tap coming up here. And like I said, in a couple minutes here, please pay attention. Please watch and tune in for this cool little video that they put together. It's really cool and shows you how far we've come. And we're not just a mom and pop show anymore. We're kind of turned into a full blown production. It's been a sight to see. With that being said, got 1 minute left. Rips, thank you again. Any final words to the audience? I know I've asked you this a couple times, but take it away, dude. One more time.
Really appreciate everybody tuning in and enjoying this 100th episode here on Topstep TV. Really appreciate everybody stopping by today. It was a total blast, of course, trading alongside everybody. Always have a blast trading with Andre, Dolby, and Hoag in here. It's always so much fun. And I hope to see everybody when I'm back here on Tuesday and tuning in for the rest of the week. And, if you ever want to see any of the trades that I'm taking live on my own channel, just go to YouTube, search Market Clubhouse. That's where you can find me. And they also drop my socials there in the chat. And again, if you're going to trade for the rest of the day today on Friday, take it easy. Don't go into the weekend spoiling yourself with some bad trades because they'll be on your mind all the way until Sunday Globex Open. So just take it easy. Take it easy.
All right, man. Thank you very much. All right, guys. That being said, that's Fast Markets for now. Shoulder tap coming up. Thanks for everyone joining us. Stay tuned. I'll be tuned. I'll see you guys here in a little bit. But yeah, that was fun, guys. See you in a little bit.
Good morning, and good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to welcome you here to Topstep opening call, and congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time. We've got an exciting, informative, educational programming for you, and today and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and sometimes that coach that looks you in the eye and says, "Get in there, kid, show me you can play." And of course, we've got our very own John, the Hoagland. John, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. How are you? You ready for kind of a synthetic Monday today?
Hey, Eddie, how are we doing? Welcome to TopstepTV. We've been working on this for a while. It's very, very exciting. This is certified Tradertainment. Well, good trading's like watching paint dry.
Let's get ready here. We got the open.
Largest winning day.
Drop in with Dan So Crude. It's Danny. So, yeah.
It's Dan.
No, it's Danny.
So
John,
right
watch this NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm watching. E.
Andre. Good.
Value high from Friday. The S&Ps are still holding below the opening range. So no range extension yet in the S&Ps. There's the opening range.
Is this a good short up here?
All right. Let's bring in our risk manager, Mick. Mick, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Eddie. I'm doing well, thanks. Sorry about the hot mic there. How you doing?
Good.
So, Alyssa, are you ready to get this started?
I am ready, Jack. Coffee was made. We're prepared. Let's do it.
When I was young, probably too young.
He's from New York. He's from your part of the country.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I don't bring my car down there too much. It's parked in the yard.
We will. And I think right now, I've lost my outro from here when we switched computers. But so I think we'll just sign off like this. We'll just go to the national anthem and American flag or something like that, Hoag.
Perfect.
Because, yeah, good 7.5 hours streaming today. I think we both deserve to lay down for a bit.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, that's definitely going to be part of it. So, Jack, always a pleasure. Great to see you. Blessings to everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, for the opening call.
We'll see you then.
$100.
All right, everybody. It is time for
100.
It is.
Sorry.
Time for a celebration.
Johnny, what are we doing now? Yeah.
Well, it is time for the shoulder tap segment. Everybody's favorite. We got Ben here today. How you doing, Ben?
I'm doing well, Hoag. I appreciate you having me on. I'm excited to be here for our 100th episode. It feels like it's flown by, and that montage of some of the almost like a blooper reel early on is pretty fun to look back on. We've come a long way in a short time.
Yeah, we sure have. Apparently, we
have just dropped the fourth form.
Okay, I
for
did not catch that. Sorry about that.
Combine. Yes, sir. Boy, and one thing, I was watching that video, John, and boy, you can grow hair pretty good. You look like you were like in the 8th grade in that video.
Yeah, a little more gray now, huh?
A little more bushier. You're bushy. But yes, there's the form. Scroll up to the top, ladies and gentlemen, and you can enter your name if you haven't already. But yes, that is a form, and we still got stuff. We still got stuff on the shelf, so don't leave. And I'm going to pass this back to John, and it's all yours, Johnny and Ben. Have at it.
Thanks, Eddie. And I apologize. I didn't see that message that we were going to be doing that here right at 10:30. I apologize. Ben, it's great to have you. How's it going?
Likewise. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, Hoag. And like I mentioned, 100 episodes is quite the achievement. I thought it would be appropriate on our 100th episode to focus on our traders who are nearing the 100K payout club, or in my estimation, are the closest to achieving that 100K payout club mark. So that'll be kind of our theme today, and hopefully that ties in well with our tip of the week, which is to stay motivated. Hoping to really drive home some motivation. $100,000 in payouts is a tremendous amount of money, and whether that's done in a couple weeks and some of the radical cases we've seen, or if that's over a couple of years, it's a huge milestone. And we're cheering on a handful of people that are nearing that mark. So happy to jump into it. While we're on the topic of motivation, if I could speak to that just briefly, I know we were talking last week, Friday. I shared a little bit about how, I had a series of larger winning trades, was able to take that out, use it as a down payment for a house and manifested it as something real and tangible, which I encourage everybody to do. And we'll certainly talk about some of that today. I'm curious, Hoag, if you've had any significant windfalls, any big trades, and that you ended up taking that money out of the market and doing something important with it, whether that was, fun or doing it for your family. I'd also like to hear from the chat, people that have had significant payouts, or, if you're moving towards that 100K payout club, what you would actually do with that $100,000 in trading profits. So, Hoag, have you had any big wins that you use that money for something important?
Oh, well, of course. I've been at this for 31 years. I think my first really big payout, I actually left, paid all my bills ahead for 3 months, got on my motorcycle and rode across country for 3 months, put on 18,000 miles that summer. Luckily, it was a drought year, at least for me, because I think I only got wet once. But I went all the way up into Canada, all the way down the coast of California, into Mexico, all the way through the Rockies. And I learned a lot about myself and other people in that 3 months. And so that was really the kind of the first bigger payout that I said, you know what, I deserve this. I'm young. If I don't do this, I'm going to be 59 one day, and I'm going to wish that I had done this. And I'm really glad that I did. But that's the first of many manifestations of profitable trading that I've had throughout the years. And
that's beautiful. That sounds like a dream. That's going to tie in well with our first trader that we're talking about today. If we could pull up the trading card for Justin R. Is who we'll be talking about first. And Justin, when I was looking at what kind of content we wanted to talk about today, who we were going to feature on our trading cards last night, I was doing some work. I had to stop myself and fire off an email. I actually reached out to Justin because he is in a very fantastic position, a very unique position that few traders ever reach. And I really want him to take a payout. That was the gist of the email, was please, strongly encouraging him to take a payout. Justin has a 150K XFA that he's trading, and he's actually copy trading across 3 150K XFA accounts, and he's been doing very well. He's had some significant winning days. He's been trading profitably, and has reached a point now where, as of after hitting his daily loss limit this morning, he still has a total account balance across all 3 of those accounts of $117,000. So, John, you and I have looked at this for a long time. I know Mick has spoken about it relentlessly. These traders that get up to $100,000, $120,000, $140,000 in account balance and profit combined, whatever that looks like. But they hit that, they clear the $100,000 mark on paper. But in the end, don't end up ultimately taking home all of that money. So I sent a very heartfelt message to Justin asking him to take that payout, take the max payout. I think would be the best move. If he did that, he would be taking home, he'd be requesting a $57,000 payout. So Justin, if you're listening, if you're on this call, I highly encourage you to make that move, to request that payout. And we haven't called him up to live just yet. Part of that has to do with the number of days that he's actually been in the account. We'd like to see a little bit more activity, a little bit more runway, some positive trading. But I would say that he's knocking on the door of the live account as well. And when he gets called up to a live account, for those who may not be aware, when you get called up to a live account, you also have the opportunity to take a payout of up to 50% of that account balance at that time too. So he could potentially parlay himself into, if he were to take the max payout, maybe trade another couple of days profitably, could take another sizable payout. He could find himself at, $80,000 to $90,000 of realized trading profits in a matter of a month. So Justin is, right there knocking on the door of the 100K payout club, and we are very much hoping that he takes that initiative, takes the payout, and continues to trade profitably. Some of the statistics that you'll see up on the screen: 83% winning days. That's going to be slightly different after the daily loss limit today. 58% winning trades. He's had some big winning days. So 75% of his profits actually came across 2 trading days. 2 trading days in this one account. He put up $16,000 one day and about $13,000 the following day. So, 29 grand across 48 hours of trading is incredible. I don't care who you are.
It's life changing. It is life changing. This kind of profit that these guys are putting up.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's most important. I've had moments like that myself. I know a lot of our traders have. I've seen a lot of that in our funded traders accounts. When you have days like that, I think I actually had a long conversation with Brett, our other risk manager, about this. I think that big winning days, big profitable days like that can really, almost like gravity, like really warp and distort your perception of reality, of what's real. Far too often we hear feedback from our funded traders saying that they, are going to take kind of a minimum payout or maybe wait on their payout, and they want to, build up that account. They want to, now they're chasing an $80,000 balance, or, I've heard people say, I want to get the account balance to over 100,000 before I pay out. Respectfully speaking, I think that's just your ego talking. As someone who's also been in that space, I know all of our risk managers have experienced that. That's why we're on this team, so we can help you work through that type of distortion in your own perception of your account. But it's never real until you reach into that computer screen and you take it and put it in your bank account. You have to take the payouts in order to make it real. And I think it's most important to request those payouts in immediate aftermath of those big winning days. So just wanted to speak to that. We are on your side. I'm actively encouraging people to take payouts in that way, especially when you're copy trading across 3 XFAs. Definitely take the money while it's there, because market conditions change. Crazier things have happened. You never quite know, when you're going to be on a losing streak that may be around the corner. So do you have anything to add to that sentiment, John?
Sure. I've sat in your seat quite a bit, especially in the early days, and we saw quite often people that were putting up a really big winning day. They were always at risk of a bad day the next day, and that's something that apparently Justin doesn't really have that problem now. His account is so big that he's probably going to be a little bit looser with the risk, and that's one of the things that we as risk managers, and Ben and Mick and everybody in the risk team, that you're keeping an eye out for that. Of course, I completely agree that Justin and anybody who has an account of this size should trim the account. A lot of the prop firms in Chicago, when you had to go to an office and you were in a big room with a bunch of other people that were trading the prop firm's money, if those accounts got too big, the risk managers or the principals of the firm would tell everybody on Thursday, hey, everybody, trim your accounts, because if your account gets too big, it tends to increase the amount of risk that you're taking. And if you're not prepared to take that kind of risk, we all know that bad things can happen with that. I know when Andre was at a prop firm, if all the traders were making money that week or for a couple of weeks, the principal of the firm would come out and say, everybody trim your accounts, take half your account, put it in your bank account, go have a good weekend, go do something fun with it, just because you need to have that feeling of the realness. And, and it helps you kind of keep your feet on the ground a little bit and be able to move forward humbly. You get 100 grand in your account, you might be thinking you're God's gift to trading. And every time I've felt that, I know that the markets have come back and humbled me. So make sure you take some of that dough. Try not to get humbled by the market. Continue to build the account and take that money out. Great stuff, Ben. Great stuff.
Yeah,
I'm really, really
like
happy for these traders that are doing so well.
Yes, as am I. And again, I told him that in my email that I want nothing more than to see him take that money. That would make me incredibly happy for Justin, for his family, for that matter. Seeing someone do that for themselves. But it's not. You said an important thing about keeping your feet on the ground. It always feels like the losses are right around the corner when you get a little too close to the sun, like Icarus did.
Yeah, right.
So there's two stages to it, right? There's taking the payout, paying yourself. That's all great, but what do you do afterwards? I think resetting mentally as much as you possibly can back to the trading combine mentality. Hey, I need to post a certain amount of profit and across a period of time so that I can continue to earn the funding that I actually have and continue to earn payouts. So as I know that's much easier said than done, but as best you can, trying to reset after a big payout like that. And the one thing I wanted to tell Justin, to work on a little bit is being able to differentiate between, an A, a B, and a C setup for himself. He's very good about, using different sizes of positions. I think when he chooses to do that could be improved. Being able to trade with size, being comfortable trading with larger size and seeing those P&L moves, it's pretty critical if you're going to ultimately hit $100,000. But that's something that you grow into, and Justin does have it. Now it's just about deciding when the right time to put on 6, 7, 8 contracts, for one trade is, and when it's probably best to, hold off maybe a 1 or a 2 lot, something like that. So that's something we can work with him on. That's what we've got for Justin. The next trader we have on the docket is someone we've also spoken about before that our regular viewers are probably familiar with, and that's Ronald S., who's trading with us out of Virginia. Ronald has done very, very well in his funded accounts, but there was a change, and that's what I want to highlight today. There's a change when he moved into the live account, and I'll try to give you a little bit of a contrast there. First and foremost, I don't want to bury the lead, though. He took a max payout for himself on Wednesday, $40,950. That's after the profit split. So he put $40,950 in his bank account. Could not be any happier for Ronald. That's exactly why we do this every day. That's the type of interactions and ultimate goal we want to help traders achieve. So big kudos to Ronald for having the maturity to say, hey, I've got 90 grand in my account. I'm taking half of it. So that's exactly what we like to see. However, we've had some back and forth with Ronald over the past 2 weeks. We have seen, and John, if you happen to be looking at the trade report, we've seen some pretty significant winning days, followed by, interestingly, the best winning day that he's had in this account of a $20,000 profitable day. Immediately afterwards, we had a conversation with him where he wanted to increase his daily loss limit. That kind of goes back to the warping of that perception that I believe happens when you have a large winning day. It's not a coincidence that it was the day afterwards. We, he made a compelling argument. His account balance is in a place we felt comfortable with it. We expanded it for him. And ultimately, I think within 2 days, told him that we were reeling it back in. So as of yesterday, as a matter of fact, we have him back down at the normal $3,000 daily loss limit for an account, 150K account. And I think that's a comfortable place for him to be. The reason we moved him back down and what I think he definitely can work on is getting back to what was working. So just to contrast some of the statistics you see on the screen are for the live account that he's trading in currently, compared to the statistics in the XFA that ultimately got called up into this live account, he had a 67% winning day percentage. He had a 63% winning trade percentage. So he is significantly underperforming the metrics that he was putting up in the XFA now that he's in the live account. That is a good and a bad problem, right? Obviously, losing money is difficult. It's not pleasant. It's going the wrong direction, all of those things. And it can really grind on you if it happens day after day. But the good part about it is that we know with such a stark difference between those two accounts that time frame wise are not far apart. It's all mental. This is all a mental game for him. He's just in a kind of a bad headspace, if you want to call it that. He's not trading in the zone. And that's something that we can really help him get out of. And thankfully, he's already proven he can trade profitably. You know, he got called up into the live account for a reason, so we know that we can help him get there. He's still got $28,000 in the live account balance, and he's taken a $40,000 payout thus far, which means he puts on, trading like he has been, putting up I would say to start maybe just $1,000 or $2,000 for a profitable day. That's considered kind of on the lower end of what he typically does.
Sure.
Start there, build that up, and hopefully see him clip the 100K payout club sometime, maybe the middle or late this year. Of course, there's no rush, but I think if he is able to work with us, get back on track, and then continue pounding away, jabbing away at that total account, he'll get there and he'll be able to take another $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 payout somewhere down the line. So that's our goal. That wisdom to pay himself out was incredible to see. Now it's, like I said, the second part of that equation, just getting ourselves back on track, working towards what was working in our trading and what got us to the dance in the first place, as we so often say. Anything that you saw on that trading card or the trade report that stuck out, John?
Yeah, sure. One thing is, what is his daily loss limit set at now?
It is at $3,000. At one point, we had moved it because he had roughly $90,000 in his account. He had asked for an expansion to $10,000. We deliberated on that, talked to him about strategies and things of that nature. And because of his history, we agreed to that. That was, again, hit. That daily loss limit of $10,000 was hit. We reeled that back in progressively back down to $3,000 in a conversation that we had with him yesterday. So he is aware of, I'm sure acutely aware of his trading struggles and the way that, the live account has played out in the last week or two, but certainly not something that we can't recover from, especially given the fact that he still has $28,000 in his live account balance. That is not chump change. That is more than enough room to work, and certainly something going forward.
That's 9 daily loss limits from being out of the account.
Indeed it is. And truth be told, if he reached out to us today and said, hey, I'd like to, reduce my daily loss limit back down to $1,000, I'm going to trade micros for a couple days, I think that would be extremely productive. I think that would help get back on the winning mindset and the winning track and be able to build back up. That's one of the benefits of being a live funded trader. You get that white glove experience. Our risk management team works daily, practically around the clock with our live funded traders, making adjustments as needed, working with them on psychology, really whatever's necessary, because it's the company's, it's the firm's capital, and we want to grow that just as much as you want to grow it. We want to see you take payouts and grow in that live account. So that's something, as a live funded trader, you can absolutely work with us on. If you want to lower your daily loss limit, we can do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's for somebody who's, on down days hits that daily loss limit, a shorter daily loss limit might be something that he would want to consider. Once you got to that $10,000 daily loss limit, he hit it. You give him too much, and it actually, does not benefit them. And this looks like one of those traders. Ronald S., looking forward to seeing you get things turned around and headed in the right direction. Great stuff, yes. Ben. What else we have?
And one other quick piece on lowering that daily loss limit. I know we've talked about earlier in the week. Mick has brought up the relationship that we've been able to build with Fatima, one of our funded traders, and her desire to lower that loss limit down. She at one point had her daily loss limit down to $250. Which is a very mature decision, lowers your risk, and it gets you back on that winning track and that winning mindset. She was able to recover that account balance that had gotten quite low and is now in a very healthy space, headspace, as far as trading profitably and building the account back up. So, I've been saying it over and over again on this segment, but you can really distort your perception of profits, of money, and certainly of time. Making $30,000 in 2 days can really throw you off on what you think is reasonable or possible, in a given week, month, year, things like that. So finding ways to ground yourself and reel it back in to get back on the right track, you're going to be back in profit in no time. So just wanted to add that piece for context and example of one of our traders that it did lower that loss limit quite successfully. So shout out to Fatima. And we've got a third trading card I think we've got time to get to. Let's pull up Lenore. Lenore A, their trading card. So Lenore is, I'm reluctant to use the word flawless, but it has been incredibly impressive trading. There's always room to improve, but Lenore has been posting very impressive trading statistics. So you may recognize this name from yesterday. Mick featured Lenore yesterday as one of our express funded traders that was getting called up for the 150K account into a live account. This is actually a different express funded account that Lenore hit the criteria and the thresholds that we need to see to move into a live account as well. So this account is in addition to yesterday's XFA that was called up.
Lenore is not trade copying on this account. This is a different strategy.
This is a different, I'm not sure if it's a different strategy necessarily. It is just an independently managed account. So they were not copy trading across this account and the other.
Sure.
But similar trade execution styles. Yes, I would certainly say that. And Lenore is someone that, like I mentioned, trading very profitably, posting in this instance 100% winning days, and the other account, I believe it was 83 or 87% winning days as well. So very profitable. Both Lenore and Ronald when he's trading very well was another example of this. Trading with a less than 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio. That's something that typically is looked at or spoken about in the trading community as a no-no. I tend to agree that greater than 1-to-1 risk to reward is ideal. However, shooting for 2-to-1 can leave you in a position where you're winning less than 50% of your trades. This comes down to knowing who you are as a trader. If you know that you can't really stomach multiple losing trades in a row, you can't really handle going on a 5, 6, 7 losing trade streak, there's strategies and risk reward to risk ratios, as we like to say, that will lend a higher win percentage for you. And that's what Lenore really shines at. Lenore's putting up very long winning streaks with next to nothing in the way of losing streaks. Rarely having 2 losing trades in a row is how this person's able to post an average daily P&L of $1,000 in this account. So I think that comes down to being very comfortable with who you are, what type of trader you are, and what type of system you want to execute. All 3 of these traders that we featured today have been trading the NASDAQ, the E-mini NASDAQ, the ticker NQ. That's a very volatile instrument. There's a lot of P&L potential, obviously, in both directions. So recognizing that you don't have to aim for the whole enchilada on every single trade and, really picking your spots, taking the cash while it's there and moving on is what has really led to a lot of encouraging, profitable trading from Lenore. So as far as advice, I didn't have anything in the way of like areas for improvement or recommendations. On a certain level, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But to put it similarly to John Hoagland, just stay humble, patient, and centered in your trading, and that will help you ultimately build brick by brick towards that 100K payout club. That's what we want to see all of our traders doing. I think Lenore that's why they're featured on our 100th episode of TopstepTV, aiming for that 100K payout club. I firmly believe that if Lenore can stay patient and stay humble as they build the account, because again, things can get kind of strange when you start putting up, tens of thousands of dollars in profits in a short period of time. But as long as you can stay grounded, there is absolutely nothing stopping Lenore from hitting our 100K payout club. And we're very much looking forward to it. Between the account mentioned yesterday, the XFA, and today's account that is being called up, Lenore is going to be moving $17,000 into a live account. Lenore's also taken a cool $11,000 in payouts across the last 4.5, 5 months, something to that extent. So very steady payouts. Truly not a lot that I can say in the way of areas for improvement. What do you think about this one, John?
Well, I mean, the average winning trade, average losing trade is a little bit skewed. There were 2 trades basically that just got away and ended up, losing 1,000 on one, 400 on the other one. But if you look day to day, like yesterday, the average winning trade was $566, and the average losing was $265. I mean, that's 2-to-1 reward over risk. On the 22nd, it's kind of 1-to-1. If Lenore, gets a handle on those big down moves on a single trade, big down one trade, I think that Lenore is really trying to keep that reward over risk ratio in her favor, keeping the math on her side. And this is great, wonderful trading, Lenore. Like Ben said, you really, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep at it, keep grinding it out, keep brick by brick, and love seeing your success, and we love seeing everybody's success, really. But great stuff, Ben. Thank you very much for joining us. We're a little bit out of time here, so we'll end this segment. Ben, again, looking forward to having you back on here for our segment here. Do you have any last comments?
Just something quick in closing. I know we've talked about a lot of big numbers today, a lot of big P&Ls, but we have also given out quite a few new trading combines to a lot of new folks that have been on the broadcast today. We did that, and we're hoping that you can come in, learn how to trade if you don't know just yet, but slowly but surely build profitability and take a payout. There's someone in our program that just hit their 5th profitable day, and they're qualifying for a $300, $400, $500 payout, and that is a big deal to them. And shout out to that individual, because that's exactly what we want to encourage and what we want to see. We're talking about the larger end of the spectrum, but anything above 0 is a profitable day, and keep plugging those in, and you'll be there soon enough.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ben. Everybody stay tuned for the Power Players segment today. On Power Players, we have Andre, Dolby, and Isaac R. Ben, always a pleasure to spend some time with you. Have a great weekend, and we're looking forward to seeing you back next week here on Shoulder Tap. Hang tight, everybody. A lot more coming at you. We'll see you in a little bit. Stick around.
Welcome to Power Players, Power Players here. We are joined by, you may see him in the chat and on the leaderboards and in Shoulder Tap, Isaac Rivera out of Sarasota, Florida. He has been with us for about 8.5 years. He is a live funded trader right now. He's been killing it lately. His account balance is around 45 G's, if you don't mind me saying that. Isaac, looking dapper as hell. Thanks for joining us. We all know Dolby. Dolby's going to be trading here as well. Isaac, say hello. Say hello to the crowd. Say hello to the audience. We've seen your name a lot. Tell us a little bit about yourself, how you found TopStep, what you trade, how you trade, your strategies, all that good stuff. Let's get to know you, Isaac.
All right, start taking notes. That's a lot of questions. So first and foremost, huge toast to TopStep, 100th episode for TopstepTV. Major accomplishment. We've come a long way from the Squawk Radio days. So I remember being in with Eddie Horn for Squawk Radio, and even aesthetically, what that looked like. It was like Windows 97. So. And here we are streaming live on YouTube to 9,000, 10,000 people. So hats off to you guys and the team. But yeah, good morning, good afternoon from sunny Sarasota, Florida. My name's Isaac Rivera. And I think, Andre, some of your data is lagging. I got a P&L balance, equity balance sitting at 63,000 right now. So I think you might have some information from a couple days back.
That's on me. That's on me.
So. But who's counting?
Corrections.
Who's counting? Who's counting?
Who's counting? Hey, no, it's very important correction. Thank you.
No, of course. Yeah, I've been with TopStep and in and out of the TopStep program for just about 8 years. It was actually recommended to me by my trading mentor at the time, the guy who introduced me to futures a while back. And it was obviously an issue, raising capital, right? Or just kind of saving money to open up my own personal account. And I had shown some basic consistency. And back then I was looking to get, 1.5 points in the ES, right? Which seemed like such a challenge back then. And he was just like, you know what, you seem pretty consistent enough and your risk parameters are, tight enough where I think you might be a potential candidate to get funded through a prop firm like TopStep. And he might have named another one or two that were open at the time that I don't think exist anymore. And, tried it. And over the years, right, you guys have mentioned in the shoulder tap, talking about trading journeys. I've passed combines, I've reset combines dozens and dozens and dozens of times. I've lost 2 funded accounts, I think, maybe even 3 over this period of time. But just made some adjustments kind of at the beginning part of 2023. Really started tinkering with my trading plan and my strategies and trying a couple new things, which has ultimately led me to where I'm at right now in this current funded account. So it's been a fun ride.
Awesome stuff, man. Hey, real quick here, I'm reading it says Isaac is a self-proclaimed one-trick pony. What does that mean? Tell us why you are the one-trick pony.
I'm so vanilla. I only trade one product. ES. In the very, very beginning, I did dabble a little bit with RTY, NQ, and YM. But with trading, you kind of, it's like dating, you got to go with whichever one you vibe with the most, right? Whichever one's most in line with your personality, right? Your risk palette and your appetite. And for me, that's ES. I can't trade NQ for anything, not for the life of me. So NQ is just ES is one of those products that I just kind of vibe with it, and it's been good to me over the last few years. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I plan on trading this product for many years to come.
When you say it's like dating your personality, what is your personality and how does it mesh with ES exactly? I trade ES as well. I'm not going to speak for you, but what is your personality and how does it mesh with ES?
So I would say I'm very structured, right? I like having things planned out, right? I'm very routine. So it gives you a little bit more, not predictability, I would say, but almost a little bit more of a calmer nature relative to NQ. But when it wants to get crazy, it can get crazy. And that's something that I can do too. So I'm always ready for a party and a good time. And, it's been a little lackluster this week in the ES, if I can say so myself. But again, there's still massive opportunities. I put up a pretty big day. It's been a lot of challenges this week, or very challenging this week. And just trying to take little bites out of these moves and keep some bread on the table.
Amazing. Hey, Dolby, you got any trades going on over there? Dolby's going to be making some trades. Isaac, I don't know if you got your terminal up to make any trades. I know we're going to be kind of having a back and forth here, but if you do see any opportunity in the market, please do not hesitate. Let's make a trade. Isaac, what's your take on the market spin in the ES this week, this year, and looking forward? What is your take? What have you sensed? what kind of trading environment are we in? Obviously, it's very hard to be short in this market, as we just made all-time highs earlier today in the S&Ps. What is your take on the markets looking forward?
Well, I'm definitely looking to the upside. I mean, news, global affairs, political affairs, earnings, a lot of things right now can make that turn around. I think we got Fed next week as well. That always shakes things up quite a bit. I'm currently in a short. I had a 10-point winner opening range trade. I caught 10 points early on with one contract though. I tend to let the market digest for the first 15 to 30 minutes after the opening bell, just to kind of avoid some of that ridiculous volatility, which we haven't really seen much of this week. With my strategy, some of the indicators that I look at, there was definitely an opportunity there to go long right at the open. I caught 10 points with one contract. That's kind of how I eliminated some of that risk, or avoided to having too much risk, as I did it with one contract, rode that 10 points up. My exit on that trade was also an entry, a reversal in the opposite direction. And then that's where things kind of took a little, not a turn south, but it was a little bit of a kink. So we moved back down those 10 to 15 points. I came within 5 ticks of my second target, which was also another reversal. Didn't quite hit it, and then we made that run up and made those new all-time highs. But I went ahead, and when I got back to my initial entry, I added another contract on. And then I did one of Mick and Hoag's favorite trades, a couple more points up. I went and did a moron trade, and I added one more contract. So right now I'm sitting pretty with 5 contracts short. I'm actually flat. So realized P&L, I'm at about 500 for the day. Unrealized P&L, I'm down $187. So that's flat. I'm still up for the day. And what I'm looking for right now is obviously a retest of that session low, which is sitting right around point of control from yesterday's session. What my original move that I was looking for was actually going beyond point of control. I think Rips was kind of looking at it in the morning as well, was actually to value low from yesterday's session. So I was looking to get out a couple points above value low. That way you can kind of lean on that level and make sure that you get hit and that fill, which I didn't experience first thing this morning. But now I'm hoping that we can go ahead and do so. But with the new all-time high, there's definitely going to be some people trying to retest that and extend that further. I called it out in the chat very early in the day.
What did you say?
I didn't really see this market really going up. I want to say the level that I said in the chat was 49.35. I don't really see us going to or above 49.35, but I very well could be foot and mouth by the end of the day here. So originally my plan was I did one contract long, 3 contracts short, but now I've kind of scaled in. Now I'm 5 short. And then I was looking to take one more reversal trade to kind of retest, the high from earlier in the session with 2 contracts. So we were looking at a 1 contract, 3 contract, 2 contract. But because I was taking care of a call and then obviously getting ready for this, I didn't have an opportunity to trail my stop. So I was up $1,800 on that second trade. I naturally would have trailed to 500 and then 1,000. And based on being at 1,800, I probably didn't have enough breathing room to lock in that 1,500. But at the very least, I should have gotten out of this second trade a few hours ago with another $1,000, possibly even $1,500 locked in. But at least we're flat right now, and it's not flat as far as positions go, but as far as P&L goes on this trade, I'm flat, literally right at $0 at the moment. So I did tighten up that target and that reversal. So now I'm looking at 49.1375, which is again just below point of control from yesterday.
1375. Dolby, what do we got going on over there in crude? What do we got going on over there in crude real quick?
Buddy, crude. So, I mean, my goodness. Come failed moves, come fast moves. Crude didn't want to extend beyond 77.50 and very promptly has rejected that level for almost a little over $1.50, $1.25. So massive, massive downside move after a failure to break out and sustain higher highs. But I'm going to sniff it along here. So I'm actually long right now. One contract at 76.25. Risk is about 1-to-1 on this. We're starting to get a 5-minute range down at the bottom. So risk 200 to make 200, taking a little bit of heat, but I'm doing my 5-minute range trade. I don't want to listen to the emotions. Let's just let the range play out. I don't want to make the same mistake I made earlier this morning, in which I got out of a great 5-minute range trade.
Man.
Preemptively. So we're going to chill. We're going to chill with this. And took my notes this morning. We're going to follow the notebook.
Good stuff, Dolby. Hey, Eyes, I got a question. You are short right now, you said? You're targeting 13.75s? You are short. Where are you short from? Sorry.
So my price average right now is 926. Again, because I had those 3 contracts and I added one, and then I added one exactly where I had gotten in the first time, so that was even. But then I added one on when it kind of pulled back to the levels that we're seeing now. I went ahead and threw one more contract on, so that's how I got to the 5. And yeah, you can see I got my profit target down here, which at this point is looking pretty much where we were at with session lows. And if I go on my longer time frame, so we could see that volume profile, you got point of control over here, value low. So if eventually, I mean, we're obviously in lunch hour now, so we kind of got that lunchtime slowdown. But as we get closer to 1 o'clock, if we do start seeing some momentum, some volume increase, some liquidity to the downside, what I could end up doing is actually pushing this target out closer to value low, and then aggressively trailing my stop along the way. So I don't have a reversal order or an additional order on there. I only have a 5 lot sitting down here. And that's OCO. That'll get me out of a trade and a position altogether. Like you guys mentioned earlier, it's Friday. It's been a pretty solid week. It's 80 degrees and sunny here in Sarasota. So I definitely want to get on with the day. So if we can go ahead, and even if we don't hit my target, right, if I can just trail and, lock in another 750, another 1500, we'll be done for the day, walk it out, and get ready to kick off the weekend. So that's kind of where my plan is sitting right now.
What is a good trading day for you? Do you have a P&L target that you're trying to go for, or is it just you're process oriented? You have good entries, you manage your risk, and wherever the P&L may be, or do you have a daily goal for P&L?
I'm trying to trade my P&L less. I'm not really bad at it, but of course, I am attracted around numbers. I like commas in my P&L as well.
How many commas?
I've never had more than 1 comma, but I think 2 weeks ago, I had my first $10,000 day, my first 5-figure day.
Go,
so
man.
That was really awesome.
Oh,
this week I could have had one. It was good. What's a good thing though is that it wasn't like ridiculously exciting. Like I wasn't like, oh my God, this is amazing, I want to do it again. It wasn't like that. I almost had another $10,000 day on Wednesday. But I did have a meeting I had to run to, so I had to actually cut the trade short. It was still a $7,000 day, but once I'm approaching the meeting, I kind of pull up the charts on the phone and I'm like, damn, it definitely went to my target. And then yesterday as well, I just didn't, similar to today, not wanting to really trade, later into the afternoon. I had a feeling that power hour is where we were really going to start seeing, some movement. And I had another target to the upside where I probably would have walked away with somewhere between $7,000 and $8,000 yesterday, and it ended up only being $2,000 because I had to cut it short, or I chose to cut it short in that situation. So could have had some really big days later on this week. Again, there's a potential to make some money here, but for me, obviously a green day is a good day. Anything under $500 I consider a scratch day, especially if I put in some hours on that trade. But anything over 500 is a good day. But the other side to that is that it's not just about the P&L or the trade itself, but, how did I feel? What were some things that I did? What were my behaviors, right? Did I follow my plan? Did I follow, good risk management behaviors? That is what really kind of puts the cherry on top to whether or not this is a good day. So it's not just about the P&L. It's not just about win or lose. Even a losing day could be a good day for me. If, it was a smaller loss than it could have been or would have been, or if at the end of the day, like I just stuck to my plan, right? If it was like, this is what I saw, this is what I was looking for, and I played it out and it just didn't work in my favor as far as P&L goes, but I stuck to the plan. I mean, internally, mentally, that's a good day. So
I like that. I really like that. So even a losing day can be a good day. It makes a lot of sense. I hope that makes sense to hear the viewers. Speaking of that, viewers, we have over 14,000 people watching right now. Holy moly, this is crazy. Welcome, everybody. Meet Isaac Rivera. This is one of our funded chairs. That's Nick Dolby over there trading crude oil. We're all killing it. Damn, guys, this is insane. Our 100th episode, TopstepTV. Isaac Rivera, you're a star. They all came to see you. They all came to hear this interview. Tell us, man. Okay, you talked about your emotional state, and I know Dolby was talking about this earlier. And we say in a joking light a little bit, but we're talking about journaling. And last week, the theme of the week was journaling. How do you use journaling? How do you handle your emotions when you're trading, even if you have a good day or if you have a bad day? How do you handle this? You seem like a pretty chill cat. I don't know if that's true or not. We just met, but how do you handle your emotions and with all the passion you have for trading?
It's a long time coming, right? That's a muscle that needed to be worked out and can be flexed now. That wasn't always the case. I am pretty chill. But and also you're giving out a lot of misinformation today, Andre. All
What
the
did I
viewers are here
say?
today because they heard that you were going to be wearing a suit, and that's why they're tuning in right now. It's not because of me. It's because you're wearing a suit.
Dude, man, the bosses told me I got to dress up, so I dressed up today, man. I got to clean up. I'm trying to look as good as you, man. That's all. That's
Hey,
all.
look good, feel good.
All right. That's it. Look good, sell good, smell good, feel good, all that stuff. But yeah, I do journal. It's not a lot of words, more so than sorry, not sentences, but more so like words or themes. I obviously track my P&Ls for the day, so I do it all in notes on my Mac, and I have this whole thing, and I kind of have like this minimum expectation for P&Ls, ending day P&Ls on a winning day. So like a minimum that I'm looking for, a goal that I'm looking for, right? And then anything above that number is cake. So I'm constantly tracking that. I have other like little weird things. Like I got kind of rules. Like if I'm up higher than my mortgage payment, I trail and lock that in, right? I'm a one and done typically. As of late, I have been putting on, a second or a third trade, or at least it'll look like that because I'm scaling into positions, whether it's the infamous moron trade or if it's scaling into a winner that's working in your favor. And that's something that's a little new because now that I'm not trading the additional XFAs on top of my live account, in order to kind of get those same daily P&Ls and trade P&Ls, I have to add on more size. So, I had some losers at the beginning of, this new account, just kind of acclimating to the new position size. So I've left my daily loss limit where it was at the 3,000. And naturally with the more size, I've gotten very, very close to that number 2 or 3 times already. But I didn't want to open up the daily loss limit or the personal daily loss limit because it's just going to require that I be that much more on point with my levels, right? And what entries I'm picking and where I'm placing stops and where I'm placing targets. So I think that if I can kind of struggle a little bit with the markets and these risk parameters, trading more size, that it's ultimately going to make me a better trader. And that's kind of like where I'm at right now in this phase of this particular live account.
Okay, well we have some markets making some new highs here. It is the TopstepTV market. I've been following Chad in the last
holy
10
crap!
minutes,
What is going on right
from
now?
15K to 16K to 17K. Shorts are getting squeezed. If you TopstepTV, get out of here. You're flattening your positions. Let's go to 18K. Can we hit 20? Smash the like button. Smash the subscribe button. This train is not stopping.
Damn, dude, this is insane.
Goodness.
This is insane. This is freaking nuts.
Is this an all-time high?
This is all-time highs.
Oh yeah, we're going parallel.
Here comes 18, dude. We're gonna take the top off the defense right now. This is insane, dude. Isaac Rivera, you are the good luck charm at TopstepTV, dude. This is not gonna be your last appearance on TopstepTV. Holy shit, this is nuts. Dolby, how are we looking over there in crude oil, man? It doesn't even matter. Should we just watch the viewer?
We need to have Casey put in a real-time chart of TopstepTV chat and Topstep X.
This is insane.
I need to be able to buy 18K. It can't be 18K already. Oh my goodness. So when was the last time you guys were in a stadium and an entire stadium's worth of people were watching you talk?
This is the United Center, man. This is the freaking United Center full right now.
I mean, this kind of is, yeah. So
this is the first for me.
76.25. So I'm taking some heat on this long right now, but I almost got stopped out to the tick. So,
come on, Mark. Turn around for Dolby, man. Come on, turn around for Dolby one time.
Isaac, for both of us.
Breathe. I can't breathe, guys. This is freaking nuts, man. I can't breathe. Mom, I made it. We made it, Mom. No. But Isaac, all right, so how did you find Topstep, dude? How did you come across this? I know you've been with us forever, since the Squawk. You brought up the Squawk radio days, man. That is insane. How did you come across this? I know you said something about your mentor. How did you find us?
Yeah. That's what it was. He was just like, you got to look at some prop firms that will go ahead and they'll fund you, right? They'll back you with some capital, and there's a profit split. I'm back in the 80-20 days, not the 90-10 days. I'm when the combines were multiple steps and riddled with rules, and now it's like free range. It's real easy, and it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Because it creates a lot of opportunities for the people that know what they're doing and have a general understanding of trading, the markets, risk management, discipline, both emotionally and mechanically. But at the same time, too, for the people that lack that completely, it's just reset after reset after reset after reset. So I think part of the reason why I've seen a lot of the success that I've seen in the last 1.5 to 2 years is those rules peeling off. I remember, man, I had taken a break from Topstep. Actually, I was so salty with Topstep and with Nebraska because I lost my second. I lost my second funded account for hitting my daily loss limit, and it was a slippage thing. This may have been pre-COVID. It might have been in the midst of COVID, but just hit the daily loss limit. And I probably had like $7,000 in equity in the account still, taking that $3,000 loss. And the rules were the rules. And I hit that DLL, and I got that notification like at 7 p.m. saying, your account's been closed and we're going to wire you the rest of the money. And I was like, yeah, nah, I'm not down with this. So I did take a couple weeks or a couple months off, traded my own capital, explored some other prop firms as well. But naturally I found my way back home, and I've been here ever since. I did dabble with one of the competitors that has been talked about a lot recently. And overall, yes, very proper use of air quotes there. Had 10 funded accounts. I had 10 funded accounts over there, and, trailing threshold and a couple other things, and just like how many hoops you got to jump through for payouts. And then a major customer service issue. I was like, for those reasons, I'm out. Had to pull the Shark Tank thing on them. And now I'm literally 100% exclusively invested and in bed with Topstep, and I'm not upset about it. So just got to really make the most and just hit some milestones, right? The daily P&Ls, total equity curve, how many trades, right? Win rates. I'm very proud of where my percentages are at. And, winning trade percentage can be skewed sometimes, right? Because I'm scaling in a winning trade. I could have technically, 2 winners and a loser, right? Or 2 winners, 2 losers, but still have, a 3 or a 4 figure winning trade and day. So, you can't get too caught up in the statistics, right, or in the data. But again, it's just it's a byproduct of good behaviors and discipline. If you just focus on the behaviors, focus on really dialing in your discipline, the numbers, right, the winning trade, the winning day percentage, the winning trade percentage, total P&L, daily P&L, biggest trade, all those numbers will improve, or at least become stable, right? They'll become more consistent and also, improve little by little as a byproduct of just those good mechanics and those good behaviors and discipline.
Awesome stuff, man. Hey, real quick, you're talking about your winning percentage. I'm seeing here.
What are you drinking? What are you drinking there?
Grape juice.
Grape juice. Bubbly grape juice, Isaac.
Yeah,
what kind of grape?
We're approaching 20,000 viewers on Topstep TV. It's the 100th episode, and I figured if John Hoagland isn't drinking, I got to make up for it. So a little bit of
cheers,
champagne
man.
to celebrate Topstep. Oh wow!
Oh,
cheers, man! Cheers, dude.
I have some questions. Some questions
for you. Go ahead, Dolby.
Shoot.
You might be the second or third most senior Topstep trader on the show. Myself, I believe, being number 1. I'm user number 123. I think my account started in 2012 with Topstep. How have you seen Topstep grow over the years? How have you seen the space grow over the years? That's one question. The other question is, what was your trader work-life balance like when you first got started? Because I know mine was pretty rigorous. 2 totally different questions.
2 very good questions. So as far as, which one do you want me to answer first?
Whichever one you have a better answer for. Also, I'm in the green of my crude oil position, so I'm feeling a lot better
Dolby.
now.
Get it, Dolby. Get it.
Yeah, let's go.
And I'm flat. I'm flat in my S&P short. I'm flat in my S&P short again.
Love
it. So work-life balance. I actually, because of trading and family and, moves and things of that nature, the economy, my work and now business life had to be adjusted in order to integrate trading. So trading is the most important thing to me when it comes to work that I did for income. Now, businesses that I'm running and projects that I'm working on. This is my baby. It's my sweetheart. It's the most important thing to me because it gives me the most freedom. It gives me the most, it's basically unlimited upside potential, right? And it's not reliant on anybody else, right? I make the choices to get in, to get out. But we were watching TopstepTV with one of my mentees in person. We were trading side by side earlier this week. And he mentioned something about someone had a certain win streak or as far as days go. or had like a exuberant number of trades, like 30 or 40 trades, but like the P&L wasn't really matching up with like the days or the trade count. And it was just like, if you're going to kind of put up that type of P&L, you might as well just go get a job for like 15, 18, 20 bucks an hour. And I'm like, they could actually be doing that from their job. And he was like, oh. And I'm like, yeah. So like when I started out, I worked for one of the 5 biggest banks in the United States about 6-7 years ago. And I mean, I hope they don't come back at me for this, but I'd be at my desk. Obviously with all their equipment, and like, it's old school, banker's desk, right? And pull out my drawer, my lower right side drawer, like right next to my chair. Like I'd be like this. And my MacBook Pro was in there, open up with Ninja Trader up, and it was combines or funded accounts. And like I was placing trades there. And it was one of those eye openers. It was just like, okay, I'm making X amount of dollars to, sit on my rear end here all day to make X, right? But then right here in this drawer, I made Y. So then the outcome Z, came very quickly and naturally, where like, I'm like, okay, I got to start structuring my lifestyle and my work life and my business life kind of around this. And so this comes first. Everybody knows, like, Isaac does his trading. My family knows, my friends know. And then after that, it's, whatever else needs to be done and whatever else we want to do. So, and then Dobie, what was the other question?
The other question is that both you and I have been at Topstep in a long time and have been exposed to the prop shop business for a long time. I've been doing this for 10, 12 years. You've been in it for what, 8 or 10? I mean, how have you kind of seen this space grow over time? I remember Topstep was doing, 2-step programs, 5-day minimum step 1, 10-day minimum step 2. I think we've probably been through just about every variation of trading combine there has been. So do you think the space in general has gotten better for traders? Did you like the rules that were back then initially? I know I've had some sort of, I don't know. Some of the rules I did like. I thought some of them were educational, but we did get rid of them. But, where you at?
It's a little tough, with one step, one rule, it's a little extreme. I remember a couple months back, so for example, I had a Zoom call once with Nebraska. I think Dan Hodgman was on, and one other woman. And we were 2 other traders were on there, and we were talking about, what are some things that we'd like to see, that we want, or that we need out of Topstep, and like sharing hot streaks, sharing the highest P&L, sharing, like leaderboards, right? Biggest days, like just these statistics. We kind of went back and forth about like, there's information that we want, but at the same time too, we don't want people to like necessarily like shoot to like get to those numbers or like compare those numbers to theirs. And then it just kind of, and I was just like, well, just make it available, right? For some people, they need that motivation. They need that target, right? For competitive people like myself. And lo and behold, it's like, I went from like wanting that to seeing that, and then seeing it with my name on it, right? For, biggest days for yesterday, or, the top 10, which was just like crazy to me. If you would have asked me, 8 years ago, if I thought that I'd ever be a top 10 trader at Topstep, I would have said no. I would have said, look, I'm going to work towards that. But, Nebraska brought it up, and he said, Isaac doesn't care if he's number 1, number 6, number 10, number 20. He cares about good trading. And that's true, right? Like, I don't need any pats on the back. I don't need any certificates, trophies, pins, banners, right? What I need is consistent profitability, because I fund my life and my lifestyle and keep a roof over my head 100% exclusively from trading. So doing so well is the most important thing to me. Yes, and then so everything else is extra, right? It's like if you could just fund your lifestyle with one thing, and then you have a few other things, and that's just extra. But to really answer your question, Topstep has always been the benchmark, in my opinion. Nobody does it better as far as like, small to medium-sized boutique prop firms. And everybody else, the competitors, try to do things to kind of one up. Actually, I think one of them used to be called One Up Trader, if I'm not mistaken. They try to one up Topstep and they just don't succeed, right? So yeah, I did like some of the rules. I absolutely hated some of the rules, and I'm going to try to keep things positive, but I am ridiculously envious of the traders who are trading combines now, in express funded accounts now, getting funded for the first time now, because it's so easy. It's so easy. It's really easy to kind of go off the rails, right? And just crash and burn. But at the same time too, for the people that have that discipline and have these strategies and these systems, and that's why we're seeing 100K clubs, and that's why we're seeing these ridiculous days that some of these traders are putting up, because TopStep is making it that much easier. This TopstepTV, you know, like my process back in the day used to be like wake up, you know, 6 in the morning, throwing Bloomberg on, watching Bloomberg the entire day while I was trading, looking at news, and like, you know, TopStep's like providing, you know, daily levels, weekly kickoff levels, you know, just the people. Come on, Peter. What is it? Tuckman was on
David
the other
Green?
day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
like this is a guy that has spent more time on the New York Stock Exchange than I've been alive. And he's talking to all of
Nice,
us
man.
right now. And, you know, someone can be, you know, in Brazil on their Android phone getting this information in real time. You can't compare that to anything else. Can you probably pay a cheaper monthly fee or an entry fee at another prop firm? Sure, right? Can you have more accounts? Sure. There's all these other things, but at the end of the day, you're going to get what you pay for. You know, we'll use a car analogy. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff out there, right? Lamborghinis and Ferraris and Bugattis. But at the end of the day, you want the one that's going to give you the best overall value and experience and consistency and reliability. And every day of the week, that's going to be a Porsche. Okay,
Yes, sir.
you know, you wanna be driving in the best vehicle possible, and I think that in the current state of affairs, that's TopStep, 100%. And the only thing that excites me more than the progress and the features and the additions that we've had to the platform is what is to come. And I'm just excited to be along for that ride and want to contribute and add value and be used in any way that I can to get TopStep to that next level.
Man, dude, production, please clip that last 3 minutes right there. We're going to need to save that. I'm definitely going to replay that. We need that for moving forward. That was like the greatest testimony ever. Isaac, hey, appreciate it. Right, real quick, for those in chat.
Hey,
if you
by
guys
the way,
missed-
guys, I'm
up?
currently up $1,600 live in that trade, and we are quickly approaching, as we're getting closer to that 1 o'clock hour, we're quickly approaching that target. So now I might be looking to trail the stop, lock in some money, and possibly even move that that target out a little bit towards that value low from yesterday's session.
And now we get to see the suspenders. You're taking the coat off. He means business, folks. That's what. Yeah,
It's hot. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. It's getting hot.
my man,
Goodness.
looking
It's
good.
getting hot,
Hey, for all those in the chat that think they missed out
be
on
hitting
all
my
the
target
giveaways
right now.
Hold on, Isaac, real quick. We only got a couple minutes. I want to just let everyone know. For those who thought you guys missed out, we did not. We will be giving away, for those watching, opportunity to claim one free reset later today. Please keep viewing on. We got a whole bunch of more stuff coming for you guys. Thank you so much. As we speak, we see NASDAQ is breaking right now, closing in on VWAP. S&Ps just went negative. Let's take a look at
how's crude looking. How's crude looking?
How's crude looking,
all
Dolby?
right?
Crude is 67.33, long in the tilt. Average long price is 76.31. So I got value there, but it's just hanging out. Tight little 5-minute range. Not a whole lot going on. It is certainly not moving like indices right now, which are kind of rolling over by quite a bit. My goodness, Nasdaq and ES are really eating it right now. Some very, very steep 5-minute candles. It looks like CL is starting to follow along as well. It looks like shorts are getting paid today, at least the last half an hour. My long is not looking too hot, but it's going to hang in there. We'll keep it. Isaac, it looks like you hit the gym quite a bit. What's your push-up record? How many could we get in a row if we asked you?
Not anywhere near that 100 that you guys were talking about the other day. Now, real quick, maybe 10. Maybe 10. I haven't been to the gym in months, but I'm waiting for like that whole like New Year's resolution like crowd to kind of like thin out. So like I'm thinking February 1, I'll get back into that gym. So real quick, if we want to go ahead and get my screen on here, I'm going to go ahead and do something that I think is the single most important thing to being profitable, passing combines, getting funded. Is this right here. We're going to go ahead and we're looking at, what level am I looking at? I'm looking at 1975. We're going to take this stop. We're going to bring it down to 1975. We're going to drop it like it's hot. I think we had Snoop Dogg on the show earlier today, right? We had Snoop Dogg on here earlier. We're going to go ahead and lock this in. I'm also not going to move my target. I want to give as much attention and energy to you guys and the viewers. So I want to get out of this position. A matter of fact, to prove that point, I'm going to go out and actually move this from $1,500, and we're going to go ahead and lock in $2,000 on this trade. So at this point, this is the best spot that a trader can be in every single day of the week, that whether it rolls backwards or forwards, up or down, you are taking some cheddar home. So I'd like to hit the target. I'd like to hit that target.
Yeah, we are. Hey, we are breaking hard.
A great trade by Isaac live on Topstep TV. Put some bag emojis
Secure that
in there.
bag.
Absolutely crushing it right now.
Damn, Isaac, this is a hell of an appearance, man.
The irony, thank you. So the irony to that is again, here was my opening range trade, and you can see, look, I basically caught the bottom, caught the top. This was a reversal. So we're right back to where we had gotten like 15 minutes into the session. And I missed my initial target by, I think, 5 ticks here. And so what was going to happen is we were going to see a green line here for the winning trade, a green line here for the winning trade, and then my next target was right here. So it could have been closer to a $5,000 day had we just gone 5 ticks further, or at the very least, I could have trailed my stop, locked in that profit, right, and just maybe called it a day and seen if my target got hit, then I got that additional long. So, being a little distracted and taking care of some other things, I didn't get that opportunity to trail that stop, which put me in a bad spot at one point in this trade. But I saw where my levels were. I saw where my stop was. I still had the same general overall sentiment. I think we're going to make a break to the upside, probably closer to power hour. And honestly, if we can get back under 49.16, I might just trail it down to that and lock in that 2,500. But we'll see. We're finally I'm actually surprised we're getting as much liquidity and some volatility and volume, considering that this is 20 more minutes to this lunch session. And I'm out.
Nice.
So I'm out.
Yeah,
I got the P&L sitting. At 65,000. That's 2,500 for the day.
Damn, son.
Something doesn't make sense there. 2,500 for the day. That was a $3,000 trade, and I had a $500 winner earlier. Something's not adding up, but we'll figure that out later. At the end of the day, there's
nice trade, dude. Hey, Isaac, we got 2 minutes left. Just want to say, you're seeing Isaac make money here on Topstep TV. You're seeing Rips making money on Topstep TV. We only bring in the best traders doing real trades, real live accounts, real P&Ls, all fully transparent, no BS, no fluff, no filler here at Topstep TV. We are seeing NASDAQ breaking. We are seeing S&Ps breaking. Dolby, how's crude? Crude looks like it kind of turned around on you a little bit.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, we ate a 15-tick loser on that one.
Okay.
Still a good range, though. Still a good range, managing risk. But we're going to hang in there, keep on sticking to the system.
Oh, yes. Stick around. Dolby will be back for Power Hour. Before that, we're going to have Anne-Marie and Hoag for the Strategy Lab. Then we got right after this, we got Jack, Sarah H, and Brooke for TopQuiz. Boy, that's going to be a doozy with all these people. And then we got Hoag and JD for group coaching. Make sure you guys all stay tuned with us. We got more free resets coming up. Isaac, say something. Take us away. You've got the last word here on Power Players.
Oh, the last word. You guys, everybody watching right now, you are a part of something that is massive and really just reshaping the landscape for what it means to be a trader, trading with prop firms. So just, commit, believe in the platform, believe in yourself, constantly work every single day to just improve little things. Because again, the success, the money, the statistics, it all is a byproduct from just consistency and behaviors every single day. And you guys have it so much better than I did and Dolby did 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago when we started. If you can't succeed and make it in the current environment and current parameters, you might not be able to make it at all, because Topstep is trying to make it as easy as possible for you guys to have an opportunity to do this and to succeed. So you just got to do your part. That's it. And secondly, again, toast to Topstep. Cheers to you guys. Thank you for having me on. It was a blast. Time flies when you're having fun, but I'm looking forward to the next one.
Absolutely, Isaac. You will definitely be back. Dolby, we're going to see you for Power Hour. Stay tuned. We got TopQuiz coming up. Isaac, do not be a stranger. We're definitely going to have you back on. This guy is good. Al Chemist says it. He is good. Take the W. Yes. And with that being said, you're looking sharp, Isaac, and we are going to TopQuiz now. Yep.
Take it easy, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 100th
Top Quiz. James, I'm still hearing a little music in the background. One moment here. Oh, I got it. We're good to go. Okay, so we're going to do Top Quiz. But as some of you have already guessed, here's the caveat. We are almost 100% certain to break Kahoot right here. Okay? So we'll go through this together. So before we start, I'm going to share the code soon. And regardless if it works, I'll give away 100 free resets randomly to the people that sign up. But keep in mind, this very well might break. So without further ado, James, you can reset the screen and don't comment so I can pin this real quick, okay? Here we go. Here
Jack,
is...
why are you assuming Kahoot would break?
Well, for starts, it can only ingest 2,000 people. And for second, there's 18,000 people here, and there was 6 last week when it broke. 6,000, not 6 people. All right, here comes the link. Can I get to it? Oh, I can't pin it. Someone else can try and get it down. Okay, I am watching Kahoot. 100th time trying was the first person to get in, and we're off to the races. Let's see how quickly we get the 2,000 people. If you don't get in, don't worry. There's more stuff coming later. Sarah, thank you for joining today. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm trying to figure out if you're going to be able to read some of these names as they come in, Jack, because I do watch Top Quiz almost every day.
This is like, oh my goodness. Oh, right.
I'm catching a few. Griffin, I saw a Griffin, a Chris, and Andy.
All right.
Something Alaska.
There's 2,000. I don't know that it broke. We'll go through this quickly, guys. If you didn't get in, we do this every day. We will get to you next time, and we'll find out a new system if more people are here. So, Sarah, you are the host today. You're asking me the questions that we got from the chat. I think this might work. So, thanks for coming to the 100th episode. We all dressed up. Sarah, you have your finest hoodie on, I see.
I have my black blazer, my black jacket with my hoodie.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Can we comment though before we start here on that really amazing thing under your collar? It's something cowboys wear, right? Do you have the horse tied up?
Yeah, exactly. No, this is my grandfather's bolo tie, an heirloom bolo tie that I got when he died, and he wore it without irony. He lived in Wyoming, and I guess, you know what? Let's bring it back. All right.
Well, I want to say, Jack, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I'm going to start doing it. All right. Let's get started. Sarah, you'll read the questions. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. I didn't go over the rules, but you guys in there know it. You get 3 or 4 out of these 4 multiple choice questions right. Assuming Kahoot works, you will enter a raffle. I'm giving out 100 free resets. We'll say 2 questions right and above. Be sure to answer the questions on your device if you got in, because we're on a 6-second delay here on the YouTubes. So, you ready? You set? I have not seen these questions. Let's see if I am trivia shit or not. Okay. Starting.
Okay, so these questions were submitted by our YouTube TV viewers to try and stump Jack. How long can a snapping turtle hold its breath? Jack, 10 minutes, 45 minutes, 2 hours, or 12 hours?
Can't be 12 hours, can it? I'm going to say 2 hours.
2 hours.
Oh, I was going to go with 45 minutes first. Damn.
Oh, that's what they, you weren't going to go with 45 minutes, Jack.
Yeah. All right. Well, guess what, guys? We officially broke. Oh, no, we did not break Kahoot, it looks like. The top 5 so far: Moen, Suin Dance, Blown Account, and somebody's cat was on their keyboard or something there. All right. Next question is...
Which country has won the men's cricket World Cup the most times? England, Pakistan, Australia, or India?
It's got to be Australia or India.
Which one, Jack?
Let's go with India.
India.
It was Australia, I guess. Damn. All right. Well, let's see who knows their cricket better than I. I can't believe there's 18,000 people here, and now I'm really laying an egg in the trivia realm.
794 people know their cricket.
There we go. Jana Kwabanika, BT Doug, and LZ. Guys, let's get some easier names in here. All right. Let's see the next question, since I know a lot of you can't get in right now.
Okay, submitted by our traders. The Hound of Hounslow was arrested in 2015 for his part in the flash crash of 2010. What's his real name? Navinder Sarod.
I think I know this one.
Okay, I'm going to let you just say it then.
I'm waiting until after 6 seconds. It's the first guy, Navinder Sarod.
I'm actually really impressed that these were submitted by our viewers on Topstep TV. I said traders. Our viewers of Topstep TV. This was
right on.
A pretty deep question.
Yeah, I was trading overnight during the flash crash, and I just got a phone call that said, you don't have to come in today. The markets are broken. So good on you, Navinder. All right. Top of the board. I can pronounce Raj and Celebration and Geomarg 23. Janaqa Baniqua, good on you. All right. Last question.
In futures day trading, what does confirmation mean in the breakout strategy? Does it mean the initial price movement that triggers the breakout signal, a retracement following the breakout, volume surge, or the time of day when the breakout occurs?
I think it's the volume surge.
There's some hesitation there. You sure you don't want to go with first initial?
The initial?
Yeah.
I read these.
The initial price movement.
All right. There we go. Hopefully you guys did better than me. But if you got two right or more, we'll give away 100 resets to those guys. Trying to read here.
Jack, I think you need to comment that the viewers actually did stump you today. That was the goal, and they nailed it.
Sarah, they have been stumping me all week with this stuff, including some absolutely BS questions. But you know what? I appreciate the challenge. So everyone stick around. As we said, there will be the FD word later today. So stick around for that. In the meantime, we're going to take a minute or two break, come back with group coaching. Sarah, thank you so much for getting in here and doing the Kahoot hosting. Wonderful as usual. Thanks. I know you're very busy. Stick around for Hoag. We're going to be back in just a minute. See you then.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to TopStep's group coaching session we like to call Let's Crush 2024. Just got word, our good friend Isaac, he just saw in the Power Players segment, just requested a $15,000 payout. Nice job, Isaac. Great trading. This is what we're hoping for all of you. If you don't know me, my name is John Hoagland, Senior Performance Coach here at TopStep. Got more than 40, well, in February, it'll be 41 years of futures industry experience. It'll be 32 years as an active trader. I call myself more of a future survivor. I traded on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, migrated to screen trading in the year 2009, and since 2011, I've been here at TopStep trying to help people increase their knowledge of futures trading and hopefully improve their performance. I got my good friend JD back with me today. He's going to be asking the questions. We got a boatload of questions, so we're going to be kind of going rapid fire with a lot of these questions. I did mention we were going to be taking a look at the volume and open interest studies that we look at. We'll probably hold that off for another day because we did get so many questions for the session today. JD, how you feeling, man? You ready?
Excellent, man. I'm kind of nervous. Almost 19,000 people watching right now. This is a little intimidating. My apologies in advance. If it gets a little loud behind me, risk manager Mick is in the office sitting right behind me, working real hard to rectify all these rhythmic issues that everybody keeps asking about. So keep that in mind if you hear a little noise in the back. Thanks again to everybody for filling out the question form for group. We only let this form sit up there for about 5 minutes, and we got well over 100 submissions. So thank you guys. Sit back, relax. You're gonna hear from the GOAT in a few minutes. We're just gonna rapid fire a bunch of questions off. Keep questions coming in the chat too. We'll monitor that, and let's get going.
Yeah,
Dolby
I just
Man's
want
in
to
there.
put up the disclaimer here for a second. There's a lot of risk in futures. These are leveraged products. We run the chance of losing more than our initial investment because of that. We should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security during this session. It is for educational purposes only. On that note, nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. If there's a question that I can't answer, I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to tell you that gives me the opportunity to learn right along with all of you. So let's jump into the questions. I'll put the charts up here so we can at least watch what's going on in the markets. And JD, let's get down to it.
We are getting some movement in the markets right now. CL's ripping higher. Stocks, indexes just extended the ranges lower. Looking at a little pop right now, actually. So things are moving. We'll keep checking into the markets as we go along. But let's start with the first question from Alex. What was the hardest thing you had to master in the market? That's not a loaded question at all, is it, Hoag?
Yeah, that's going to be kind of hard to rapid fire, right? The hardest thing that I had to learn to master in the markets was myself. And I think most people, most traders, most psychologists, most anybody that's been in this game for a while, it's one thing to be able to read a chart, to look for opportunities in the chart. It's another thing to be able to actually master yourself, to get, to put yourself in a place where when you realize you've got something good, to be able to stay in that trade. We mentioned yesterday that a lot of folks, especially when they're new in trading, aren't really necessarily wired for success. We all avoid losses. One of the first things I had to master about myself is the ability to accept losses and accept them quickly and accept them cheaply. And then the other side of that coin is, figuring out how you're going to be able to look for good opportunities that offer bigger rewards than the risks you take. We always talk about keeping the math on your side. Your losses, if you're going to risk $100, I'm going to take a trade only if I see it reasonable and probable that I could see at least 200 of profit in that trade. Again, it's the mental game of trading that is the most difficult to master, and it is a lifelong effort to try and continue to master yourself. So, in the markets, it's more about getting in your own head and understanding how your brain works and how you're going to use that information to profit from the markets than it is learning about the markets. We all see charts, whatever chart you're looking at, it's all telling us the same thing. What is it that makes some people more successful than others? It's the mindset. It's the ability to understand how their decision making works and to improve that decision making process over time. Is that a good quick question? Quick answer?
Excellent lead off. Yeah. And keep in mind too, guys, everybody's trading journey is unique. My problems, Hoag's problems will not be the same as your problems. When you're giving yourself a self-assessment, make sure you're honest with yourself. Figure out what your real strengths are and what your real weaknesses are. Lean into those. Learn from it. Next, we have David. David wants to know, is scalping a long-term trading solution?
Define.
Is it possible in this day and age to make a living long-term as a scalper in the markets?
Define scalping.
That's the question, right? We've been talking about that for years here now.
Right.
Are you slinging 100 lots for a tick? Are you slinging 5 lots for 5 ticks? Yeah. Are you just loading up the dome on every bid and offer with a 10 lot, hoping for a lucky fill and maybe get out at a tick or scratch, hopefully? That's what I would consider to be a scalping right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that, JD. I mean, especially from coming from the pit, there were a lot of traders that were standing in the pit, just working the bid, working the offer, hoping to get hit on one or the other or both at the same time. Scalpers in the pit were literally trying to make 1 or 2 ticks on every trade that they made. If they bought the bid, they tried to sell the offer. If they sold the offer, they tried to buy the bid. They were always on both sides of the market. And unfortunately, electronic trading has kind of taken over that genre of trading. The machines are doing that now. The HFTs, the algos, they're just kind of putting orders on both sides of the market. They kind of ping-pong the market back and forth between those two levels. And it's very difficult for a human being to try and compete with them in their time frame. I think that there's many layers of scalping. There's the 1 to 2 tick scalp, trying to trade 200 times a day to make 200 or 300 ticks. That to me is too much energy, too hard of work, and your competitors are machines. They don't have emotions. They don't have things going on in their lives that may change their decision making. They just do what they're told to do. They'll work for a while and then they won't work for a while, and they've got a whole bunch of people working on the next algo or the next HFT that's going to be picking the pockets of everyday retail traders like us. Now, I would say scalping is, if you're looking for an opportunity in a short time frame chart, maybe it's a 1 minute chart, maybe it's some sort of a range chart or a tick chart, something like that, where you're looking to take a little bit bigger bites out of the market. Maybe it's 3-4 points in the S&Ps. Maybe it's 10, 15 points in the NASDAQ. I kind of view that as the new scalper, because you're not necessarily competing in the same time frame as the very short time frame scalpers, which are machines. But Rowan. I'm sorry, that wasn't it. David
was asking
possible long term. Anything is possible. Anything can happen. It just depends on the person. I don't see myself as a scalper in either of those ilks. I kind of look for things in a little bit longer time frame to try and take bigger bites out of the market. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But it's all in keeping the risk smaller than the rewards. And so is it possible long term? Yes, it is. Is it going to be difficult? The shorter the time frame, the more difficult it's going to be because of your competition. David, if you can create a scalping strategy that is going to provide opportunity for you for the long term, then it's going to work. I can't say either way whether it is going to work or not going to work. It all depends on you.
There you have it. For everybody in the chat wondering, we have not yet dropped the reset code. Stick around. That's coming later. Mr. Abbas is asking, why can't we get Anne-Marie on this segment with Hoag? Well, you're in luck, Mr. Abbas. Coming up at 1 o'clock Central Time, we have Strategy Lab featuring Hoag the Goat and Anne-Marie. So You got me until then. Maybe go take a nap. We'll call you back for supper. All right. Next question. Hoag, this is from Rowan. What are your favorite indicators?
My favorite indicators. Well, I've had a number of them in the past. The RSI has been an indicator. The ADX has been an indicator that I've looked at. You don't see them on my charts right now because we try and keep things very simple for when we're on screen. But my favorite tool is market profile / volume profile, which I wouldn't necessarily consider to be an indicator. It's more of a context tool. As far as indicators are concerned, I'm not a huge fan of stochastics or sometimes even the RSI. There's more out there that I haven't really looked at. I don't know every indicator that there is. So there may be something that I may find useful at some point in the future. But the thing about indicators is they're always based on past. Okay. The indicators are lagging, right? They're taking information from the past to try and predict the future. We don't try and predict the future, but there are times when I do find them useful. When we were on with David the other day, he was looking at an opportunity, to look for a short, and we noticed that his RSI, the price had moved higher, but the RSI did not move higher than the previous high. So that's one way that I'll use an indicator is looking for those types of divergence for opportunities. But I don't really necessarily have a favorite indicator because, when you think about it, nothing works every time. Nothing never works. And it's all in your ability to use your market knowledge and, again, your personal knowledge to try and get into trades. As far as favorite indicators, they come and go. If you ask me, it seemed like for a while the ADX was really kind of hot, helping me look for opportunities. That was a number of years ago, and then it just kind of fell out of favor, and so I just took it off my charts. So, favorite indicators, mine are market profile, open interest, volume, delta. Delta would be, I would think, is an indicator, but it's basically telling you in real time a little bit about the order flow information. And again, that's something we were going to be talking about, but we got so many questions. I want to get through as many of these as we can. Maybe on Monday, Tuesday, we'll take another look at how these volume, open interest, delta studies and price action studies can help us look for opportunities in the longer time frame, which, as a shorter time frame trader, I think it's important to know. The market is moving higher and it's building volume and it's building open interest, and it looks like we've got longer time frame buyers in this market. Last thing I want to do is fight that. I want to look for opportunities in a shorter time frame strategy to look for opportunities to buy breaks or buy weakness in that case. No favorite really indicator. Sorry about that.
Yep, indicators are tricky. Personally, I just keep a couple moving averages on my chart, a couple simple and an exponential. Short-term exponential, longer-term simple moving averages. I keep one slow stochastic indicator for just to gauge momentum and volume. Other than that, I'm just reading price action. I'm looking at the dome. Maybe I'll draw a couple chart patterns if I see something playing out, but that's as deep as I go. I start every day with a clean slate, erase everything at the end of the day, start over fresh the next day. That's
JD, I didn't even think about moving averages as indicators. They're, are they indicators? I guess they are,
I use them to gauge just trend. That's
trend.
It,
Sure. Absolutely.
All right, moving on. Thanks for the question, Rowan. Where are we? Namir wants to see some more biker pictures from you ASAP. Hoag. We'll get to that as soon as we can, Namir. Thank you for the question. Kevin Vo wants to know, where can I watch and learn more about futures trading? I'm new to this. Well, congratulations. You found the hot spot. You even found this forum to ask a question about it. You're here. What do you think? Oh, you got any more advice for Kevin on where you should go to learn more about futures trading? Outside of TopstepTV, that is.
Right. TopstepTV, you're seeing funded traders showing success. You're seeing traders trading live on TV, good or bad. There's always something to learn here on TopstepTV. If you're new about futures trading, there's tons of information and opportunities for you to learn more and more. On YouTube, there are some trading books that I would suggest. I mean, the first book I would suggest would probably be something based on technical analysis, and then educate yourself on the auction process. Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton, Markets and Profile by Jim Dalton. From what I understand, Mr. Dalton is now writing his third book. It's going to be probably a year before it's out, but I'm really looking forward to that. Being around traders, talking traders, listening to traders talk about trading, I think is one of your best opportunities to really get a feel and an idea of what futures trading is all about. Great question, Kevin. And, keep coming, keep watching. You're going to see good trades. You're going to see bad trades. Everything we do here is completely transparent. And, some days are going to be good. Some days are going to be bad. But you'll learn from those things. We also, on our YouTube page, we've got, oodles and oodles of information. We've got classes. We've got the market profile masterclass, and all of those are on our YouTube page. Filter through our YouTube page. Take a look at some of the older videos. Take a look at some of the evergreen educational videos that we have. And I think that would be a good start for you. Great question. Thank you very much. Kevin.
Do not forget, do not bypass our website either. There's loads of great information on our website. We have an entire library of blog articles outlining trade structuring, technical indicators, all kinds of stuff. Old Coaches Playbook interviews, Limit Up podcasts, countless hours of trading entertainment there for you. Tradertainment, I should say, and loads of education.
I think we even have a list of books on there somewhere too, don't we? They do a bunch of trader books that we suggest.
Somewhere we do. We're gonna start working on a trader library pretty soon too. So we're gonna have a lot more resources coming at you in the very, very near future.
And Anne Marie is saying, but the Discord too. The Discord is a great way to communicate with other traders and learn.
How could I forget about Discord? Thousands and thousands of active traders in Discord doing nothing but bouncing ideas off each other all day long. Get in there, join a team, find a trading buddy. All right, coming up next. I thought this was a pretty good one, Hoag. I'm skipping down the line 179 from Vikrant. Vikrant is asking, how do I be more patient when I'm in a trade? Sounds like Vikrant's problem is gets in a trade, gets a little antsy, maybe thinking about getting out too soon, not giving it time to work itself out. What are some tips for staying patient when you're in a trade?
Well, Vikrant, this is something that you are not unique to. Everybody has this problem. I think one of the things that is difficult, and one of the things that I've dealt with and still deal with from time to time, is making sure that you are trading in your time frame. If you're trading off a 1 minute chart, you're probably going to be looking for some smaller opportunities. Staying patient when you're in a trade is something you want to do when the trade is paying you. Staying patient in a trade when it's moving against you is not really the best idea. But it's a muscle. Like everything, you have to flex that muscle in order to be able to expand that ability to stay in trades that are paying you. You don't want to be patient with trades that are moving against you. You want to be patient with trades that are moving your direction. One of the best, I think, and most poignant things that one of the trading psychologists that we've worked with here at Topstep, Dr. Menaker, says it's a process of getting to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Anytime you have risk on, there's going to be that nagging feeling of, okay, what can happen here? What can happen here? Maybe the trade's going your way. Maybe it's approaching your profit target. Just to be able to stay in that trade, and while in the back of your head, you're thinking, man, this is a good trade. It's not to my profit target yet, but what if the market turns around and comes back and takes away some of that realized profit that I had in this trade? It's one of the more difficult things. It always seems as though, and I think this is true for a lot of folks, if you stay in the trade because you're trying to expand those muscles, those are the ones that you might want to get out of early. And if you get out of it early, those are the ones you want to stay in. So why not just stay in all of them, account for the performance of them. And when you start to see that your profit targets are getting hit more often than you're losing some unrealized or all of the profit on the trade, that might help you build some of the confidence to stay in that trade. It is one of the more popular questions that I've come across, in 13 years here at TopStep and talking to traders and dealing with traders. That's one of the most popular is, how do I stay in trades? How do I stay patient? And, just to kind of go back to Tom Hoagland's book, it's when the market is moving in your direction, that's when we should be hopeful. When the market is moving against you, that's when we should be fearful. Unfortunately, most of us are the other way. When the market moves against us, we hope that it comes back. When the market's going our direction, we become fearful that we're going to lose, at least part of that unrealized profit. Try and be comfortable. Being uncomfortable, give the market a chance, build those muscles to stay in those trades, and build that patience. Patience isn't something that just comes to you because you say, today I'm going to be patient. It is a muscle like everything else, and you got to build that muscle to build that patience. Great question.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. Checking in on the markets. Thanks for chiming in the chat, Dolby, and keeping us informed. Crude oil just ripping higher. 45 minutes ago, we were making new lows. Now we're pushing new highs. Tapping on the ceiling. It just keeps ripping, right? What a move.
I wonder what happened. I hope it's nothing bad. And as always, I remind everybody to pray for peace.
I'm not looking at a news feed right now, so I don't see what's happening in the real world. But maybe we can catch up on that in the next segment. Moving on. Coach 12 is asking, I thought this was another interesting question. So we talk a lot about points of invalidation, how you know when your trade is no longer a good trade. Now, taking that in the opposite direction, you could see your visual spots for getting out. What about your take profit areas? How do you visualize or how do you calculate a good area to get out of a trade in a profit?
Okay. Great question. First off, you have to be confident in the current market state. Okay. Now I'm just going to put this on the 30-minute chart here. Okay. So when we look at the S&Ps, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you can look at this and say, you know what? We're in an area, a 3-day area of balance. So if my plan were to look for the opportunities to sell near the high of balance and buy near the low of balance, the profit target in a true area of balance, the market's going to rotate lower. It's going to rotate higher. It's going to rotate lower. It's going to rotate higher. A really even area of balance. If the market fails to break out the top, which it did not here against Wednesday's all-time high, so the profit target could, no guarantees, reasonably and probably bring price all the way back down near the low end of the current area of balance. Now we had a triangle formation that had a pretty decent up move, unable to take out Wednesday's high, makes this the upper extreme of the area of balance. Well, we've got the lower trend line from the triangle formation that if I were to be looking at a short coming back inside this level, I would think that a reasonable and probable profit target might be back down to the lower end of this triangle formation. And if that doesn't hold, then I could maybe look for the market to trade back down to the low of the day on Wednesday. What the market is basically saying to us here, even with the PCE numbers today, is overall there's very little change in the perception of value of the S&Ps. Now, if you are in a range-bound trade like this, profit targets probably are going to be a little bit easier to try and pick out. Doesn't make it any easier to stay all the way to them. Doesn't mean that they are actually going to happen. But when you have extremes at the highs like this and you have an extreme at the low like this, if the market's going to be rotational, if it's going to stay range bound, it's probably going to bounce between one and the other and the one and the other. Where the difficulty comes in is when the market is directional, like we broke out here on last Friday. Okay, we broke out of an area of balance. Area of balance. Now, this is the daily chart. If this were a 5-minute chart, it wouldn't make any difference. The area of balance was established up here, the upper area of balance. The lower area of balance was probably somewhere down here. When the market got too cheap and rejected, we're looking at the lower end of balance here. The market goes up, rotates down, rotates up, rotates down. In essence, I mean, we kind of put a inverse head and shoulders on this. And when we broke out to the upside, if you're long on a trade like this, and it's so difficult to do, because the market has broken a medium time frame market state, because the market has the potential for continuation, possibly for days. This is a trade that you probably would not want to have a profit target on. Now, this is really easy for me to say because I'm looking at things in hindsight. Actually responding this way to be able to take advantage of these things is a whole nother story. It's a whole nother story to be able to do that. So we can see this. We can say, all right, well, we just broke out. I got to try and find a way to look for an opportunity for a long. And I don't want a profit target on this. My expectation is because this breakout maybe is building volume, maybe it's momentum, maybe it's participation, maybe it's time that is sustaining above that breakout point that says this breakout is good. I'm going to go with it. And if you do, then you may not want a profit target. That might be one of those things where you're going to trail a stop up just to keep yourself in the trade until something changes. Then you may get your stop taken out, but you'll be protecting profits. None of this is easy. It's easy in hindsight. We can all look back and say, well, yeah, that was a breakout. I would have been long that. Were you? It can be a whole nother story. So, profit targets, in range bound, it's easier. When the market is trending, you got to be looking at longer time frame levels. Once you get to a longer time frame level, if you have multiples on, you can take off part of your position. But until the market does something that says, this market isn't likely to continue in that direction, you're going to leave a runner on. And again, this is off a daily chart. If we were to look at Friday on the 90-minute chart, here's the 30-minute chart here. Let's take a look. So here is last Friday. Okay. We had some convergences here. Last week's weekly kickoff high was 38. So basically right about where this trend line is. This trend line comes off this high, across this high, 2 points of contact. Where did the market break out? Well, the market really started to accelerate once we showed acceptance above that 48.38 level. We broke out above that trend line and it became directional the rest of the day. It's very difficult to buy higher, number one, and then just to stay in this trade because, the rules say we broke out of balance, a long time frame balance. This thing could really go is a whole nother story. So profit targets are easier and it's, never easy. They're easier in range bound trade than they are in directional trade. But don't put yourself in a position where you think that you're going to be able to pick the high tick on a long or pick the low tick on a short. Take your bite out of the middle and profit and be happy with it. It's a great thing.
Try and find a better answer than that. I dare you. Go find it. All right, next up. Let's just keep this speedy. One of your favorite subjects, Tog. Open interest. How do you use open interest to determine an early initial directional bias? I know we got that nice graphic. Maybe someone could find that real quick and throw that in the chat. Your volume and open interest graphic.
Well, I got it right here. Okay, yeah. You're talking about that little table, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
There it is. Okay. So
Boom.
Volume and open interest is it's a bit of a longer time frame study. So we can get into this, and I'm gonna kind of rip through this, and I apologize if it happens fast. Volume and open interest. This is auction theory. This is auction. This is how auctions work. If price is rising over time and volume is rising over time, what is volume? Volume is the number of contracts traded in a specific time frame, right? So day over day, if price continues to rise on higher volume, volume drives price. If volume is higher over and volume and price is higher, volume is higher, and open interest is higher. What is open interest? Open interest is the total number of outstanding contracts at the end of each trading day. A contract is one long and one short. That's one contract. So when we see price rising, volume rising, and open interest rising, that is a market that is really strong and likely to continue in that direction, because we have all three: price rising, volume rising, open interest rising, and that is a market that I'm not going to try and fight. There may be pullbacks in it in longer time frame, but until there's some sort of technical break, this market is still continuing to push to the upside. Now, the next line: if price is rising, volume is falling off, and open interest starts to fall off, that means that with price continuing to rise, but with lower open interest and volume, some of those longs are probably getting out against a lot of the laggard buyers, okay, because price is still rising, but open interest is falling. Those laggard buyers are helping the those with positions lower to get out of those positions. That is an indication that the upside auction that it was currently under may be tiring a little bit. And it doesn't mean that the market has to fall right then. It puts a warning sign to you that says, the price is still rising, but volume isn't doing well. Open interest is falling off. Something's going on here. There may be a change in this market. Now, at any time, something can happen that can reignite that upside auction, bringing in new volume and open interest. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes higher price, more buyers begets more buyers. But it's just an indication, like, all right, this is something that I would look at and say, all right, we got the rally's been going for a while. It's starting to show weakness as far as volume and open interest is concerned. Be on guard. Make sure you limit risk on longs. Maybe even start thinking about possible opportunities for shorts. The opposite is true as well. If a market is falling, price is falling, and volume is higher, volume drives price. Open interest is rising. People are still putting money into the short side. That is a market that is weak. It is, well, you could say it is a strong downside move, a strong downside auction, because we have price rising and price falling, volume rising, and open interest rising. That is a market that is more likely to continue to auction in that direction until price continues to fall, but volume dries up and open interest starts to decrease. You're starting to see some of those shorts covering those positions. That is a market that might be changing. Maybe it's just going to fall into consolidation. Maybe it's going to start heading the other direction, but it's a warning sign for a potential change in market state. If the market's trending lower and you start seeing volume and open interest dying, doesn't mean it's going to whirl around and head the other direction. It may just consolidate for a while. We don't know what's going to happen, but this is something that you can generally think about when you're looking at longer term studies. Everybody, as a trader, you got to start from the top down. I start every Sunday on a weekly chart or a monthly chart, looking at what the what the trend is in the longest time frame, and then I drill down closer and closer to the daily, and I drill closer to that down to the 3 minute, the 30 minute. I look at the profiles. I look at how volume and open interest are acting. So we've got a little bit of time here. JD, do you think I should do the example of open interest and volume?
Hoag, I just looked up and saw 27,000 views and almost shorted myself. I think you should do exactly that. Give them a good example of what we're talking about here.
All right. Let's do this then. Okay. So, God, that's a lot of people. Okay. So this is one of the more stark examples of the example that I just showed you with the volume and open interest. This was gold in February of 2022. Yes, it is a while ago, but it is one of the more stark examples of how to use this information in a longer time frame. This market moves, let's say, over 200 points in this move. Was there anything in volume, open interest, and delta that told us, first off, we don't want to fight this auction? It is doing very well. We're going to see if we can't find a way to get into it. So this was what was this? It was February the 7th, and this was March the 8th. 1 month, over $200 move in gold. This is the information that I collect every day. I put all this stuff in here for several different markets. So here is the this is S&P. Sorry, here's gold. So here is February the 7th. On February the 7th, price is trading $1,821.08. It's a little bit higher than the previous day, but we added open interest. Now, when you look at volume here, upside volume tends to waffle like this. It's not until the market really starts to break before you're going to see volume really move into this. So I want you to focus more on the open interest and the delta. Delta is another story, and we will be, you keep coming to TopstepTV, you're going to get more and more information about delta and all of this. And, delta is not something that I can use every day for good opportunities on a daily basis. But in this case, in a longer time frame, it at the very least, it could have kept you out of trouble and told you, you know what, this thing is strong. I need to find a way. I need to find a pullback. I need to look for opportunities when the market pulls back, because this auction is really proving to be strong. And here's why. 1807.80, okay, on the 4th. The 7th, we move higher. Price moves higher 14 points. Open interest is higher. Delta's negative. The next day, we finish $6 higher. We add 3,400 in open interest on higher volume. We move $6 higher, negative delta. The next day, we move $8 higher open interest. Money is coming into the long side. We know that because price is moving higher. Money is coming into the long side. We're up $8.70, negative delta. Up another 9,800. We only move a little bit that day, but we have negative delta. 15,000. Now we're trading 1842. We're only up $4.70, negative delta. Missed this day. The next day, we come back off a little bit. We back off. We come off $13. The next day, we start our move to the upside again. Price moves higher $15, negative delta. Price moves higher $30 on a lot more open interest, negative delta. We see that big jump in open interest on a big up day, 30,000. That is more money coming into the long side. This auction is presenting itself as very strong at this time. This I would call a B+ or an A- auction, because I don't give A's for auctions because none of them are perfect. The market continues to bring in open interest. We have a small down day on negative delta. Another up day, negative delta. Open interest increases. Open interest increases. We continue to see consistently negative delta as price moves higher and higher. What does that tell us? Open interest is increasing. Price is increasing. Delta is negative. Delta is probably telling us that this move to the upside has been created by longer time frame, bigger hands traders, and the people that they've been buying it from are shorter, weaker hands traders, pea shooters. We're the ones that are using market orders to get into positions. The longer time frame uses limit orders, and they'll place an order and they'll use iceberg orders where they'll just piece in bids, and the shorter time frame traders using market orders to hit those create the negative delta. So we've already gone from 1807. By the time we see our first positive delta day, we're at 1887. Well, that's an $80 move. Now, the short time frame traders become buyers. You can see on the delta here, and this is not perfect. There's nothing that is perfect in trading. This can be as wrong as it is right. But when we start to see the short time frame traders become buyers and we start losing open interest with relative consistency, this is the shorts and short time frame traders getting out of those positions. Then we see price come all the way up here, 2000. Up here, we start to see open interest losing open interest. We lost open interest here a little bit. We saw open interest continue to move higher as the shorter time frame traders get out of their losses. Finally, we get this market up to, what was it, 2043 was the close here. And then it starts to come back off. So we look at that on the chart again. That is a $200 and some odd move that you could have recognized. Don't get in front of this. This is longer term time frame buying. I got to find a way to look for opportunities to buy breaks in this market. Now, do you see situations this stark that often? No. But even if you see it once every 2, 3, 6, 7 months, it does a great job of, number one, keeping you out of trouble. That's always rule number one. We don't want to lose everything. And number two, when I see a market like that is providing information about a really healthy upside market, I got to find, you got to see if you can't wait for the next down day, and see if you can't buy a dip or something. You always have to limit risk, which is, that's the hard part. If we never had to worry about risk, we could just trade and not worry about losing money because we can hold on to it forever until price moves higher. I only knew one guy that could do that. That was Uncle Julius Frankel on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. It was rumored he had so much money that if he had a bad position on in the grains, that he would hold on to it, sometimes roll it over even for years until it became a winning trade again. I don't have that luxury. We don't have that luxury. He was my dad was on the floor of the Board of Trade for 40 years. I started walking around on the trading floor when I was 6 years old. And every time Uncle Julius saw me, he'd flip up, there, hey, you're Dick Hoagland's kid. Here's $20. So, I always got paid to go to work down there, which was great. But he didn't have any family, no kids, no family. When he passed away, he left his estate to the lyric opera of the city of Chicago. Uncle Julius passed away probably 40 years ago. If you go to the Lyric Opera in Chicago, his estate is still one of the number one beneficiaries to the Lyric Opera. He was a great man. He was a great man. Only person that was rumored that never took a loss because he could just hold on until they all became winners. We don't have that luxury. Do not do that. Do not do that. So that's open interest. That's volume. That's delta. And that's the auction process in a very simple form. Those are the longer time frame traders. We're the short time frame traders. When you see those divergences like that, especially in delta is continuing to decrease in value as price increases. That can be an indication that you've got some at that point that there may be some longer time frame participants in the market. Don't fight them. And once they get our direct competitors, and I call them competitors, they're not really competitors, but they are. Once they get our time frame all stuck one way, the move is always in the opposite direction. We used to be able to see that in the pit. I used to be able to stand there and look around and see Goldman by 2000, Merrill by 2000, Shearson by 2000, Bear Stearns by 2000. And, you know the time date because Bear Stearns and Shearson are long gone. But you could just see they're not buying it from each other. They're buying it from the locals. They're buying it from the people that are trading their own accounts in the pit. And when they do that all day long, you could just see the pit getting shorter and shorter and shorter. By the end of the day, they're all probably going to be going home flat. And you know that they're going to have to turn and buy it. So you could use that information to your advantage. It's like pitting time frame against time frame. The longer time frame, not always, but usually wins. And this is all, information that I had in the pit that I didn't when I started screen trading. We had to figure out how we're going to try and seek out how we're going to see longer time frames. Delta's one way, especially if there's a divergence that can indicate longer time frame participants in the market. And if we sense that our time frame is too long or too short, that's when we can really kind of take advantage of those situations. It's a lot of information. Keep asking. We can show that over and over again. I know that a lot of platforms don't provide Delta information. You can ask in the chat if you're wondering. If I'm watching the chat, I'm able to do this. I can tell you, and usually either Andre or I are going to be saying, we got a little Delta divergence here, and that's something that we're going to be watching. We always like to watch that on Power Hour, because sometimes when that longer time frame gets everybody too short or too long, that's when we see those range extensions happen late in this session. Haven't seen much of them lately. Probably this year, I don't think we've seen one, but we'll be watching, and hopefully we're going to find some good opportunities for ourselves as well as you when that happens.
Take a breath, Hoag. I hope all you newcomers paid attention to what Hoag just said. You just sat through a masterclass in volume and open interest. We're going to clip that. Listen, we just hit 33,000 viewers watching right now. Why don't you prove to us you're real? Show us a little love. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let us know that you like what we're doing.
I'm completely honored that you're here. Completely honored that you had questions, and I'm ecstatic that to some degree that everybody was able to take something from that session that we just had to hopefully improve your knowledge and performance. That's the goal here. I'm not the best trader. I'm a futures survivor. There's so much information that I've learned over the years. I've probably forgotten more than I still know. And it's always an opportunity for me to be here with you to kind of review some of these things. And I learn as much as all of you probably from the opportunity to spend this hour with everybody every day. And JD, thank you for your contributions in all of this. You have such good things to add. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate all of you. This is our goal, man. It would make my heart so warm to see so many people successful in futures trading. I'd like to see all of you. I think that's a pretty tall order. This is a pretty hard thing to do, but that's our goal. Is we want you to succeed, and I'm so proud and honored to be a part of it.
Yeah, I'm proud of you too, Hoag. Is Jack in here?
There he is. What's up, Jack?
Well,
Hey,
yeah,
Jack.
producers corner here to give an update. 33,000 people watching. I'd like to give one thing. As you may notice when you join this stream, there is not a commercial because it's not monetized. So for all of my bots out there, bots, let me hear you. If you're there or if you're botting us, thanks, I guess, because I don't know.
Right.
Anyway,
We appreciate it.
One thing we wanted to say though, we're trying to get a feel for how many people are actually here. If you could hit that like button, bots don't like; they just are. So, bots enjoy.
Well, I think that's it. We just ran out of time. Coming up next, we've got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. Anne Marie and Hoag are going to be, what are we doing? It's going to be like the old Make Hoag Money session, I believe.
I
We're gonna
think
be
so,
calling out
yeah.
Trades. We're going to be taking trades from the chat. We're going to get everybody involved in
and I
that.
are going to be kind of basing this off of the 5-minute chart. So we're going to see how this goes. It should be a lot of fun. There's a lot of folks here. That chat is going to be flying, but we'll do our best to get your input in some of these trades that we're thinking about taking here in the next hour. So yeah, it's Back to the Futures Strategy Lab with Anne Marie coming up here. Again, thanks everybody for joining me. I've got the dad wisdom of the day here. Again, my dad was a trader for 40 years. That's a picture of him, and he was always, full of encouragement. If after a bad day, he'd just say, "You know what, son? Tough times don't last, but tough people do." He was such a big part of the fact that I was able to survive the beginning years in futures trading, and he was a great man. I love his watch. That was the original digital watch, and he wore that from the day he got it till the day he left us. Great man, great trader, great person. You are all good men, good women, good traders, and good people. Thanks for joining again. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes with Anne Marie.
Thanks again, Hoag. Yep, Anne-Marie, Strategy Lab coming up. After that, we have Power Hour with Eddie, Hoag, Dolby, and Coach Ray. And stick around. We still have not dropped that reset form yet, but it's coming, everyone. So stick around, and we will catch you in a little bit. Thanks again, Hoag. Hit that like button, everybody. We want to see 10,000 likes today.
it's time for Back to the Futures and Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, one of our favorites. Anne Marie, how you feeling today? You doing all right?
I am super excited. Just before we went live, I was looking at the stream up there and I saw somebody say, I predict Anne Marie's going to go long. And I actually had gone long just a couple seconds before that. Let me show you the setup. Look at the chart here. Sitting, I think I have my chart up. And what we saw, my favorite things to look at, was we've got a 5-minute chart here, so we'll be rocking and rolling from that perspective. Mm-hmm. I think we ought to bring some of that profit back into this space, and so we'll be in good shape to take it on the top of this ledge. But what gave me the clue was, one, the value area low. That's this part of the volume profile. And two, the bottoming formation that came at the 1 standard deviation marker. So hat tip to you. Thanks on the glasses. For some reason, my eyes just are not focusing at all today. So I've reverted to the glasses. But yes, whoever predicted I was going to go long, spot on. You probably know I'm watching that 1 standard deviation move here in an otherwise upward trailing market. It's just been so erratic, moving up and down. It's just been crazy.
It has been. So Anne Marie and I were talking. We were going to be kind of looking for opportunities off the 5-minute chart. I'm an S&P trader. She's already long in the NASDAQ, but we are going to be asking you, the viewers, your opinion on any of these trades that we're going to be taking. We may be putting out some polls or just asking overall in the chat if you like the idea, if you don't like the idea. I was just finishing up the group coaching and looking at the S&Ps here, noticing on the 5-minute chart, we have that bottoming formation similar to the S&Ps. And once we got above that first standard deviation, I was going to be looking for a long. But of course, I was, busy doing group coaching, and I did not get the opportunity to participate in that. Anne Marie, we're kind of up at the top of a kind of a 5-minute, what I would call a consolidation.
Yes.
Is this something that we should consider maybe looking for a short?
Okay, so we've got somewhat of a cross current. And when we have significant cross current action, I like to go to really tight time frames and then look at the forward motion. So we could easily look for a short. I moved us to the 1 minute because over here, and this is one of the main reasons I love all my candlesticks being the same color. Over here, we can see literally we've been moving in the same direction. So absolutely, there is a short in play here, but it's a scalp event, right? So if we looked at this topping formation, we could immediately say, based on the 30-minute, hey, listen, I'm going to short that 29.17. We don't want to wait until it rejects it. The goal here in the strategy is I'm trading the form. And what the form is, based on 30-minute candlesticks, it's saying every time people come to 49.17, they are shorting it. Notice that's also just above the low of the 1 minute range. So I find that to be incredibly interesting. So they're letting it go into the opening range, but then they're rejecting it. Now, here's why I don't love the short. I don't love the short because my indicators on the super tight time frames say pullbacks or buy zones. This is green. And both of these are upward. And so they are telling me if I fade it, it's got to be a super quick scalp. It might give me 4 or 5 ticks max. So what I suspect the chart is doing is coming off of the 1 standard deviation and trying to get back up into the VWAP and the open of the prior day, or is this a Globex open? This might be the Globex open. Right? So from that perspective, dang it, just missed my edge right there. That's my target right there, and it just missed me. But I'm going to give it a little bit of time because my expectation is, see the slope of this VWAP?
Yes.
The slope of the VWAP says people are still buying the dip. The fact that price is under the VWAP means that the people buying the dip are a little bit underwater. And so what they want to do is get into the VWAP and then, potentially make another set of decisions over there. But that is particularly what it is I think that we're looking at right now. I feel like the market is very, very squishy. It could move up, could move down. Yes, another one with the kerfuffle. So it is kind of squishy, meaning it's bouncing off of its edges and expanding a little bit, but at the same time holding a general framework that is coming off of the pre-market lows. And since it hit the pre-market lows, it's made a new high. Now, the last time we spoke, which was Monday, I talked about my philosophy on using the VWAP, and it's this. If I test the VWAP and it bounces and gives me a new high, I'm not going to be afraid to buy the next low test that was across from the VWAP because I've got upward sloping VWAP and I made a new high. So if I make a new high after it hits the VWAP, I'm okay trying to buy the dip again because I have low, high, higher low, higher high. And so this tells me, you know what, I'm probably going to recover into the end of the day. So that's how I use the nature of the VWAP. Because remember, what the VWAP tells us is that people are long and adding to their positions as prices move up. As long as that VWAP gains slope, that's what we're looking at. And although we can look at this 5-minute and it looks kind of flat, if we take a wider angle view on the 15-minute, it clearly says, listen, we are moving higher. It's just ugly.
Right. Now, there was something you mentioned earlier. You're saying there were a lot of cross currents in the market. Can you explain a little bit about what you mean by cross currents?
Okay, so you can identify a cross current by just looking at the price action and saying to yourself, if I drew a straight line, would I hit a lot of the candlesticks at some point or another? And so the answer is yes. I can draw a straight line here and cover a ton of candles. I can draw a straight line here and cover a ton of candles.
Right.
And so what's happening is that slosh is telling us that there is cross current in the price action, right? Our VWAP is lower from yesterday, much lower, but we're holding the pre-market lows and we've breached the pre-market highs of the trading day and pulled back into a higher low. And so that cross current tells me, wait a second, there are people that are thinking that we should sell off, and there are people that are still buying the dip. And this
the time
is
frame of your chart right now.
This
That's
is
your 3?
a 1 hour. Yeah, this was a 1 hour. Right.
That's a 1 hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this is a 30-minute. I try to keep it on 30-minute when we're talking together. And the reason that I picked the bottom here to go long is really because, listen, we've got these 4 candlesticks here that are dipping, but it's holding the low of the range. And notice the overall slope of the VWAP bands. They're up to flat. And so I'm comfortable giving the chart a little bit of run room in order to wait the trade out. That's my thought.
Okay. All right. Looking at the 5-minute chart, do you see opportunity here anywhere?
Okay, so on the 5-minute chart, we're in a relative grind. I would want it to hold my entry point, which is 17,515. It's right here just above this wick. So that would be a stop, essentially, if you were looking to go long. Because it's sideways, our least risk event is going to be taking a position right around the edge of the heavy congestion, the one standard deviation bar, and then just under the value area would be the short, right? So any minor dips, if you're looking at this 5-minute, you go, hey, here's my dip. If I come in and it dips to this area, it's more than fair for long because everything is holding the framework on bigger time frames. And that's really it. Although I'm executing on the small time frame, it's the big time frame that tells me the framework of, listen, you can buy on the top here at 15 and you can sell at 45. And so I'm just waiting for 45, 46 to get out of the trade. Okay. It could go higher, but that's all the market is telling me at this time using the 3 most recent candlesticks. If any of you watch I put a video in the strategy lab in the mornings. This morning I didn't because we had plumbers everywhere. So, hijinks. So, I put it in there, and you'll notice that I talk about the candle in motion and 2 candles to the left, telling you what the traders are likely to do. If I have 2 candles to the left here, and I begin my candle here, and I don't break this low, it means the traders are trying to get to the top of this candle, right up here. That's their goal. Now, if they can get up there and hold it, which is incidentally the day's prior low, that's a huge deal. If we can recover the day's prior low, this would be essentially a look below, but a failure to hold trend. That would be called the failed auction, would it not? On maybe
in a longer time frame, yeah.
Yes, on a much longer time frame, it would be the failed auction. Traders tried to push price lower, they couldn't, and so now we're banking on recovery. Since the early part of the morning, I thought that we could have lower dips, but then resume trend somewhere. It would be very good if we ended up closing above yesterday's open. That would give us trend. Otherwise, like we talked about yesterday on Fast Markets, we are potentially looking at a sea change in the broad market because the dips have been bought hand over fist. And if that stops happening, we're going to have some trouble. And Monday, we've got a huge auction. We've got huge auctioning events, and then we start the FOMC kicking in. We are in a place where really Monday's recap and the pre-market open event with you and Eddie is going to be super important to keep our eyes on, because I know you'd be bringing the good levels for us there. Okay. Your brain hurts? My brain gets injured when I listen to this woman. Do you want me to slow down? You want me to talk? I can talk slower.
Don't listen to that, Anne Marie. People throw rocks at shiny things.
Yeah, well, that's it's a lot of people watching, or not watching.
Right.
Yeah, so that's really where we are. If you want to wait this out and let it come into the level, as long as we do not break the low we've got price action that tells us that we can go higher. And so it requires a little patience, but I would say, a fair amount of risk management to go, you know what, I don't want to go big, and I'd love to wait for it to come into the level that I want.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, that's, you don't want to FOMO into a move. You just increase your risk.
Exactly. And this morning was very interesting. I was listening. Dobie has a great read on the market, but he was talking about taking the trade in, and I recognized what was happening with him because it happens to me all the time. I get in and I size up sometimes too quickly. And when I size up too quickly, I feel the dread of, holy cow, this price action has got to work. And see, Dobie called that on the money directionally. He knew exactly where it was going, but that's the big thing when you trade. If you don't have, one, the margin or the strength to hang on, the intestinal fortitude, to hang on as a trade is wiggling around when you're sized wrong, you're going to force yourself out of the trade, and it's not going to be pretty. So definitely he was reading everything right, but had the sizing mechanic wrong. And I noticed that because I have done that so many times. It just takes patience, right? And less is always more. Less is always more.
Yeah. I remember when he was, trying to size into that trade, and it's a difficult thing to do. If you're going to be doing that in a short time frame, you better do it quick.
Exactly. Somebody just asked me, where do you put your stop loss when you're trading the Qs? Listen, I am a person that when I set a trade, it's relative to that trade where my stop is. So for instance, I got in here at the 16 marker, right? 1650. And so my thought is, hey, I need to hold the floor of this area right here. And so my stop is about 10 points wide. If I were looking at another trade, my stop might only be 5 points wide. My stop might have to be 20 points wide. It depends on what the candlesticks are doing and where I got involved in the trade, right? Notice how it bounced right off the 1 standard deviation. So if you had a limit order at that 520, you're already 4 points up. Okay? So that's terrific. Now, I don't really like it that it's coming down there, but it is telling me the following. Buyers are showing up at that 1 standard deviation. They're showing up there and they're trying to push price action forward. We can see from the depth of market, that's this stuff here on the side. I know somebody asked a question about motive wave. I'll answer that in a minute. My eyes weren't moving fast enough when I saw it, but I love motive wave. They're an amazing platform. I've been with them since they were in beta. I was one of their beta testers. And so, yeah. And they just keep getting better and better. They're fantastic. I love them. Lots of tools. Little bit of a learning curve, but it's also quite intuitive. See here in the depth of market, we're seeing these long, sticky green things. Those are people putting orders out in size relative to the NQ, and they're sitting right there at that 1 standard deviation and just a little bit above. What I want to see is I want to see this get a bulge. If this gets a bulge on it, we'll move to the upside. Right now, it's the short action that's got the bulge. It's got a little bit, it's a little fatter on that side. And so it says that they're capping the top of motion. And what I want to see is the bulge underneath. And that means they're going to be pushing price forward. So right now, though we want to move in this space, we can't even do it on a 5-minute. If we had to trade this kind of price action, we'd have to trade it on a 1-minute. And that 1 minute would have been your short that you called out and said, hey, listen, what about a short up here? The double topping formation. We were actually talking to the ES, but it's the same kind of thing. It would be the double topping formation. And as I mentioned, your target would be into that shoulder right here, right? So you'd move from the 45 to the 15. Let's go to the ES and see where that move would have been. Put it on that 1 minute. It's just the same. It would be that shoulder, right? Shorting right up here at the 17 area, target right here near the shoulder, and you just say, that's it for me from the downside. Now, there could be a lot more downside there, especially with these wicks. But what the overall price action is telling us so far is that if we do take that short and we come into this area, we need to take some profit, because that's where all the candlestick bodies begin, and that's relative congestion. My question is, are we going to get back up into the value area in the ES? That's quite the question there. Where's my VWAP anchored? My VWAP, Ben, is anchored at the beginning of the day. I do not use an anchored VWAP per se. I don't think I'm wise enough with price action to understand definitively where to place an anchor and then run my trade from it. Because I know so many algos are actually built using the VWAP, I have a tendency to just go vanilla and just see where the big anchored VWAP is so that I know what the big algos are looking at.
What was I going to say? I think it's, the most important thing is consistency. When you're going to anchor it, use it the same way every time, and then you'll get your information.
And I don't really know how to anchor it consistently, to be very transparent, right? That's not my game. My game is I use vanilla. It shows me what's happening right now. People who bought at the beginning of the day are underwater. And how do I know that? Price action's under the VWAP. So they need to defend this area, or it's going to be a bigger short, because everybody here is going to have to get out of their trade. So essentially, that's what we're looking at.
Okay. If we're going to be taking trades on a 5-minute chart, we're right in the middle of this consolidation, cross currents, as you call them. It's very, like you say, squishy, which, yes, that is now an industry term. I don't see anything that I'm really jumping at here.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to, getting to one of the extremes here and asking our viewers, what do you think of this idea, long, short, that kind of thing. I'm hoping that we're going to get the opportunity to do that. But, everybody says, and I know you say it, Michael says it, I say it, sometimes trading is a lot of waiting.
Oh,
now, I know you're in a trade right now.
But I'm waiting.
Above your entry.
Yeah, and I'm waiting. So, I'm trying to see if anything else is heating up in any of the others. What time did gold's already closed, right? Gold's already
12:30 Central.
12:30 Central for gold, right?
Right.
So gold is closed, and then these guys are getting ready to close in 2 minutes. My top target was 78 because I have seen gold oil run in dollar increments since it went down to 69. And my thought was, hey, listen, if it recovers 70, we got ourselves 71, 72, 73, 74. Once it hit 75, I said, all right, we're going to 78. And so this is a really big number. My suspicion is that the powers that be are going to do their best to talk down the market in oil because we don't want high prices of oil during an election cycle like the one that we're in.
Exactly.
Right? And so that they're either going to be trying to shake hands with what's going on in the Red Sea or, beef up X, Y, or Z. I'm not quite sure why WTI is moving this way, but it's come right into my target of 78, which is a key event for us to close at. So nothing's going on there.
Yeah, I think.
And we're just waiting.
Part of the reason that crude oil has been so firm for the last couple of sessions, I think it's part technical, number one, and number two, the unrest over in the Middle East.
The Red Sea.
It's going to cost a lot more to get crude oil from that part of the world over here, and that is just continuing to keep that upward price pressure. Excuse me, on that WTI and Brent and everything. Just kind of waiting to see what happens here. I'm looking forward to seeing an opportunity here where we can get our viewers' opinion on what do we do here. But right here, I don't see that there's much for us to do. We didn't get your good trade location on your long here, and just hanging around.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the stream. It's hilarious. The stream's hilarious. Okay, so the key event here. Do I love it that this is an inside candlestick? For those of us that remember the quite what's the word, inimitable Rob Smith. That's my 50-cent word for Rob Smith. He was Rob in the Black, and he taught the 1, 2, 3s inside, outside neutral candlestick formation. And right now we're seeing a neutral candlestick, which I don't love for what's here. But again, it's a patient event. And what we're doing is just waiting to see if price action will hold. And unfortunately, like John just said, a lot of trading is waiting. Now, somebody asked a question about oscillators. This is a linear regression slope. Let me show it to you. It is available on a lot of platforms, to include TradingView. And so I use a slower one for bigger time frames. And then I use a faster one for bigger time frames and a slower one, 14 over here, for tighter time frames. And so right now they're both a little bit bearish, but they tell me the past, not the future.
Sure.
This is something that a lot of traders have trouble with when they're looking at indicators. They think to themselves, oh my goodness, this is some kind of, it's going to tell me the future. No, it tells you the recent past, but the recent past can affect the near-term future. You just want to be a little bit careful and really focus on just price, right? You just want to focus on, is price doing what it's supposed to? And, right now, price is just hanging on here. Let's see what's happening in the ES.
And that's what we sit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the market gods just decided they're going to take a tea break, right?
Yeah.
Some tea and crumpets for the old market gods.
I mean, to me, it feels like
a crumpet is. Yeah, say
like
again.
a coin flip, isn't it? Like,
yes, it is.
Like, kind of like a scone.
No. It's more like an English muffin. Yeah, so crumpet, I make crumpets a lot because my husband's a big fan of the crumpet. But yeah, it's like an English muffin, only softer and not so dry. A lot of people really hate English muffins because they think they're dry or whatever. But anyways, yes.
Well,
I was talking to one
like
of my
them.
kids.
I like anything if you put enough butter on it.
Butter and bacon. How can you go wrong? Butter and bacon. Whoopsie.
All right. So,
here we are losing this. Your short might have really done the trick there. That short in the ES would have been very nice, coming right back into the support zone. See, our tight time frames aren't giving us any. It's just saying, hey, listen, we're holding the edge. And that's about it. We're holding that edge.
all right. Like
Questions
to kind
on
of,
the platform? Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to ask the audience, if you were going to buy or sell equities right now, the E-mini S&Ps or the NASDAQ, what would it be? If we're going to do a poll, say buy equities here or sell equities here, one of the two. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you guys all have to say. See if we get a poll in here for that. The buy, sell, buy. Boy, it's sure hard to tally these up without the
without
without a poll.
Yeah.
Short, sit on hand, sell, buy, buy, sell, neither, buy, sell, buy, sell. Well, I guess we're not going to get our poll, and this is going to make this very difficult to try and do anything.
Yeah.
John, I'm here, and I think I'm the only one who's doing polls right now. So if you want to repeat the question, I'll get it up for you. Should we buy or sell equities?
Yeah, right here. Buy or sell equities.
Yeah.
Nice dig out off that, Anne Marie.
Yeah. Well, my thought is, hey, if I focus on what the big time frames are doing, the little time frames are going to take time doing what the big time frames suggest ought to be done. So I'm just going to give it time. And if I get in at the low edge, I don't have that much risk to worry about, right? I've got about $200 on the downside and about $500 on the upside. And look at the bounce. It just, what's super interesting about the market is that it does two things a lot of times. It scares us out or it wears us out. And this is the type of formation that will wear us out. We'll sit here and go, oh, geez, it's supposed to move. It's supposed to move. It's supposed to move. Sort of like the early long this morning that you looked at it, you knew it was going to pop out of there, but it just took a long time. And the traders are, big money is just doing that, just sloshing things all
back
over
and forth,
and running us from one end to the other and making money all the way and just leaving a lot of us in the graveyard. That's one of the great things I loved about Isaac. Listening to Isaac this afternoon was such a treat because he was talking about how he waited and literally how long he sat in the trade once he got his setup. For me, that was a great big takeaway that I felt was, hardcore wisdom. Wait for your setup. Wait until you get into the space where you know what the market should be doing based on your analytics and your own strategy. Strike and then wait for the target as long as the market continues to tell the same story.
The same
You
story.
wait for it.
Yeah.
And that was me. Now, I can't tell from the 1 minute chart if the story's the same. That's sort of like going into the woods and staring at the roots and wondering how tall the trees are. You don't know. You have to step back and look up into the forest and go, yep, there's it. There it is. I'm out of my trade. And it took us, well, I started it before we got together, and now it's flat. So I went from
about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went from 17 to 46.
Nice. That's a
40
nice
points.
trade, Marie. Nice work. So we had almost 3,200 votes. Buy is 64%. Sell is 36%. Guess what tilt is right now?
Buy side?
67% long.
Yeah. So
This poll seems to go right along with the tilt.
that's very interesting. So here's the thing. The tilt is going along, and normally we would go, all right, it's time to short it because it's coming right into the space. So this is a super interesting setup that causes you to either immediately follow or get out on a snap and then turn around. My thought is it's going to blast right out and try and hit the VWAP. Because that's
S&P's already there.
And Q is on the way.
On the way.
Yeah, so let's see. Yep, right there. Now that's the space everybody should be sort of saying, hey, I'm going to scalp a short. That's that 29.18 and some change. Is that right?
We may have.
Yeah. 49.18, excuse me. 49.18, 49.19, that would be the first place using the tilt. That would be the first place we would go, hey, listen, if it gets up into there, I'm going to take the short.
Yeah, because average prices are even.
Yeah, that's exactly our setup. This is the quick snap short. Exactly right.
All right, so I've got an offer in here at 49.19 quarter because there's some liquidity there. There's liquidity at 9.20 also. There's liquidity above this market. If this thing breaks out above VWAP, I think it could.
It could, but here's what it's running. See the opening range?
Yes.
See it right here? I think just above those wicks would be where the stop would be. So because of the motion, and remember, now the market is saying, listen, I've taken a breath. I've spent 2 hours in that range. This is going to be a quick snap trade. This is not going to be a trade that you wait around for and hold on. You're expecting it to come back 2, 3, 4 points and then turn right around and hold the ledge. Because now we're above the point of control. Now we're inside the range. So take a look. Look at if you can, you have my screen. See this pink bar? That's the 1 minute high. We're rejecting right off of it, losing the VWAP, but it should come back into that heavy congestion. This little cyan bar is this little cyan triangle is the open. And so that fade off of there should say, hey, listen, 2 points, 3 points max. If it comes back into 17, then it's a place definitely to take some profit, because easily, look at the form, we spent 90 minutes below the price of 17.
Right.
So if we come up and break 17 and pull back, but we don't lose 17, or we just lose 17 and recapture it, that tells us we've got upside motion. And you can look at it low, high, higher low, higher high. So that, when you look at something like that and you go, wait a second, what is natural from the formation? although the daily and tiny time frames look like, wow, this could fade, this could whatever, the daily spots say, listen, dips are going to get bought. And we know this, right? We know it. Oh my gosh. So many times we come into the market and we go, oh, it's going to roll over. And by golly, they come in there and they buy that stinking dip. And this is the type of space we're in. On top of that, the last 30 Fridays, only, what was that statistic I read? I think less than 15% of them have been red. The last 30 Fridays.
Huh. Really?
Yeah. Yes. Huge. It was a huge stat. If I get it a little bit wrong, but huge stat. So it tells me, hey, listen, dips are buying. It's coming in. It's holding the space. So you can see, what did it pull back? It pulled back into 17 and 3/4 off of 2021, 49.20, 49.21. And now all we have to do is look at that for just a little bit. Let's just give it a few minutes to choke through that edge, because it's a cross current. Choke through the edge, let it pull back, and let's see if we can go long at 49.17. And the stop really would be 49.14 if we want it really tight. Maybe 49.10 if we want it really loose. But my thought is this is long action, and it's going to go up either to the POC for the point of control for the ES is way up here. Is that what you have?
Volume point of control? Yeah, it's all the way up at 49.30/4.
Wow, that's what I have too.
Yeah.
What? That's crazy.
And SPs are holding, they're at least for now holding VWAP.
Yep.
If you want to go to my charts here, there's also something else that's
yes, please.
Kind of,
let's look at that. Let's look at that.
That's kind of converging on that. So, this morning we had a triangle formation, right? So we broke out. We traded to the high on Wednesday. All right. So does this trend line mean anything right now? Well, maybe not, because right now it is exactly at VWAP.
Right. Yeah, this long looks good in terms of moving up into higher resistance.
So I think we're going to try and get back in, and everybody, all the viewers, if you think I'm crazy trying to buy this, buy a closer pullback on this, maybe back to VWAP, maybe a little higher than that, let me know.
Yeah, here's the thing. We always have to do this. And don't forget that when you're trading, you can use a micro to test the water, right?
Right.
Here's a beautiful thing that you can do with the motive wave
so we're long now.
Setup here. Okay, good. Where's my cross trade? View. Cross trade. Oh, for heaven's sakes.
What's the matter?
Oh, no, you can, and I don't know why I don't see it here. You can actually use this chart and cross trade an M and Q. So you can try a micro and get in.
Oh, really?
Looking at the same yeah, except Bonehead Fred over here can't, pardon me if anybody's named Fred up there, but I can't see the thing that normally says, cross trade. Yes, cross trade. So this says right here, when it goes cross trade, you can look at this formation and go, okay, I'm going to try one MNQ. Listen, the micros are expensive to trade because of the difference between risk and reward. The flip side is if you learn to time your trades with a micro or learn to trade mechanical flow until you get a strategy that you love, the micros are going to keep you out of trouble if you go onesie, twosies and go, all right, I am supposed to buy at this one standard deviation if my VWAP shows upside pressure. If my VWAP shows upside pressure, I'm going to try and pop at that one standard deviation. Now notice it tried to pop here, broke down. Tried to pop here, had resistance, tried to pop here. So it's a place in progress, but you can see using a micro. Okay, if I go from here, I can go from here to here. It's not a matter of how much you make. It's a matter of, do you have the rhythm and flow of a strategy that's going to work? And you can see that using micros that don't give you a ton of upshot, but from a strategy perspective, you'll be able to go, you know what? I just need to wait on this until this comes back to one standard deviation, and then I'm going to go long. Or I need to just wait I just need to wait until I recover the prior day's low and I can see a higher low below it. So this area here was a prior day's low. I lost it and it gave me a lower edge. So I don't do anything. Here it is, lost it again, but it gave me a higher low. So I know in theory, if I get up here, I should break through because a trend is forming. Low, high, higher, low.
Right.
And buyers always come in from underneath. They always come in from underneath because that's where the lower price is.
Sure. All right. We're still in this long.
Very nice. Where's your target? Oh, so pretty. This is so nice. So pretty.
I don't know. What do you think?
Prior high is 49.26.
26. So that's that first standard deviation.
Yeah, just about.
26.
This is so beautiful.
I think we can trim up our stop a little bit here.
Absolutely.
So we'll see if we get 26, which is basically value high.
Yeah, this region right here is going to cause a little congestion because eyeballs and prior algos are seeing lows, highs, and closes, right? So congestion begets congestion. And so when we have congestion here, we're probably going to have it right around here. Yeah. And remember, there are traders that are going to go, yeah, you know what? I think this is short. They might be following a moving average that has told them that the bounces are going to be sell zones. Indeed, they could be, right? So if I were holding this long still in my NQ, I certainly would have taken a bigger piece of my profit at the top of that opening range near 571. In the ES, I'm well over that number. So I'm just looking at heavy congestion. I'm just looking at heavy congestion to take it. But it's doing exactly what the 30 minutes said. Hey, listen, if you just hang on here, it's very likely to or run us into the target, which confirms the strength of strategy. And that's it. And that's all we do every single day. We just wait for it and let the bigger pictures here on this 30-minute tell us what's likely to happen in terms of the mindset of the traders who've been trading all this week. Now, it's kind of a big deal that it's Friday because Fridays are statistically much more bullish in the last year than they ever have
Anne-Marie,
been, and they're already
do
statistically.
you see smoke?
Oh,
Did you see smoke?
woo, woo.
What is that?
I think it's fire drill.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let's do it.
You're not a
Oh,
smoker
it's not
anymore, are you?
happened. I'm not.
I'm not either.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, there.
What?
What?
Is it here? Is it here?
There it is again. There it is again. What does that mean?
Somebody said Eddie's bong's going off. That's
I think it means there might be some sort of drill within the next certain types of minutes. I'm not going to say how many.
Uh-oh.
But it's coming up. Someone's burning the pizza. Someone put the pizza in the oven and walked out.
Can I tell you, I'm so bad at putting things in the oven and totally forgetting them.
I've done that too.
So bad.
Yeah. Or you fall asleep with a pizza in the oven. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Anne-Marie, thank you so much for being with me today, and I'm looking forward to catching up later on. Have a wonderful weekend. Great trade
You
today.
also.
Great trading.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
blessings
Thanks,
to you
everybody.
always.
And you as well. Thanks, everybody, for showing up, for coming in. And you know what? Topstep TV is the place to be. So stick around. And
Right.
I'll see you guys on
Where all
Monday.
the- where all the cool kids are.
That's right. The
Topstep
cool
TV.
cats. That's us. Cool cats.
All right. Well, stick around. We've got Power Hour coming up here. We have myself, Eddie, Dolby, and Coach Ray for the Power Hour. Something else is going on here. I don't know what's going on, but we'll see very shortly. Anne-Marie, blessings to you. Have a great weekend.
Same here.
I'll talk
Take
to you
care,
later.
sir.
And,
I'll talk to you later.
We'll see you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye, everyone.
around, folks.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Power Hour. Will Dolby Time make over $4,000 that he did last time? Will Hoag put a trade on? And should we call Coach Ray the professor? We're going to find out very shortly. Welcome, Coach Ray. How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you?
I'm excellent. Very nice to have you here with us here today for Power Hour, last hour of the day. We got Johnny Hoags. Johnny, have you left that seat at all today?
For just a few minutes to let the dog out and grab a protein shake,
right?
and some water and coffee. That's about it.
All right, cool. And
loving it, though. I love this.
Of course. And of course, we do have our Power Hour All-Star, Dolby Time. Dolby, how are you?
Doing absolutely great. It's fantastic. Made some trades today and hoping to redeem myself in the last hour of trading for all the lovely people in chat.
Nice.
Can you dig it?
Yes.
Can you dig it?
Yes. Let's hear it.
Can you dig it?
All right. Well, before we start digging into this, James, you got something for us. Something really not too important, I don't think, but otherwise, let's get it out of the way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just a little something digging through my old VHS cassette tape collection. Came across this one. I don't really remember it too well, but I'm gonna play it for you guys, and just let me know what you think. Let's see if we know what this is. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Yes, it is time for Fire Drill. Oh my. Fire.
Well, I hear my ride.
All right, my friends, you know the procedure. Well, I hope you do, but I'm going to tell you what you got to do. You're going to scroll up top here. It is time. Yes, get your free reset. So scroll up to the top, fill out the form. And as the 100K Combine rules, we're going to get you that email out this coming Wednesday. All right, so fill it out. I'm glad you stuck around for our 100th episode.
100?
Yes.
100?
Of course.
100.
Yes.
100.
100. There you go. 100th episode is stuck around here, and now it's time for us to say thank you very much. But don't go. Don't go. We got the Professor Ray here. Of course, we got John, Dr. John, and D Time. And we're going to see what we can do here with some of these markets. But claim your reset. It's only going to be there for about, I think, a couple minutes. So make sure you get in. I think. Yeah. All right. So no pushing, no shoving, and single file line. So, John, have you traded today at all? Hello, John? John's looking at his sandwich.
I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were looking at your sandwich.
This morning. I took a little trade this afternoon. I am busy, so I don't get a lot of opportunities to really focus on the markets, but I'm positive. I think I have a couple $100 here, but that's about it.
You're positive, and you're so damn good looking. You look great.
That's
when you dress
right.
up like
That's
that.
right.
Good stuff. D Time. Have you put any trades on today?
Yes, I have. I called a great one in CL, but I did get stopped out of it. But I was long 76.25 with the stop below 76.07. but then I moved my stop up, and then I got stopped out, and then crude oil did a crude oil thing. So live and learn. Hey, Coach
tell
Ray,
me,
what did I do wrong?
What did
I need
crude oil
Coach Ray
do?
here.
Right.
Oh, it just
did
jumped
You let-
up
you-
a lot, over $1, over $2, almost a $2 move in crude oil from the bottom.
Yeah, almost.
So I would say that you let fear and emotion take over your mouse.
I think
See,
Anne
he's a
Marie said
coach.
that too. Yeah, I know. I did.
You let fear and emotion
But I
take
did
over
write
your
it down.
mouse, and you moved your stop.
I did write it
Let's
down.
see you write it down.
In
Put
the
it in
journal.
there.
I already did.
Yes.
Gotta respect structure.
As
That's why I put on the trade.
Hoag told me a while ago, we do not get any smarter once we enter the trade.
I lose about as many IQ points as I do ticks when I start moving my stops.
Coach
Yeah, was
Ray,
there anything that
have you had any
invalidated
time to
the
trade
trade?
today?
Sorry, yes,
Anything
I did.
invalidate
I
the
took
trade? No. Sorry.
I took that same trade that Mr. Dolby took, and I did not move my stop.
And what happened?
Well,
Tell
you're
us
the
about
coach.
it.
So basically, I was looking for it to go to ADR. That was kind of it's an average daily range. Okay, it's if you look at something on TradingView, there's a indicator called ADR levels. Coach Deanna I'm sure has spoken to you guys about these statistical levels. Well, it basically went from one ADR level to the other ADR level. Okay, so it came down to a very nice level at 7604. And it snapped right back up to another ADR level. Not snapped up, it took a while, right up to 7820. Okay, I got a good chunk of that.
Wow, what a great
ADR.
Great trade.
What's ADR mean?
ADR means average daily range. Average daily range is a kind of a statistical kind of level that is created by kind of the range of the instrument over a period of time. Look back. I don't know if it's 14 days or 21 days. Hoag can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure Deanna will step
That's
in here.
D's thing, right?
Speak. Yes. It's actually something I learned from D, and I applied it and found a indicator called ADR levels. Okay, ADR levels by Diademi. Okay, Diademi, and I put that on my chart, and it's amazing. It's like a magnet for support and a magnet for resistance. And I took a very nice trade off of that level on the 15-minute chart. I don't know if you guys see my chart here. Looks like it's an older version of my chart. But let's see. I don't know exactly what chart you're looking at this morning.
That's on TradingView, right?
Yeah, it is on TradingView. Let me see if I can move this over here and see if I can correct this. Not. In any case, it traded off of the. There was an ADR zone and also, I believe, a demand level. Okay, it was also value area low. Okay, from the prior day, and it created a very nice opportunity for me to take a reversal trade. Okay, right back up where it came from and beyond.
All right. And what do we got on a piano? Let's get got Hoag. Hoag is here, Dolby, and Professor Ray.
How do I don't even know how to update that.
Oh, your P&L? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll start from scratch then, and we'll see if we have any opportunities. Any opportunities? Any opportunities this afternoon? That's what we're going to see. What's going on here, and taking a look here at the tilt. Still moving. We still got people trading here on this Friday, but biggest one I see here is the ES, or S&Ps, long 63, about 64%, short about 37%. Most of the other ones are sitting on the fence here, but ES, taking a look here at gold. Let's take a look at gold here because we've got a 62 long, 37 short. And nobody's really talked too much about gold. This morning, before the numbers came out, I had put a trade on. I think gold. The gold is closed here, so we're taking it pretty easy right now. Slow trading
for the most part, right?
Right. But I took advantage early before the number came out, and thank goodness I did before the number came out. Little crazy market, but put up a nice trade, and I'm sitting on my hands. I've been sitting on my hands all day. Consider it being Friday. I got on the right side of a trade, and I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to gamble. I'm going to go into the weekend feeling good about the whole week, feeling good about the trade day, and come back Monday and not saying, man, what was I thinking? So we'll go from there. But
yeah, Eddie, if you look at my gold chart here, 2016 was weekly kickoff low. Once it got to it, it just became magnetic to it. I hate it when that happens. I'd much prefer a move away from the weekly kickoff level very quickly.
Right.
But I mean, Wednesday night into Thursday, last night, right back to it today, really just kind of holding right at it. It's just it makes trading the weekly kickoff level very, very difficult. So you got to make sure anytime you're looking at that, if you don't see a move away from it quickly, there's going to be some time before any decisions are made at that level. Avoid it like the plague, or trade back to it. If you think it's magnetic, it gets too far away. We looked over yesterday's high on that 730 number and rejected that. Yesterday's high ended up being a pretty good trade location on this 8 o'clock bar. We didn't take out that overnight, that 730 high. It's a pretty good opportunity for the market to rotate back to that weekly kickoff magnet. Sometimes it just does that.
Well, John, you remember yesterday, last week's low. What do we hit? 2004.60. And I think that was very close to the bottom there. I mean, we hit that, and the market took off from there. So if you're wondering where we're getting these levels, okay, if we can we post our TopstepTV.com link in the chat? I'd like to share that with everybody because when I first saw it, I was like, wow, this is really cool. I tell you, we got a lot of creative people here at Topstep putting things together, and this is only the beginning. We've got so many things down the pipeline here that you're going to be really impressed what you're going to see here in 2024. But if we could put that on there, Topstep TV, it's got a lot of information on there. It's got Johnny's levels. Also, it's going to give you our sort of Topstep TV guide, bell to bell, featured guest, emotional trading journal. That's something also. Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa is in the room and she posted it. Great job, Vanessa. And of course, our infamous Trader Lingo Glossary. So some of the terms that we use throughout the week, we talk about trading, and some that we have wink, wink made up are going to be in that Trader Lingo Glossary. So you can understand what we're talking about. Like, I asked Coach Ray, what's ADR? Should put that in there. But get that link, bookmark it, and every day JD is going to update these levels. John does a big, heavy job getting them together for the weekend, and we do mail those out. But this is something that's going to be your friend throughout the week. And Johnny, great job on these numbers, my friend. Are you on mute again?
Yep.
It's a pattern.
But they are.
I am. I got to step away for just a couple of minutes, but thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Those levels are. They take a lot of research, and it just makes me happy when they provide opportunities for folks. That's all. Thank you, Eddie.
Good stuff. All right, D-Time. You look intent.
My charts are up now.
You look.
Yes,
you're ready to attack.
Rawr. Really aggressive.
So you're going to be trading crude? Crude for you, dude?
Sometimes. Not after 1:30. Crude is a before 1:30 Central Time type of market. Lately, I've been trading the NASDAQ, learning how to trade the NASDAQ in power hours. Still have a lot to learn. But yeah, I kind of like this little 5-minute range consolidation we had in the NASDAQ. Didn't pull a trigger on the order. I didn't have my chart shared, so I don't want to take a trade unless it's being shared for full transparency. So we're in a Topstep X trading
come on,
combine.
that's no excuse. No excuse.
Oh, no. Gotta have it. You gotta have it for the people. So we're down 452 on some crude oil trades that we took today that we overmanaged. Overmanaged 2 of them. So I might need to join Coach Ray in Discord, which has classes in it pretty much all the time. So if you haven't joined the Discord yet, definitely do it. So if you think Topstep TV stops here, it does not. It does not.
And Coach Ray, throughout the week, Monday through Thursday, Coach Ray is on at 6 p.m. Every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Volume profile, supply, demand class.
Correct.
Give us a little breakdown on what we're looking. Well, obviously, we're looking volume profile, supply, and demand. But regarding how we're going to go through the class.
Yeah, so basically, I use a day or two of the week to kind of talk theory, and then we try to do the next couple of days in practical application of what we talk about. So this last time, we actually spent a little bit of time of coming up with some mathematical levels using Fibonacci's. Given that NASDAQ had reached some new levels, we generally, when we look for supply, we always look to the left in this case, right? But in the case of NASDAQ and then some of the equities, we don't have places in the left anymore. So what do we rely on for our targets? Well, we have a famous mathematician by the name of Fibonacci, I believe. And basically,
Mamma mia.
Mr. Fibonacci provided some mathematical levels that exhibit itself in nature and that we could apply in trading.
There you go. All right.
Yeah. So we basically go a couple of days, a day or two on theory on different aspects. It's like I said, this past week, we talked about retracements and we talked about Fibonacci and extensions and how we can use those and the tools that we would need to use in TradingView to support that. Basically then we spent the last couple of days, basically applying the theory to practice, right? Where I can kind of go through the chart and show them exactly how I manage the trade. How do I arrive at my risk reward and things of that nature. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, you got Dante says that you're a great coach.
Thank you, Dante.
Dante,
I'll pay you later.
The check is in the mail.
Dante's a dollar.
Yeah, Dante is
in chat all the time.
Yes,
right. One of our OGs here in the chat. Very nice.
Hey, Karmas.
He's in the energies room in the. Yep, there it is. I know he was going to say it. The Discord energies trading room. It's a fun little corner of the internet. Shout out to Syra. If she's listening.
There you go. Well, at tea time, we're going to get your charts up. I want to.
Oh, they're good.
Get you into business here.
Zipping back and forth right now.
Back and forth, doing what?
Trying to find a setup, but I think I like this one. Buyers seem to be adding some pressure on the bottom side. It's like they're getting paid recently, so I'm gonna look for a long going into here. Coach Ray, what do you think about longs in NASDAQ right now?
Well, I mean, I think a long up to this supply zone. I'm looking at the ES right now, and I suspect it's probably the case. I think there is some room to the upside. I think we have this nice supply zone above us. I would probably, if I were to go long here, that would be my target. I have the ES up on my screen at the moment, but if I were to kind of change this real quick.
Okay, I'm long 55 3/4.
In the NASDAQ, you're going against momentum here.
Yeah, yeah.
You daredevil.
Yeah, I think if this level gets broken below, I think if we get a close below, I think we come back to 1750, 17,521.75. But we do need to get a close here below this level. If we do get a reaction, we get a rejection of this area. I think Nick has something. All right. But if we close below, I would say that there'll be some momentum that will lead price to this 17, 522, 522.75, something like that.
Okay,
Right,
nice. How are you defining like momentum? Just because it's going down like right now? That's what you're defining as momentum? I
No,
mean,
no,
did that
no. I
switch
mean,
it?
so yeah, I look at a higher time frame chart. So if you see on my left here, I have the higher time frame chart, and you see these wicks. These
Yeah.
are sellers, right? These are
Right.
selling wicks. So I don't really like I really don't like buying into these selling wicks unless these selling wicks are broken.
Around what, 4 hour?
Yeah, I'm looking at the 4 hour. So the 4 hour serves as my guide, right? And then my 2 minute is kind of and then I'm a big channel guy too, right? So the one final event that I need, if I were of the opinion of long, well, this case I would be more inclined to go as the channel break went below.
Ah, okay.
Right now,
We got the
again,
NASDAQ here.
yeah.
Basically on the
Now,
fence.
so again, I need to change this on this side here. I got a view of
Dolby,
ES on one
where's
side.
your stop?
38 and a quarter.
Okay. All right, you got some room
It's
here.
not. Yeah, I'm doing okay. It's
Okay,
not great.
good. Jason.
How you doing? I haven't talked to you in forever.
I haven't talked to you forever, Jason. Nice to have you here all day. Another bell to beller. Good stuff. Okay. No, I don't think Dolby's sweating. No, Dolby doesn't sweat. He talks his way out of sweating.
We're doing good. I think I've talked myself into sweating numerous times on some of my trades, though. If I had just done nothing, I probably would have been a lot better off. But this is a good example, though, where you can have like one decision maybe not work out in your favor, then all of a sudden it can kind of spiral into maybe another decision that's great, or a third or a fourth. So one little mistake can really kind of compound itself down the line. Because what if I just didn't touch my stop like 5 hours ago, took a winning trade, and I'd be done? But now we're kind of in the market and playing around still.
Right. What's your strategy, tea time?
5 minute range consolidations.
All right, break
That's what I
that
like.
down for us.
Yeah, for sure. I think they turn out a little bit better in crude oil because that's where I kind of did the strategy in the first place when I was passing. But basically, let me get a box. These are the type of things that I like seeing in crude oil. It happens. The setup takes a long time to set up because you want probably like 3 to 4, 5 range bars, just kind of bar coding is what we hear frequently on this on TopstepTV. And then I'm looking to basically buy lows or sell highs. And the trick is just trying to get the direction, but it's not going to range forever. So I like the risk reward it gives me if I can get long down here, because then my stop will be down here. Then the structure will break, and we like structure to break and get ruins. So that's kind of my strat. That's what I look for structurally in the market. Is just little 5 minute ranges.
Thanks, D-Time.
Now hold on a minute here.
Oh, hold on a minute here. I just saw Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota jumping in. I just saw him here. How you doing, Coach Dakota? I think he said done for the week, up 12 G's. Happy 100th episode. Trade. Pardon me?
He had an insane overnight trade. He can talk about it next time he's on here, but I think he put up like 10 G's in an overnight.
Oh,
like
that's
2 days
nice.
ago, I think. Yeah, it was incredible. I didn't see it, but that's what I heard. Actually, I have a question for Coach Ray. So Coach Ray, you see that I like these little range, these 5 minute range things. What would be your suggestion on helping me get maybe better aligned with the market? Because the 5 minute range strategy is not going to tell you the direction. It's just an opportunity for price. Oh, now you're muted. You're switching off.
Check. Hello, my name is Coach Ray. Are you with us, Coach Ray?
He's there. Oh, but now he's muted.
Yeah, I know he's there, but you're
Eddie, now
did you hit mute?
We can start taking some shots at Coach Ray. He can't respond. What can
I'm sure he can hear us, though. No, you don't want to take shots at him.
The bow tie, maybe questionable. Some files on his desk. Maybe he needs to clean that up. I don't know.
Respect, baby, respect. And I think we've got. We might be getting Hoagie back here again.
I think we do have a Hoag back.
I think we got him back.
I'm back.
Oh, look at it. The doorbell is so late. He is in, sitting down, and the doorbell is just started ringing.
Yeah,
Great
we put
timing,
the doorbell
guys.
inside the room. We put the doorbell inside the room.
Actually, I put it right under your chair, so when you sat down, the doorbell went off. You didn't see me do that, but
Elroy.
Jane
taking some heat on this one. While you were gone, Hogan got long the next. Not working out too well.
5-minute
Not
breakout.
working out too well. Yeah, now it's a 5-minute breakdown instead of a 5-minute breakout. Did not get the direction right on this one.
Oh, I see. You're just buying the low of the consolidation zone there.
Yeah,
I don't hate it. I don't hate it because you got the rejection of that level before we broke out above it. Moving back to it sometimes can give you a good opportunity. Where's your stop? Where are you at here?
38 1/4. So we're getting there. Like halfway to Stop Town. Population Dolby.
Well, that puts you back in that previous 5-minute consolidation, right? If it gets down to 38.
Yeah. Yeah, but it looks like it's rolling over, unfortunately. It's cutting into my room to take a 15 lot for chat. That's the problem. I need to put up some winners, give me some room to really execute a nice 15er.
There you go. I've been looking for a 15 or a 5 or a 2 lot or a 3 lot all day, but unfortunately, the opportunities have come when I wasn't available. So
let's, tea time. Let me see if I can get a hold of Michael Patak. I know he's on the mountain.
Can you throw in
Michael,
lot for
can
me?
you? Yeah, I'm going to see if he can buy 1,000 in the NASDAQ.
Not in time, unfortunately. Not in time. So we did get stopped out on that one, but it was the range.
Oh, my
It wasn't.
goodness.
Just didn't get short.
Oh, he's coming back here with something.
Oh, okay.
He says, is Dolby trading? Yes. Yes, he is. Damn. Timing is everything, my man.
It really is. Really, really is.
I apologize.
Yeah, we had
I
a couple ranges. ES was in a nice little 5-minute range, offered a lot of opportunity. RTY a little bit as well. Gold
You
had a
got
nice
the dome
big
up
range, Eddie.
by any chance there? You got the dome up
I
there?
do. It's on the
tea time?
far right-hand side. Hold on, yeah. Maybe I can shrink my screen a little bit.
See if we get any sense.
Yeah, you got the whole thing.
Dolby, do you use
Gold was in
any
great
kind
range.
of indicator, VWAP, anything?
No, probably should though. What would you guys suggest? I'm kind of like a naked charts guy.
Well, no, and there's nothing wrong with that if it works for you, but right now on that 5-minute chart and then in the NASDAQ, VWAP is basically just flat, and that's kind of indicative of no trend, which you would think when it moves away from it, that would be an opportunity to come back to it. So I didn't hate your position. It didn't work, but that's.
Can you guys
that
hear
was
me?
the
Hey,
break.
Coach Ray's back.
Hey, there he
Yes.
is.
We got him?
Yes.
Hey, Coach Ray.
Hey.
Yes.
Nice to have you back. Hey,
Yeah,
John,
so-
you're talking about that VWAP. That's
Yeah.
something that I have not used, and I'm interested
Mm.
in it. What do you have? What level is your VWAP in the NASDAQ right now?
The NASDAQ VWAP, to be precise, is 17,556.74. Now that's anchored at the open last night.
Okay. See, I got a 15-minute here, and my VWAP right now is 17,611.21.
It's probably anchored at a different time.
Okay. I got to check that out. Yeah, because a lot of people have been talking about that this week, and that's something I never really used. And I just wanted to familiarize myself with it and see if it could help my trading.
Yeah, no, I think it's an excellent level if to support yourself if you don't have anything else to kind of lean on in a trade. It serves as kind of a nice kind of discount location for potential for participation. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
VWAP's a permanent fixture on my charts.
Nice. And how do you?
I wanted to come back. I don't anchor. I just use the standard VWAP. So I just plop that on my charts. I don't anchor it in any way.
Got it.
So in essence, it's probably, Ray, just basically anchored at the start of the overnight last night, 5 o'clock Central Time. That's probably where
most likely. Most likely. Yeah.
So
yeah, but I wanted to come back to the question that was asked of me earlier.
Yes.
Nick was asking. He says, "Well, how do I stay aligned with the trade?" You know, he says that he has a lot of focus on the 5-minute chart, and one of the things I encourage people to do is to look at a higher time frame. So one of the things I kind of incorporated in my layout is I like to be aligned with the higher time frame as much as possible. So I'll have a 4-hour chart on the left and a 30-minute chart on the right. And when I get those two kind of to match up, that gives me confidence that I'm in the right direction. Because sometimes what happens is that we get a little bit too short time focused and we lose sight of the higher time frame.
The bigger picture, right?
Right,
Yes.
right.
So, but yeah, it looks like it's coming down to this demand level. If I were inclined, I would say that this, potentially could provide a bounce location down at this 17,520, 17,500 potential. Okay. Or it could plow through this level, but that would be the next logical area for me to buy.
Yeah, because it's been rejected down there twice already in the daytime frame only. In the overnight, there's kind of an area of potential demand just below that. And it's cheap. If if you're trading against the bottom of the range and you don't think that range is going to extend at all, that long becomes very cheap. You just have to be patient and wait to get the right trade location, right, Ray?
Yes, absolutely. I when in my coaching calls, I make references to Bigfoot, right? And they always ask me what Bigfoot is. I said, well, Bigfoot is big money. Big money moves markets. So when I see conviction candles leave certain consolidation areas, I take notice, because if price manages to get back to the area where big money was before, chances are that they want to participate again, or may have not received, all that they wanted at that particular price.
Sure.
So they often step into those same levels.
Okay.
Right. So
right. They may still be hanging.
Yeah. Go ahead.
They may still be hanging around down there. Bigfoot may be still hanging in that area of the forest, looking for more food.
Oh,
Exactly.
Bigfoot.
I like stories.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then once we got, like I said, we're kind of coming into the tail end of the session here, but in the situation, I would normally wait for a 15-minute bar to kind of say, yeah, I'm still here. And then once I got that confirmation, then I would drop down to a 2-minute chart. And I'm a big channel guy, and I'll wait for a channel. So I don't know if it can pop my screen here.
If we can get his charts up, that'd be great.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I can show you exactly what I would be looking at.
Drum roll.
There we go.
Right,
so
NASDAQ here.
Change,
I draw a little channel. Is that blank screen? Is that me? Hopefully not.
Yeah, we are not getting your charts anymore.
Oh, you're not getting my charts anymore. Okay, let me go ahead and let me see if I can get that going again. In the meantime,
all right. In the meantime, you know what, James, you got some stuff for us, don't you?
I do. I have another video, and this one is not as exciting as the last. I'm going to preface with that. It is still quite exciting, but it is actually an update from MP on his trip. So I'm going to play it really quick. He sent this to us. So let's see what Michael's up to.
All right.
So here it is. About ready to head out. There's the map.
It's a place he just bought.
Know where we're going. There's the food. Know what we're about ready to eat. And then Welcome to BC. A little overcast. I don't know. So, yeah, we're going to give it a shot today. We're going to board today. Let's see what they have. I'll show you guys what they have. It's pretty badass. Yeah, it's wet, as you can tell.
Looks wet.
As you can tell with the snow, it's warm up here. Warm's not good. So, boom, 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 boom. So, yeah, we're going to get into it. That's what we're going to do today. So we'll see how that goes. Should be pretty fun. So the helicopter is like right over there. So let's get after it today. Nobody dies. Everybody rips it and grips it. Grips it and rips it. One of the two. All right, guys. You have a good trading day.
All right. Thanks, Michael.
Very
He's
nice.
in British Columbia and on a skiing excursion. So
John Fernandez got my drift when we were waiting for raised charts. I was going to say talk amongst yourselves, which is coffee talk with Linda Richmond. All right, we got you now, Ray. We got you now.
My chart. Yeah. So basically, again, normally in a normal situation, but where obviously 20 minutes or so from the end of the session, I would normally wait for a 15-minute bar to kind of give me kind of an indication that this area is going to be respected. But in this case, we don't have that. I'm looking over to the left of the chart. I see 4-hour chart. Really not. I look at that candle. That really doesn't exude confidence to the long side, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got wicks on the I got wicks on the sell side. Not super inclined to go long here. And moreover, you notice my channel here. Have I gotten a break of this bearish channel?
Nope.
I have not. So I have no business. Going long here. Not yet. I need to get a comfort.
So you're not even thinking about taking along until you're over that channel.
Exactly. The 2-minute channel is my last checkpoint, checkpoint for me to confirm that yes, I have the momentum. I have whatever it is that takes to. If it can't break the channel, I have no business in taking that trade.
Right. Oh, that's excellent. Okay.
Hey,
What
we've
time's your
got
class, Coach Ray?
early MOC imbalance, 705 million on the buy side right now. Early MOC imbalance. We'll keep an eye on that. It's an early one to see if it tightens up a bit.
Yeah. Now, again, I mean, if it does manage to break above this kind of little structure here and close above, yeah, I'm all for it. But I'm looking at this 4-hour candle. I'm like, really? Am I supposed to be going long on this?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
If we had a delta divergence, S&Ps are leaking towards the downside. They're approaching their lows. They're near low of value, and we still have 5,700 positive delta. Different in the Nasdaq, we've got negative delta 3,500, which I would say is congruent with direction. But that slight delta divergence in the S&Ps, I'm not looking to buy this. I'm not looking to buy
John,
it. I align with Ray right on that. Mm-hmm.
John, how do we find divergence?
Well, unfortunately, divergence is not available on all platforms. You can see it if you're on Tradeovate. You can see it if you're on T4. There's certain platforms that have it. Exactly ones I'm not sure. It's something we're working on adding to Topstep X. That's going to be on there. But you can always ask. If I'm paying attention to the chat, I can always let you know. And then whenever we're on Power Hour at the end and I'm always looking for that, because if you've been around for a while, at the end of last year, Andre and I had some pretty decent opportunities based off of delta divergence at the end of the day. When you get the short time frame traders all the wrong direction and they got to flatten up at the end of the day, can provide some pretty decent opportunities for you. So, it's something I'm always watching. And we talked a little bit about a longer time frame use of of Delta and open interest and volume and all that on the group coaching session. Hopefully you were there for that as well.
It's a good session too. You're busy today, man. You are real busy.
I'm always busy. Always busy.
Coach Ray,
But
let me ask you
I
something.
love it. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
How'd you get out of class today?
How to get out of class today? Today's a half day. Today's a half day.
So we're in Saturday already. It's Saturday already.
Yeah,
All right.
we're today we had a half day of school, so I was able to get out.
Not a
so.
teacher's meeting or anything where you got a teacher. I used to remember that we'd get off at like 12.
I had a case of the sniffles.
There you go. I got a case of the sniffles.
Yes.
Ray, is that what you wear to teach in, or did you wear that bow tie strictly for the 100?
I especially played up my professor look today.
You nailed it, man.
The 100th episode of TopstepTV?
Yes. In honor of, yes.
Very nice.
All right. Well,
very
we're
nice.
starting to get a little
that.
action here, guys. We're starting to get a little movement off of this level below. Now, the question is, can it make this channel break to the upside?
Let's keep it on
Channel
Ray's
break
chart
break.
here for a little while. I want to watch this. I want to see this.
Right. Show us,
If it can,
Ray.
if it can break and close above, and maybe break above, let's say 17,535, then I think we have a reasonable chance of getting back up to VWAP.
And
If
that
not,
would
I mean,
take us-
again,
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm so curious. So how would you enter into your trade if you're
I
already
need to
out
close.
of the...
I need to close, and on the next open, I would enter.
Oh,
It
okay.
needs
So
to
you're not
close
worried about
above.
getting best price. You're about getting best momentum.
I'm worried about following my process.
There you go.
I'm
Follow the
worried
rules.
about following my edge.
Got it.
What
So
time
it's flirting
frame
with
is
it
that
right
again,
now.
Coach?
Sorry?
2.
Time frame?
2 minute chart, but this can work on a 1 minute. This can work on a 3 minute. That's really not. But notice so far, it hasn't broken it, has it?
Mm-mm.
No, not yet.
Right. So until
Let's try
that
it.
happens, I sit on my hands. And looking at the 4-hour chart, I mean, again, I'm not really excited by it.
It's very
So-
wiki at the tops,
so-
isn't it?
Yes,
It is,
very
yeah.
wiki at the
A lot of
top.
haircuts.
So yeah, so again, I demand my rule. I demand that it meets my criteria. If it doesn't, then I was it Lomo? Love missing out? What is it? What's the new
Joy of missing out.
the joy, Jomo. I how about Lomo? Love of missing out. Right. So, but
All right,
yeah,
we'll
it looks
put
like
that in
it's
the
trying.
glossary.
I mean, it's honestly trying here. I would say that, we're starting to see some rejection. We have a bullish engulfing. Okay. This is very short time focus here now. Okay.
Right.
It's not aligned. It's not aligned with the higher time frame, but we're starting to see some action here that would indicate that maybe some buyers might be stepping in at these levels. Maybe.
Right.
Okay. But again,
me ask you
if I don't
something.
get if I don't get my bullish event, in this case a break of channel with close, I sit on my hands.
Let me ask you something,
right.
Coach
Okay, cool.
Ray. I got a
Yes.
15-minute candlestick here, and I would not
Yes.
see the move that you're making with your time frame.
No, you
Would
wouldn't.
this? I mean,
because-
is this? I mean, yours
Yeah,
is
it
lining
really
up very
depends on-
nicely. I see what you're doing with the channel.
Yeah, it really depends on what time of, what are you, more of a short time trader, kind of, looking to get, 1 to 5 minute moves, or are you more of a 15-minute kind of guy? So if you're
Right.
more of a 15-minute kind of guy, then you need to at least wait for a 15-minute kind of structure to tell you when to go.
Okay. I know
Right.
this week when we talked to David Green, when he saw the opportunity, when things were sort of lining up correctly, he would go to the 1 minute, and that's where he would place his trade. So
yeah, and again, I think I think you can range anywhere from a 1 to 2 to 3 minute. Sometimes I think the 1 minute gives me a little bit false positives. And that's kind of what I kind of rely on the 2 minute a little bit. Again, this is kind of from back testing. 2 minutes kind of resonated with me, has worked with me. So why change it?
Right.
So we'll
there
see.
you go.
Right now, my new level,
man.
my new level that it needs to break is 17,530. It needs to break and close above 17,530, and then I'd be willing to take a trade here, and have stop below the wick, and then have it run up to 17,560.
Right. Well, I tell you learn something
Which
new every
is
day here at
basically VWAP.
Topstep.
Yeah.
Basically, where VWAP's at. Yeah, exactly. That's my target. That would be, and this would be as some of my students would say, an asymmetric. I noticed, Coach Trende, you're always looking for asymmetric opportunities. Yes,
There you go.
that is correct.
So there's your 30 evens.
Asymmetric opportunities. So here we are. I'm not looking at just a break. I need a close. It
Okay.
needs to
So
close.
you can't,
wait 2
no
minutes.
tickles. You can't just
No
tickle. You
tickles.
can actually move in a little bit. Okay, got it.
I need the candle to close above. Okay, we got our close. Is that above the channel? I don't know. Maybe.
Depends how you draw it. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe if I extend this line a little bit further, maybe we're there. I'm not sure.
Well, tilt
Right.
is 61 versus 38 short.
It's awfully close, right?
It's got to just
Right.
stop right on it, right? Jesus.
Yeah.
So you would look for
Awfully
so let's
close.
say theoretically you did enter, your stop would be like 514.
Yeah,
down
it would be
there,
the low end of the wick, wherever price was able to reach to. I don't want to put my stop in anywhere in the range of where price could go. Right. So it'd have to be at that low end of that last wick there. Right.
Got it.
So I don't know what that is.
Let's say 15 and say 15 evens ish.
Okay. Yeah, it would have to be below that.
Okay. Okay.
Again,
Cool.
if the market has shown me that price can get there, then I have no business in putting my stop there.
Right.
Right. Here we go.
You had a right call there,
Let's see.
Coach.
I'm going to place an order. I'm going to place a 3-lot here, 27 evens.
Okay. I just want 10%.
Okay, well, 10% of what? Okay. Coach Ray, if you turn me into winner, I'm going to be singing your praises on Power Hour for the next year.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to hold you to that.
We got Dee with us here right now. Deanna's with us here. Hello, Deanna. Happy Friday.
This is a perfect D play right here. This has D written all over it.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, she says.
Coach D, you can comment on whether this is something you would entertain.
Coach Ray is.
While we wait for an
Coach
answer,
Deanna.
Coach Ray, are you a limit order or a market order guy? Well, I just got filled. Actually.
I'm a limit order guy. I demand my price.
Okay, so do I.
Yeah,
Right,
we
let's
already
follow
give enough edges to the market. We don't need to give them anymore.
Okay, we agree on that one. That's a really contentious subject, Coach. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, there's a number of contentious subjects.
Yeah, there are.
Even Fibonacci is one of these contentious subjects. So
what do you do about position management? So, Coach Ray, you're living vicariously through me right now. I'm along a 3-lot.
Yes.
And we're doing pretty good right now. At
Yes.
26 3/4. Where you putting
now,
your
if we
stop
can
would be
break,
down
if
there.
we can
So,
break,
yeah.
if we can break above 17,535, I say that we have a reasonable chance to get up to 550. Okay, it's flirting with it. It may just stay in this consolidation range.
Yep. And you're not going to move your stop, right?
Why
I'm
is
not moving my
535?
stop.
Why is 535 the next level?
It's the last consolidation area that I see on the 2 minute.
Okay.
Last consolidation area that I see in the 2 minute. So I want to
Just
break
asking.
consolidation area.
Nice.
Yeah, this might be a time where I probably have too much size on because Coach Ray, you want my stop to be further down here, right?
Yes.
So that would be below 15. Yeah, so that'd be risking 720 instead of, say, a couple $100.
Right, but I mean
So,
that doesn't keep you
yeah.
from trading a micro on this.
Oh, sure, but this is Power Hour, Coach Ray. So I mean,
Oh, I'm
this is
sorry. I'm
three
sorry.
lot three lot's a little bit tame here. Chat has a lot of standards
Yes.
for a 15 lot, but we're
I
testing
get
out
you.
Coach's
I got
waters
it.
right
I
now.
got
And
it. No, wrong forum. Wrong forum.
Did
But
we
no, I do
lose
have
our
bandwidth, though.
positions?
We're good.
I don't see the positions anymore up here. Get an idea. We're inside of about 10 minutes. Got about 8 minutes here until the top of the hour. Now, remember, if you're trading here with TopStep, 310, you have to be flat. And if you are in the program and on your dashboard, you can turn on a little reminder to make sure that you do close out.
Now, if I get a close back inside channel, then I'm out.
Regardless of stop, you're just done. An automatic.
Yeah, I would
okay.
step in and cut the trade if I get a
Dolby-
close
Cool.
back inside the channel.
I got
Dolby
my hand
Rips
with the
is
flat button right now.
Rips is in chat saying that's a fifth your normal size during the Power Hour.
Rips, you
Well,
are
we
a
got an
funny
MOC
one.
imbalance here at 230 million now on the buy side. So
Yeah, if it
heavily
can't hold here-
decline here.
Yeah, if it can't hold here, then yeah, I would probably
Then you're out.
tossing the flag. Yeah.
I got my finger on the trigger to press the flatten button.
Mm-hmm.
You sure it's not the reverse?
Reverse Uno button? I don't know, Eddie. It might be. We'll see.
Okay,
I'm not doing reverse challenges yet.
Pushing.
I'm not doing the reverse challenge yet.
Come on, brother.
It's
You can
pushing.
do it.
It's pushing. Hoag, you need to place your orders.
What am I doing?
Look at John. He's kicking back. Don't bother him. He's resting.
I'm
He had a
just
busy
watching.
day today,
I'm
Coach Ray.
just watching. This is nothing that I would be normally involved in. Just trying to. I'm always learning from everybody,
Okay,
Ray.
there you go.
I taught you a lot. You're teaching me now.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The
All right,
student
let's
has
see.
While we're
become the
sitting
master.
here waiting,
Can it get above 1734? 534.
Great question.
Can it do that?
I draw it on the chart. It's sure to happen, right?
Just don't put your order in. It'll run away from it.
Oh boy.
This is a little dicey.
I can't believe
Very
we've had
dicey.
100 episodes. I can't thank everybody enough for being here with us.
100 episodes.
100.
100 episodes.
100.
Yes. And before, we got about 5 minutes here until the top of the hour. James has got a couple more things to show.
I do.
James, are you with us?
I'm here, and
Oh,
this
there you
next
go.
part, you don't get to 100 episodes without people behind you.
Hey,
without people
Coach
watching
Ray,
you,
hold
without
up,
people
hold
supporting
up,
you.
hold up,
Yeah.
hold up. Everyone, Coach Ray
Nice.
just coached me through the most wonderful reversal trade in NASDAQ. What time is class? Everyone needs to show up. If you learn something, you got to show up to class. What time is your Discord class?
My Discord class is at 6 p.m. Central Time.
Hey, my man. All right. James Harden, I'm
All
so
right.
sorry.
Oh, good. I don't remember what sentimental thing I was saying anymore, but let's do this. This
What do you got,
is
James?
about our traders, our chat. We got some stuff sent to us by the people who watch this show. So first up, this is, and it comes with a caption, congrats from LA. I probably watched 90 of these episodes. I'm always in the chat. Bell to bell, baby. Love you guys.
Who is it?
You taught me how to trade, and I appreciate it. Here's to 100 more. Thanks for all you do. Enjoy the picture of me wearing my church clothes. From Hella Evil in the chat.
Who is it?
I don't have a name here, but the username
Hella
is Hella
Evil?
Evil.
Hella evil.
Nice. Bears fan out
up
West
next-
Coast.
Absolutely. Coming up next, we got another special one from one of our viewers. This is shout out to our guy Jim Carlton, Day One Club.
Jimmy!
He's a bell to beller. He's looking fly in his Topstep swag. We sent him a gift card after his participation in the Caption This contest, and he sent us this this image of him wearing this hat.
Awesome.
So nice to see you, Jim. And then
Jimmy's a
we
big
also
player
got
here.
sent. He is. He's like day one. He's a day oneer. And
Yep.
then from a viewer, Cedric, who lives in Europe, he says this is what it's like bell to bell in Europe. A new song by MP. Enki making new highs. Fire drill while you're trying to sleep. We hear you, brother. You know, we're working on programming for our trading buddies across the globe later this year. So we do feel you, and we apologize for keeping you up all night. And then real quick, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I want to show some traders posting their W's in our Facebook community.
Oh, yeah.
These are the traders. They're putting their work out there. They're showing you what they're doing, and they're letting you know that you can do it too. So
Good job, Ricky.
Good trade there. Let's fly through some more. JT, 150K pass to add to the 100K.
Nice.
Going to start another 150K. We got him. And the last one I got here for you from Manuel. Today I made an entry in the NQ, waited a few hours, and when I finally saw the opportunity, I made a sale that generated $1,005, thus completing my trading combine in 6 days.
Excellent.
Consistency,
Way to go, man.
discipline, strategy, it all equals results.
Awesome.
So thank you for everyone for watching 100 episodes.
So let's all straighten up and fly right.
Yes, of course. Thanks, James. All right. We've got a couple minutes here, but the resurrection of Dolby's trade today, thanking Coach / Professor / good friend Ray.
Yes.
So D time. We got a little time. Here. A couple minutes here. What happened? Tell us about it.
Coach Ray literally just coached me through exactly what I needed to hear in the moment. We took his advice and we stuck with the trade. Maybe definitely too much size, but it was a winner. Everyone should be in Coach Ray's class. That was awesome. I can't wait to go back and clip that. That's going to be on Instagram. Coach Ray, you on Insta?
Excellent. I'm on Twitter at Ray Trunday. I'm the market wildebeest.
Oh, that's awesome. Can we get that in chat for Coach Ray? And then absolutely clipping that, sharing it to socials. That was awesome. I'm learning.
Where'd you get that name Wildebeest, Ray?
Oh, I don't know. By a coach name might be in this room. I'm not sure. It looks familiar.
The wildebeest.
You're hanging out waiting
my
for
three-legged wildebeest.
Great to have you with us today, Ray. It's great to see you doing so well.
It was a lot of fun, guys. Enjoyed it.
Right. Ray, it was great having you here, my friend. Thank you for being with us here. Cutting school. If you need that note from your doctor, I'll write one up for you. If you need that note for a doctor, I'll write it up for you.
I had sniffles.
Sniffles. Put that in the glossary.
Say a prayer for peace, everyone.
Likewise.
Before we go, Monday, not done yet here. We've got a 3-month, 6-month bill auction. We also do have the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index, a light Monday coming up. And of course, we will have, I think Michael's still out, but we will have Deanna with us to lead off with market forecasts. But any closing comments here? D-time.
Excellent. Just incredible community, incredible coaches, incredible program. It's such a pleasure to be a part of the 100th episode. And chat, thank you so much for your support and cheering us on through all of this. And Coach Ray, obviously, thank you so much. I will see you at 6 o'clock today.
No class today. No class today.
Okay, he's off. Maybe on Monday.
Yes.
And we are closed. John, I know that you've been talking all day, but anything, we want peace, of course. We're always saying that. But anything before we shut it down?
Yeah. Be kind to yourselves. Do something nice for yourself this weekend. We all deserve it. We work hard at this. And of course, don't forget, be kind to others as well. And I'll say it one more time. Make sure you say a prayer for world peace. We need all the prayers we can get. Blessings, everyone.
Blessing. Thanks, John. And Coach Ray, any closing words here before we say goodbye?
Yeah, I mean, guys, if you learn something from this, help somebody else along in the community. I mean, it's all about giving, and I learned a lot from my mentors, and need to pay forward.
You got it. Pay forward. All right, everybody, have a great weekend. Thank you very much for being with us here on our 100th episode. As I saw in the chat, somebody said, hey, I'll be here for the 101. Hope to see you Monday morning, bright and early. Remember, bell to bell, 8 o'clock Central. Hogan, myself for opening call. Have yourself a great weekend. Stay healthy, stay safe, moderate, and have a great time. Take care.
The markets are closed.